I request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to come on the dais to chair this session. I also request Dr. A.J. Singh sir to come on the dais. I request Dr. S.C. Srivastava of K-Tech India Private Limited, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal of Sakshi Chem Private Limited to come on the dais. I now request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir to chair this session.
Today in the first technical session, good morning to everyone. Today in the first technical session, we are having two presentations. One is from Dr. S.C. Srivastava and another second one is
Good morning. Good morning. I must tell you, this is not the forum where we can talk about material sciences too much because time is limited and also the subject is very wide. But I would like to, as our Harish has always been, as a good friend, has been always giving the tip. So when he asked, what should be the theme, and I said it should be the frontiers of knowledge. So I'll start with this and then relate to our subject. See, as a individual, we have 4 phases of life, 25 years of each. That is Brahmacharya, Grahasth, Vanaprastha and Sannyas. And also it's a very typical triology. That means mind, body and soul. And this actually happens on this earth. The triology of mind and body and soul. So we have a very unique identification, that is UID, unique, very unique. We are born to different mother, father, born to a different place, we speak differently, we eat differently, we have different culture, ethos, values, everything. So it becomes a very unique subject. So the self becomes a unique subject. That's the 0 point. It all happens because of your karmic accounts, your past data. It's like QR code. You are a QR code. You need a scanning, then you know the purpose. So the first 2 phases of life, they go without purpose. You actually do not know the purpose. In the 3rd phase of life, you start knowing the purpose. And then the 4th phase is actually the knowledge. It is not absolutely what we are talking about. Knowledge is knowledge. It is a material knowledge. It is avidya. Avidya means material knowledge. This is how you will take the food. You will earn your butter and bread and cake, whatever it is. Normally, we call it as an avidya titva moksha vidya amritam manushyate. Avidya say, from the material sciences knowledge, you only earn your livelihood. Vidya amritam manushyate. It is only the vidya who takes you to the nectar, the amrit. And this doesn't happen first 50 years of age. So my substrate here, syllabus here is, people are from 25, 50 and 75. And exactly the people who are supposed to be the octogenarian here, they've all gone left. I think some of touching people are here. So we are all unique triology. We are unique people. We are na bhuto na bhavishyati. And with this, actually, our journey starts. When our journey starts, in the first phase of 25 years, we only acquire, the material knowledge somehow. But we don't know. But actually, before that, at 0, there are 3 entities in this world are before us. The whole world and the concept of Almighty God and the self himself. means we are a self, we have a world, and the creator we don't know. So everybody speculating, mother, father, aunt, relatives, and then we think somebody is almighty. So only three entities in the journey 0-0, where we are talking about three things. We actually work, we actually worship, and when we actually receive the knowledge are three different phases. When we try to work for the world, it is called our karma. It's all everything predestined. Nothing is actually without QR code, without a sense of purpose. We may not know. So when we try to see the world, it is our, and we try to understand the world, it is our karma. And when we try to, in the whole of journey, as a wanderer, as a seeker, we have a Shraman parampara in our philosophy of India. That means seekers, wanderers. And all those seekers only have done that. And the seeking goes on till hundreds of years. I'll tell you, this is only after 75 you realize, the world. But we are all seekers. So in the second phase of seeking, we seek Almighty. So that is called our bhakti. So when we do the work for the world, it's called our karma. When we try to seek Almighty, it's our bhakti. Only at the 75th and onward, that means your vairagya of sannyas, 18th lecture of Bhagavan Krishna, moksha karma sannyas yoga, 18th last. When we try to actually learn for ourselves, it is knowledge. So avidya titva moksha vidyamritam manushyate. The knowledge frontiers you will never be able to surpass in the age of 50s and 60s. Only if you have a prarabdha, that is your sanchit karma, that means your past karmas, then only you have an enlightenment, that you have a turiyavastha. Otherwise, you don't. Many of our ancestors have got this, like Mira, like Radha, like Krishna, like Ram. They all have past karma, sanchit karma. So their QR code is, the sense of purpose is very clear. And they found the purpose. It is here in this system, we have to find our meaning. Why we are born. Why we are born to this clan, this community, or this. Why we are speaking to this language. What are our karmas. Only that traveling, seeking, lifelong, will take you to a meaningful purpose. That means Shruti Bhinna, Matir Bhinna, Nahi Ekar Munir Vachanam Pramana, Dharma Arth Nihit Goyarth, Yen Mahajan Gata, Sapantha. That means what is your pantha? So Marg and frontiers. We are talking about the way, and actually I have been complaining, Harish, we should have the students of IISER. Actually, I am actually belonging to a different culture that is called HBTI, our 100-year-old institute. And I am the president of PACT. But I normally don't give the lectures to only few people. My hall has to be full, 600 people minimum. Then only it is possible. And that's why I normally avoid at UDCT, because boys don't come. I have been teaching 25 years at UDCT, free of cost printing technology. And also VJTI. But very difficult to find, the rich people's children studying. We need to have people who have hunger for the knowledge, belly, those only come. I cannot expect Ambani's or Adani's sons to be joining paint technology or printing technology or pigment technology. They will not come. So my worry is always, that people, because they only will be taking our legacy of journey onward. This journey onward is very important. Important is only Charaveti Siddhant. That means keep walking. So with this, we have to break the Kshitij. We have to break the frontiers. We have to break the horizons of knowledge. And we have to keep moving. And keep relearning, keep de-learning, keep relearning again, and keep moving. That is called Charaveti. Means chalte raho. Keep walking. Johnny Walker, a famous liquor company, has actually allowed this slogan, of Charavati. Keep walking, Johnny Walker. Actually, that is not the issue here. So we are trying to several knowledge frontiers. All of you have belonged to different sect, different philosophies, different picture of life. You have all different QR codes, and each has a purpose. So I introduce myself as Subhash Srivastava. I am actually from a HBTI Kanpur product, 1978-79, passed out my technology. Worked for large multinational companies like ICI, leaders in paints, Coats of India Limited, leaders in printing inks, Hext AG, leaders in polymers, Bayer AG, leaders in specialty chemicals, and a company called Color Chem Limited, the leaders in organic pigments. Having worked for soul searching of my in early days, it was only a blessing of God, Almighty's blessing, blessing of gurus and mother, father. Otherwise, normally people don't get to chance to 5 different largest multinational companies in the world of their time. No, now these companies are all gone. Whichever company I have worked, unfortunately, is vanished. ICI gone, Coats gone, Hex gone, Bayer gone, Color Chem Limited gone. So now we are actually, and these companies are my Guru Sthan. So they taught me pigments, resins, paints, inks, plastics, so many things. I never wanted to compete them because they are my Guru. I was a co-author of Industrial Organic Pigment, Dr. Willie Herbst, such a big man. How can I be a pigment manufacturer? How can I be a paint man? So I was pushed to the wall in my travel. And during this travel, I actually realized why the Almighty has done this to me. I had never applied. I had never made my biodata. And these companies had been picking me. So it means there is some sense of purpose, which I did not realize. Only I was journeying as a Shraman Parampara, And then I realized that he wanted me to make a company which is additive company, because additives are a very difficult business. Most difficult business. It's not like paint or ink or plastic or textile or leather or paper. Unless and until you know the synthetic, classical, organic pigments, in the perylene, perinone, benzimidazole, thioindigo, quinacridone, diketopiramide, all these things, you cannot make a pigment. So, and you cannot make an additive. It's like that. Some people you say, if you don't know the resin people say, if you don't know the resin, you cannot make a paint. You say this, no? Resin is hot. Pigment people say, if you don't know the pigments, you cannot make a paint. So these are all frontiers. So we have frontiers. So I had touched those frontiers in my life to evolve as a additive company. So my name is Subhash Srivastava. I am a KTech India Limited. I founded KTech and I have taken over. My son has taken over the business to me. I am now again a wanderer. So I spend my time on a lot of spiritual issues, and also online classes to painting, plastic, pigment, textile, leather, paper, online, worldwide. And All India Printing Manufacturer Association, we are worldwide printing ink diploma, which I handle, paint also. And the pact is the thing where we have actually endorsed a program wherein I share the common view as Harish. This is actually, many of you may not be interested in, and but still it's customary to tell that, we are talking about advances in paints and coating additive technology. So advances in paints and coating additive technology. Subject is wide. I'll hurriedly pass through because the subject has been actually kept for my Shobhit Srivastava's, lectures at UDCT and other places, but I am just at the request of Harish reciting it here. This is actually definition, and it is customary to define any subject when we start, and the applications like decoration, protection, sanitation, and communication, which are going to be the in things, and particularly sanitation. Sanitation is going to be the 10th largest the businesses in the world. And the paints, we are not talking about decoration, we are not talking about protection, everything is being talked about. It is going to be the communication and sanitation which will take up in the next millennia. And we have to be talking about this. Now, when we talk about frontiers of knowledge, and why I said that the theme has to be frontier, because in paint technology, of course, there are many frontiers, but here in the paint technology, frontiers are super high solid coatings and super high solid coatings. Then we have VOC-free coatings, we have aqueous coatings, we have UV and EB radiation coatings, we have powder coatings, CRP and marine and naval coatings, and also OEM and automotive coating. These are at least 7 frontiers in my eyes in paint technologies, future challenges. Not talking about ordinary, things. These are going to be very, very important things, particularly in the name of paint technology and their frontiers. I am reminded of, my favorite poetess of my time, when I was young. Her name is Mahadevi Verma. And she had a beautiful poem on this. I'll write only one line from तोड़ दो क्षितिज देख लूं उस पार क्या है, चार है जिस ओर युगबंद उसका छोर क्या है. That means she's talking about in 1930s and 40s writing Yama, the publication of the 4 praharas of the day. She's writing तोड़ दो क्षितिज देख लूं उस पार क्या है. That means talking about breaking the horizons, and we are talking about the paint community here will be breaking the horizons of these 7 frontiers. Advances in paints and coatings, raw material technology. See, it is very important when we talk about one technology, it is contemporary, the related technologies. In the paint technology, we have solvent technology, aerolation, pigment technology, aerolation, resin technology, aerolation, plasticizers and oil technology, aerolation, and additive technology at the last. And this is how, purpose of my life began. I'm coming from a place called North Kanpur, where we had oil seed is the basic. So oil institutes and oil technology institute and HBTI itself was the premier focused oil technology education foundation. And my time took me to variety of pigments and resins and plasticizers worldwide. To know, you must know your horizons. Everybody talks and the PU and epoxy and NIPU or PEEK or other things, polyether, ether, ketones. You cannot talk about their pigmentation. And if you don't understand the classical azos and then later on the perylene, perinone, benzimidazolone, thiaminidazole, high performance pigment, you cannot talk about additives. You cannot talk about it. And actually this is fundamental. So this is advances are happening. Oil technology is a renewable source. So you must have the knowledge of renewable source because that is an in thing. Everything has to be reusable, recyclable, reusable. Plasticizer, you have seen a lot of phthalates have gone out. DOP, DBP, DMP, etc. have gone out. We talk about resin technology. You have seen the beyond of polyurethane. The beyond of polyurethane from the ecology, environment and health aspect of view. Non-isos polyurethane, NIPU. People talk about only polyurethane. Polyurethane is very bad things. Very bad things. Now we talk about NIPU. So unless and until those newer frontiers we know, we cannot talk about additives. Okay. And same is, the technology of other solvent like all talk about VOC free. So today the solvent is a bad thing. I am also on the Bureau of Indian Standard and with the Government of India and Ministry. And none of the people there are talking about reliance. They say, chup raho, chup raho, chup raho. Toluene is the most crucial thing. Toluene is everywhere. It's like GST. Toluene, you take the water, it is having toluene. You take the air, it has a toluene. You take the soil, it has a toluene. You take the crop, it has a toluene. So what happens? Nobody's talking about reliance. He's not talked about reparation. We are still continuing toluene. And toluene is the most hazardous thing. But here, back home, in paint technology, the frontiers, 7, all talk about VOC free. So fundamentally, whether you talk about EB, UV, water base, high solids, they are all solvent free. So solvent technology, we don't have to bother much. We are talking about elimination of solvent. We are not talking about inclusion of solvent and reformulation of solvents, but rest pigments and resin and oil technology must be thorough when we talk about the new frontiers meeting the challenge. Welcome, sir. Welcome. So now with the background of paints and coatings, we are starting the journey towards additive technology as a glimpse. What are the additives possible? Shall we stop for the time?
Just stop for 10 minutes, we'll do the celebration.
Yeah, sorry, we take a break, small break. I was thinking that he will come. Before that, I will start my spiritual talk and finish it, but sir has come. No, it's okay. I would have been very lucky if you would have been here, but anyway, it's okay, pleasure. So please, sir, please.
Sorry, when you are in a chair, there are multiple things pulling you from different directions.
It happens in life. It happens in life. That is life.
Memento of love.
Thanks to you for your late coming. I got 2 lectures, one half an hour for my this thing and then half an hour for this. Otherwise, they were now giving me only 30 minutes. 30 मिनट में मेरा मुंह भी नहीं गीला होता बात करने में यार.
Now I request Dr. Harish Agarwal sir and Dr. A.J. Singh sir to come on the dais and felicitate Professor Bhagwat sir.
सौभाग्य है हमारा.
First of all, once again, my apologies for interrupting like that. I have another thing to go at 11, and which is why I couldn't wait much longer. Words I have had a few yesterday, but if I offended anybody by what I said yesterday, my apologies for that as well. But I think the fact that we have grown apart as technology people, as industry, we have grown apart from the science institutions that are there in the country. And indeed, coming together is the beginning, and I hope it results into working together from here on. Be it minutest aspect of some polymer property or some change in the surface treatment, whichever way it will be, it will evolve from some scientific investigation, which may not even have been done for the purpose of coatings technology. But if we have a dialogue, then we might find such common grounds to meet. So that was what I was trying to say yesterday. And thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, sir. Coming together is a beginning. Working together is a progress. Yes. And staying together is a success. Please keep it. Thank you. put it on. Oh, I have this. Sorry for the interruption. It was necessary. Paints and coating additive advances, we are now traveling this journey. And in this journey, we will find several small frontiers. I have intentionally tried to make it a small chemistry, a small technology, a small engineering, and a small branding and trademark, so that it becomes easier for people of the concerning travelers and seekers and wanderers to take the meaning of this journey. Because everybody has a journey, everybody has his own journey, everybody has his own prarabdha. So we talk about additives which are already happened, but now those are past. This is our past. We are taking you to the advances on the various verticals of the technology which are world is working on it, and we also have begun last 20 years, but we are also somewhere nowhere. I don't know whether we will reach anywhere, but I think we will have to talk about it. So paints and coating additives as a purposeful definition comes from, those are special ingredients in coating used seldom more than 3% to enhance, improve, modify and optimize coating properties during the storage, during the performance, during the application and during the end life situations. This is how a precise definition we have coined. And the most important of this journey of the additive is understanding the interactions. We cannot, additives are no product. Additives are no product. They are only solutions. They are only solving problems. Additives don't dictate a new technology. Sorry to say, those who think that additive is a technology, additive is actually an understanding and establishing a dialogue, understanding the interaction between the ingredients and then coming out with a solution. So it's a solution, provided you understand. This is not a product. So we are, in our company also we have 150 people, we don't have a marketing manager. We don't talk about marketing. We don't talk about selling, because it is not possible, because you have to understand this way. This is a journey. A pigment, a resin, a solvent are the triology here. It's like Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh of your subject. And then there are three situations take place, three chemical engineering subjects: adsorption, association and solvation. These are the three unit operations of Maccabee. Those who are chemical engineers, those who have done the chemical engineering, those who have understood the Maccabee-Smith or unit operations will understand these are the three biggest Pandora boxes of the chemical engineering areas. Then we talk about pigment-resin interaction, we talk about pigment-solvent interaction, and we talk about resin-solvent interaction. And the additive domain is just 1%, because 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, 33, 33, 33. 99 doesn't make 100. It is only the 1% which makes it complete, a bliss. And from that angle, we have to understand the minimum 6 interfaces. Minimum 6 interfaces of an additive out of pigment, resin and solvent. So what are the interfaces? Pigment, solvent, solvent, resin, resin, this thing, and then also interfaces of adsorption, association and solvation. Out of these 6 interactions, studies of the different kinds of pigments, high performance or classical, perylene or perinon or benzimidazole, thioindigo, or the resins like thermosetting, thermoplastics of new types and also solvents, we come out with a solvent. We come out a solution which is named as additive. So additive is not a product, it is only a solution, and it is always relational. It has the fundamental theory of relativity. Without the pigment, resin and solvent, there is no relevance of additive. Additives are required only for a disease. There is a famous doha of Kabir, दान दीन को दीजिए मिटे दरिद्र की दी पीर और औषध वा को दीजिए जाके रोग शरीर. Now today, medical sciences also are giving medicines to the rich and powerful people only. And the banks give money to only those who have money. Banks should give the money to those who don't have. and the medicine should be given to those who are really sick and ill. It doesn't happen. We are in a reverse capitalistic crony economy. That is a separate subject altogether. We are talking about those additives which actually solve a problem of this interaction in the ingredients are only additives. Rest all kachra, useless. Throw them. So with this, we talk about multi-dimensional roles of these additives, and at least these additives have multi-dimensional roles during manufacturing, during storage and transportation and shelf life, during application, during service life, and during disposal, recycle and reuse situation. These are the 5 different multi-dimensional roles additives have to play in relation to the ingredient interaction of pigment, resin, solvents and oils. So we proceed. There is actually a worldwide $12 billion market of additives in coatings. $200 billion is paints. It's about, and also similar about $50 billion of printing inks, and then also adhesives and polymers. We have $12 billion 2022. Organic pigment is only $6 billion. And the paint $190 billion, and all $40 billion are plastics and polymers and adhesives and solvents. So all put together about 180, because paint is a raw material oriented industry. 80% is your raw material cost. So if you say 100 rupees of paint, 80 rupees have to be spent out of additive, solvent, pigment, resin, oil. Those who have head up by now, I say remember ASPRO, ASPRO, additive, solvent, pigment, resin, oil. ASPRO means, aspirin means dard ki dawa, sar dard ki dawa. So additive is during storage, during manufacturing. If we see, during manufacturing is about 35% of additives, 35% of volume going in the, out of 12 billions, going in the manufacturing, about 15% during the storage, 25% during application, and 25% during, so a very equal distribution of all the 4 stages of these additives. When we talk about manufacturing stage, the scope of additives can be as surfactants, big Pandora box, emulsifiers, another very big Pandora box, wetting agents, another big Pandora box, dispersant, and people talk about one of the same. There are different, if you see those who are all science graduates, there is an HLB value from 0 to 25. Exactly at 12, HLB 12 and onward, it starts water soluble. So you have surfactants, emulsifiers and wetting agents, HLB 12 and above. And below HLB 12, you have a dispersant, anti-foams and other things. So most dispersing agent, wetting agents are not dispersing agents. We will see. Emulsifiers are not wetting agent. Wetting agents are not, the surfactant. All said and done, HLB 6 to 8 or 9. These are dispersing agent for oil in water. And for HLB 12 and above, what? This is actually water-based surfactant, emulsifiers, and wetting agent. So scope of manufacturing in the understanding of individual technologies of surfactant technology, emulsifier technology, lot of new works have been going on. Lot of new things. But again, as I said, interaction. If there is no interaction, that work will not be amenable to you. Similarly, during storage, there are a lot of buoyancy effect based, sedimentation based effect, Bernoulli theorem based effects, and also Fishburne equation based effects are anti-settling, anti-floating, anti-flooding, antioxidant, anti-gelling, thickening. Many people don't understand between the difference between, all these like foam and air and, anti-foam and defoamer. But similarly, many people don't understand what is flooding and what is floating, and what is anti-flooding, what is anti-floating. Most paint people. Mr. Kiran Kulkarni, I am lecturing it for you because you are a right substrate for me. 40 years in paint technology at Kansai. You will understand this. And also precisely it's meant for you also, because you have to carry on the legacy here. The floating and flooding is a very difficult subject to understand, but I'll make for this audience very easy for you to understand for henceforth. You see, children swimming on a swimming pool, they are floating. They are floating. And the principle of floating is the heavier will go down and the lighter will go up. That's why they have the float, so they don't sink. Heavy duty people will sink. Now, you imagine this situation of various inorganic pigments, organic pigments, and various oxide pigments or perylene pigments or phthalocyanine or quinacridone or titanium dioxide for that matter. They all have different surface area and also specific gravity. So, they are heavy and light. Now, in a paint film, in a resin situation, in a solvent, the organic pigment will float because it's actually light. So, microlight, child. And the heavy pigments will go down like chromes, PbCrO4, like titanium dioxide, all these things will go down, oxides. This situation is horizontal situation, very simple. But have you seen Kedarnath flood? Have you seen the flood coming, the glaciers breaking? And then what happens? The same river, which was a swimming pool up till now, suddenly became, the trucks are going over this small child. Means heavy duty trucks are flowing. It is called flooding. That means when your heavy pigment, inorganic pigments, chrome pigments, oxide pigments topple the center of gravity and the gravitational effect, it is flooding. That means if you put your swimming pool which is here and conceptually like this, then what will happen? Flood will take place. छोटा बच्चा पीछे और heavy आदमी ऊपर तैर जाएगा. Situation of flooding and floating is everywhere in every multinational paint companies. I was when ICI, we used to wonder that all containers used to have the flooding and floating. Because so long the container, the paint is छिपी हुई बात, it's like तेरी भी चुप मेरी भी चुप, and painter will handle. So most paint companies product flood and float, and it goes unnoticed because they write one word: stir well before use. Period. मुंशी प्रेमचंद की कहानी था पर्दा. अवध के नवाब जो थे, उनके बाप दादों ने हवेलियां बनाई, एंड देवर, ऐसा टाइम आया दे वर नॉट इवन एबल टू डू द पेंटिंग एंड कर्टेनिंग, लेकिन नवाब साहब के हवेली में एक पर्दा टंगा था, पर्दा पड़ा था. नवाब साहब जाते थे अपनी पेंशन के लिए, एंड दे यूज्ड टू कम, ही यूज्ड टू ब्रिंग, एंड जितना पैसा मिलता था वो रिक्शे वाले को देते थे. नवाबी लोग सोचते थे नवाब साहब की हवेली में पर्दा क्यों टंगा है, ये पर्दा क्यों? छिपी थी बात. एक दिन तूफान आया, आंधी आई और पर्दा उड़ गया. अंदर सारी बेगमें नंगी बैठी हुई थी. तो हमारी पेंट टेक्नोलॉजी का ये हाल है, सबके डब्बे बंद हैं, सबके पर्दे पड़े हैं. नवाबों की हवेलियों पे पर्दे पड़े, क्योंकि सारी पेंट टेक्नोलॉजी एक बात पे आधारित है, कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, और भानुमति ने कुनबा जोड़ा. किसी से पिगमेंट लिया, किसी से रेजिन लिया, किसी से रगड़ा घोटाइया की, और डब्बा बढ़िया एप्कोलाइट. भाई देवे, भानुमति कौन थी? सब लोग मुहावरा जानते हैं ना, कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुनबा जोड़ा. ये भानुमति कौन? सुनो, आज से 5275 साल पहले भगवान कृष्ण गए, द्वापर का अंत हुआ. उससे पहले जब वो 80 साल के थे, तब महाभारत की लड़ाई हुई 17 दिन. महाभारत की लड़ाई में सारे लोग मर गए, सारे कौरव मर गए, और पांडव रहे जिंदा. बाद में उनके वो भी स्वर्ग को गए दे करके. लेकिन युद्ध तब भी चलता, अदावत होती रही. अदावत मतलब सबसे बड़ी दुश्मनी होती भाई भाई में. इससे बड़ी दुश्मनी कोई, भाई से बड़ा दुश्मन नहीं कोई, और भाई से बड़ा दोस्त नहीं कोई. चाहे अडानी अंबानी के लौंडे रह नहीं पाते, पैसा नहीं होता बात, अभिमान. तो अर्जुन इधर से बड़े थे, मतलब तेज थे, और उधर से दुर्योधन। दुर्योधन की पत्नी का नाम था भानुमति। जो दो प्रांत आफ्टर द वॉर शांति नहीं हो रही थी। दुर्योधन की पत्नी भानुमति ने अर्जुन से विवाह किया और युद्ध समाप्त हुआ। ये पोस्ट महाभारत है, लिखा नहीं है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें लिखी नहीं है, हमारे व्यास जी ने और उसके बाद पीठ में कई चीज़ों ने लिखी है। बिकॉज आई हैव बीन अ बिग रीडर ऑफ रामायण महाभारत उपनिषद इन ऑल दिस, तो मैं बता सकता हूँ कि कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुंभा जोड़ा, ये सारी बातें हमारे फोक्स में, फोक्स समझते हो, FOLKS, फोक्स, जो बहुत सारी चीज़ें इतिहासों में नहीं जाती। बिकॉज इतिहास कौन लिखता है? कौन लिखता है इतिहास? हु राइट्स द हिस्ट्री? विजेता, द वन हु विंस। जो हार गया, पतली गली से निकल जाओ। तो ऑल आवर हिस्ट्रीज आर रिटन बाय विनर्स। लेकिन जो हार गए उनका कोई इतिहास, बट वो फोक्स में रह जाते हैं जिंदा, वो लोक कथाओं में रह जाते हैं जिंदा, वो हमारी लोक नृत्य कलाओं में, जैसे महाराष्ट्र में कलाएं हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश में हैं, बिहार में हैं, पूरे भारत में ये सब में जिंदा है। तो ये मुहावरे हजारों साल से चल रहे हैं। कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने पुनबा जोड़ा। तो लीपा पोती का सिद्धांत पेंट टेक्नोलॉजी का है, ये बहुत पुराना है, समझे। और भानुमति से जैसे शादी हुई, युद्ध समाप्त हो गया। तो इससे ट्रूस, पर्दा लग गया, मामला खत्म। जिस दिन ट्रांसपेरेंट डब्बों में पेंट बिकने लगेगा ना, सब नंगे हो जाएंगे, तब समझ में आएगा। ओके हैं? अरे हमने बहुत सारे आइडिया छिपा के रखे पेंट वालों के लिए। कोरोना आया, सबने अपने हाथ कितने कितने बार धोए होंगे, नहाए कितने कितनी बार होंगे। दुनिया भर के टेक्नोलॉजी चलते रहे, सो मेनी थिंग्स, एवरीबडी वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट सो मेनी थिंग्स। जिसके मुंह में आए, जो मनाए, ताली बजाओ, घंटी बजाओ, लाइट जलाओ, सब करते रहे। किसी भी माई के लाल ने, लेट मी टेल यू, किसी भी माई के वर्ड विद अंडरलाइन, अपने दीवारों को धोया? सब पेंट वालों को मालूम था इसमें इतना इमल्सिफायर है, इसमें इतना वेटिंग एजेंट है, साले लगाएंगे धुल जाएगा। किसी भी पेंट, हम तो एशियन पेंट को बोलते हैं, हमारे सारे R&D के जो एशियन पेंट में जितने बच्चे हमारे स्टूडेंट ही हैं, हमने बोला हम बोल ही नहीं सकते। एक शेर है इस पे, सारी जिंदगी बस यही बात करते रहे, धूल चेहरे पे जमा थी, आईना साफ करते रहे। तो ये सिचुएशन होती है पेंट टेक्नोलॉजी में, खासतौर से क्योंकि प्रलेप विज्ञान है ना, रंगाई पुताई का सिद्धांत है। अगर पड़ोसी नहीं होंगे तो कोई पेंट नहीं कराएगा। इफ देयर आर नो नेबर्स, व्हाई शुड यू गो फॉर पेंटिंग? दूसरे को दिखाना, चढ़ाने और जलाने का सिद्धांत है पेंट टेक्नोलॉजी। ये कभी नहीं खत्म होगा। तो यू आर इन ए वेरी वेरी कह सकते हो सनशाइन इंडस्ट्री। जो भी पेंट में है वो कभी भी भूखा नहीं मरेगा। ठीक है। तो एनीवे, वी टॉक अबाउट ड्यूरिंग स्टोरेज, एंटी सेटलिंग, एंटी फ्लडिंग, एंटी फ्लोटिंग, सो मेनी थिंग्स, एंटी जेलिंग, थिकनिंग, ईच वन इज ए पेंडोरा बॉक्स ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी। बात समय नहीं है, नहीं तो बहुत हर एक के ऊपर बात हो जाती। देन द एप्लीकेशन स्टेजेस लाइक लेवलिंग, substrate wetting, dryers, catalysts, gelants, resin modifiers and plasticizers, they are the additives for application stages. Then we talk about lifespan stage additives, like say for example, some people talk about anti-blocking additives, rub resistance additives, slip mask, scuff, coefficient of friction additives, adhesion promoters, matting agents, UV absorbers, hindered amine light stabilizers, and corrosion inhibitors. Each one is, believe me, a lifetime work. Our verticals are, myself I am working for 45 years, but I have not yet seen the light in the tunnel ahead. But still we are working. चलते चलो। सामान जिंदगी का है, पल की खबर नहीं। So what are the driving forces for the additives? First of all, nothing remains stagnant, nothing remains constant. प्रकृति में परिवर्तन संसार का नियम है, परिवर्तन होता ही रहेगा। पुरुष के मन में यह ख्याल आता है कि परिवर्तन वो करता है, वो गधा है, पुरुष गधा होता है। पुरुष परिवर्तन नहीं करता, विकास नहीं कर सकता। इस जन्म में, प्लीज टेक इट फ्रॉम मी, पुरुष और प्रकृति का सिद्धांत है। मेरा नाम श्रीवास्तव है। हमारे 4000 साल पहले हमारे डिसेंडेंट कश्मीर से आए थे। कश्मीर श्रीनगर हमारे परदादों का बसाया हुआ है। वी वर द फर्स्ट टू बी डिस्प्लेस्ड। ये आज की नैरेटिव में मैं नहीं जाता हूँ कि पंडित विस्थापित हुए, कि डोगरा हुए, कि सिख हुए। हमको बौद्धों ने विस्थापित किया। हमारे सजरा है 5000 साल का। बौद्धों को डोगराओं ने किया, डोगराओं को सिखों ने किया, सिखों को पंडितों ने किया, ब्रिटिश ने किया, और ब्रिटिश के बाद पंडितों का रूल है। बाद में वो डेमोग्राफी बदली और उनको मुस्लिमों ने किया। तो आप कहाँ से देखना चाहते हो ये आपके ऊपर है, बट मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि प्रोग्रेस हजारों साल, 17,500 साल पहले राम गए यहाँ से। राम मंदिर में नहीं पैदा हुए थे, राजा थे। हम मंदिर में ढूंढ रहे उन्हें, बेवकूफ़ है। तो पुरुष हमेशा बेवकूफ़ होता है। परिवर्तन प्रकृति का नियम है। इट इज द चेंज विच इज प्रकृति। पुरुष क्या करता है फिर? एनीबडी कैन टेल मी व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ द कारक फोर्स हियर? द मैन ओनली कैन डू द इनोवेशन। प्रकृति हमेशा नई चीज को पुराने में रख देती है। वैसे ही आप अपने परदादों जैसा ही दिखोगे, लेकिन आपके परदादे आपके सामने कंपैरिजन के लिए नहीं होंगे। दे वोंट बी हियर so that you can be compared with him, but you will be exactly the way. प्रकृति ने परिवर्तित करके आपको रख दिया। आपके हाथ में है अपने को इनोवेट करना। So it is the innovation. So this technological progress will continue. 10,000 साल से चल रही। हमारा काम क्या है? इनोवेशन। तो ड्राइविंग फोर्स है इनोवेशन। रिसर्च नहीं काम हमारा। रिसर्च का मतलब रिसर्च। इनोवेशन एंड डिस्कवरीज आर अवर वर्क। रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट आर द, इसीलिए बहुत से लोग बोलते हैं इति कर दिया हमने, हमारे एक इंडस्ट्री में R&D सेंटर खोल दिया। हम भी बोलते हैं, हमारे यहाँ भी बोलते हैं R&D सेंटर है डिपार्टमेंट में। कुछ नहीं होता R&D सेंटर में, कुछ नहीं होता। वहाँ कुछ लोग होते हैं, सिस्टम होते हैं, मशीन होती है, उससे कुछ होता नहीं। R&D से आगे की बात क्या है? इनोवेशन एंड डिस्कवरीज, जिसमें हमारे हजारों साल पहले भारत में हो रहे थे। हमारी यात्राएं, जर्नीज, फ्रंटियर्स रुक गए। वी स्टॉप्ड and we became complacent. हमारे पुरुष, हमारी सभ्यता के पुरुष, हमारे भारत के सब शांत हो गए, और प्रकृति तो परिवर्तित होती रहती है। Our innovations further carried out by Europeans after their dark ages, Renaissance में। तो उन्होंने मटेरियल साइंस पे काम किया, हम कुछ नहीं कर पाए, हम सिर्फ complacent रहे। So we are talking about driving forces, technological progress of the every science, whether paint technology or ink technology. You have same also. Additive is innovations, technological problems, interactions, ecology, environment, safety, legislations, economics, newer challenges. These are all driving forces of our innovations. Then we talk about segments. Do we have time? Over. I don't have time. Okay, I will just fast forward. So then we have segments like non-polar coating, mid-polar coating, polar coatings, aqueous coatings, powder coatings, UV, EB. So everywhere electrophoresis, CED, solventless coatings. These segments we have to work on additives and interaction. So we talk about innovations in chemistries of surface active, catalytic active, chemically active, and functionally active additives. These are the 4 areas. I have just simplified it: surface active, catalytic active, chemically active, and special function. So we talk about advances in surface active materials. It's a very big subject of surface active material. We have various verticals and various brands we are assigned here, like wetting and dispersion, like wetting and dispersions of the high HLB value and low HLB value. WND is for low HLB value things, the high HLB value things, and K disperse is the low HLB value systems, like foam control, defoamers and anti-foams, anti-flooding, anti-floating is another brand. Adhesion technology is other brand. Adhesion promoter and tachyfiers are different brands, slip and mar and anti-settling. These are the surface active material advancements. Then we have also surface active material like fluorosurfactants and polymeric polysaccharide surfactants, and then the acetylenic diol surfactants and silicon polyether surfactants and APO free surfactant chemistry. Each vertical has a platform in our company and also has a brand. And then we have several grades. Sorry, it is not K-Tech grade, it is the K-Tech brand, and the grades are numbered, alphanumeric. Then we have, now here the grades are there, like say for example surfactant technology. To begin with, to to say a few words, like all are like a serpent. Serpent means, all of you have seen Lord Shiva, unke neck pe, and he is a balance. He is the real Natesh. He is the balance for surfactant technology. He is the emblem of each and whether it is talking Damru, Trishul, or the wish here, or you talk about serpent, anything, it has very clear samatva, that is balance. Chitta me vritti ka nirodh, that is yoga. He is the Yogeshwar, that's why we say Yogeshwar. Cationic, anionic, non-ionic, amphoteric, electroneutral are the serpent's head. And the chain is low tail energy. So any surfactant technology when you talk about in the advancement, we talk about a low energy chain and a high energy head. So it's the head and tail or chain and anchor technology of surfactant. And within that, it is not how much tail, long, short it has. It is always about signature. And what is signature? Of the head. So head is, if it is positively charged, cationic, negatively charged, anionic, non-ionic charge, zero charge, non-ionic, both, pH balance, amphoteric, electrically neutral, zero, but plus minus both. So these things are worked at various other, our names and numbers, and the new technologies have been stitching, say for example, acetylene diol, a new diol synthesis for the chain. When you talk about silicon polyether, a new diol, new silicone synthesis for the surfactant. Audacito, a new acetylenic diol for the surfactant. So these are the frontiers we are working with, and then prick it, and then pierce it, and then not only this, the remaining surfactant which has in-house so much of air is dissolved in that strong solvent. So deformer technology and antifoam technology is a very great technology. We are proud to say we are there present in most of your intravenously. Because Serum Institute of COVID, during that time, only our deformer was selected to see that the mRNA vaccines are deformed and injected to you, Harish. Okay. So idea is, you know, the lot of deforming technologies are going to come. One more example I give you. I had a UDCT BSc Tech, Mr. Subramanian, who was a polymer technologist from UDCT. He had a problem in the ear, and his son was also medical doctors. And there was a lot of inside the whole inocular durbeen, jise kehte na, they were not able to see beyond, and he had a lot of problem. So his son, who's himself a medical doctor, came. He said, "Uncle, I have a problem." I said, "What problem?" He said, "We are not able to, our instrumentation is say no, we cannot, and daddy is very, very seriously ill. He has lost the balance and all that." I said, "What is the problem?" He said, "They are not, why the whole thing is not working?" They say, "We cannot see ahead." Why? The smog is there. I was there in Indore, banknote press, Devas, you know, who print for your currency. Same thing happened. The flight is not taking off, and I have a meeting there. So they say 500 meter visibility. We need 1000 meter visibility. Otherwise, we will not take off. So my flight was 2 hours cancelled, but still I had said, "Okay, wait for me." Same thing happened. I said, "Okay, don't worry. You put a deformer." Believe me, they put it. And everything became clear. And they could do the surgery immediately. So this is cross-discipline, you know, approaches. And this is journey. I do not know whether I have did right or wrong. But whatever based on my state of knowledge, current state of knowledge, we did it. And it was true. So basically, the Maragoni effect, understanding, and transport phenomena, understanding of a deformer and antifoam is a very important thing. We can go on talking so many things, but anyway, this is floating and flooding. I told you, surface active advances of how, the float will take place, how the flood will take place. Then we have adhesion. Sorry, this is a spelling mistake of Easter. Because I go to see immediately a mistake first, tiles in Rome. Silane, titanate, zirconates are the materials which form coupling compounds. And then we have always problem of adhesion. Always problem of adhesion. Because today you talk about a wall, paint adhesion is okay because surface energy of the wall is high and then it absorbs, so you have no problem. But the principle of adhesion says if the film surface energy is low and the substrate surface energy is high, adhesion will take place. Means if you see, in other words, many people will not understand the surface energy and enthalpy. If a donor has money and a beggar wants it, and donor will give. If the donor doesn't have money, no amount of how much beggar poor fellow he is, he will not get money. So same way, the substrate and the film has beggar on chooser situation, beggar on donor or seeker. The adhesion is always a problem because nobody understands the surface energy, enthalpy and free energy and entropy of the substrate. Everybody talks paint, straight. Nobody talks about entropy and enthalpy and free energy. Here we talk about Gibbs-Helmholtz free energy equations. Everybody may have seen during BScs or MScs or physical chemistry. It is the principle of adhesion and most people fail. Most people. I have seen many of my customers are big automobile companies where big paint companies are supplied and the pigment and the paints have failed. Paints have failed and their people, Kansai people or Asian people or Berger people, paint technologies, they don't understand that the application fellow has rejected. So what to do all this situation? It is the adhesion. Many times we supply them to see that the whole lot is cleared. We have also done the same thing to the Bombay, Bandra ceiling. Japanese paint started corroding. Without understanding the corrosion inhibitor chemistry, they supplied. And on this system, it was fading. Similarly, these are the systems which have to be understood. Then we have leveling technology. Everybody talks about reduction in surface energy, surface tension. This is understanding of leveling is increasing the surface tension. Mild increase in the surface tension. And this is not done. Mild increase in surface tension will impart the flow. That means your long oil alkyd based enamel, synthetic enamels will not have any leveling problem because they have oil in it. But when we talk about short oil, or alkyd MF, or epoxy MF, or acrylic PU, or acrylic MF, or for that matter polyester MF, or guanamine formaldehyde, this thing, there is no oil. It doesn't level. There we talk about leveling technology on those areas. Then surface energy of enhancer. This is a very special thing, of the lifting technology and also the mild surface activity things. Most paint thinners, paint removers are methylene dichloride based. They lift, but methylene dichloride is banned. MDC is banned, EDC is banned. And still people have to use, because you have to do the repainting, you have to do the rework, you have to do 95% rework, how to remove it. So that time, surface energy active metal, surface energy enhancers are required. Similarly, in a liquiding technology, in the gravure technology, in a high-speed resolubility, we have all pan masala packaging, 7P, 8P, 5P layers. We talk about surface energy enhancer. So we have a very big line there. Then we talk about a small module, silicone. Silicones are taboo in paint technology. We should not use silicone. Everybody says. A smallest of silicone will spoil the paint. Many times I have customer, I can name them, Becker India Limited, Berger Becker. They have huge coil coating plants. One of my student is also the MD of the company, Rajesh Mehrotra. Some of you may be knowing him. So much problem that we have not used silicone in the plant. Not in the coating, not in the thing. And they still have the fisheye, the crater, the level. The reason was, do you know what was the reason? The reason was silly reason. Because all your motors and stirrers and these things are having the silicone grease. And a continuous moving, they drip. एक छोटा सा तिनका गिर गया. Enough. The whole coatings gone. So our product, we were supplying leveling agents, had a problem. So they said, no, we will import. They also had the same problem. They said, no, we will come from Germany. Also had the same problem. Okay, no issue. But I said, okay, you are not listening to me. It is not our problem, because they will think I should defend my company. I said, I am the first fellow who fires my son, the managing director of the company. Why you are talking about yourself? I will not defend. If it is my problem, I will. And if it is not, then I will also not leave you. Anyway, the problem was silicone dripping of the motor upon running, because high temperature greases, because it's a mechanical engineering problem, maintenance problem. That time, suddenly fisheye, crater, all these things took place. And then we had a problem, but we solved that. And believe me, our company solved the problem of all the multinationals, of all the paint suppliers, and also the additive supplier. But we were not given a chance, because I kept my solution 10 times higher than the price of my product. So you use anybody's product. If it happens, it is the product of KTech which will help you, and it is doing. So we were supplying 10 tons, it became only 1 ton, and that price became like 100 tons. It is actually the technology which is silicone. I don't recommend silicone. Silicones are very dangerous subject. But then there are silicone derivatives, like siloxane, silane, silanol, siloxane, copolymers like polydimethyl siloxane, silicone polyether, silicone surfactant. So various grades of polyether, silanol, siloxane derivatives are the frontiers of technology. It's not the additive silicone. As a silicone manufacturer, I am sorry to say that silicone will never find a place, a day in the paint except hammer tone, because it's a defect. Hammer tone is what? A defect, उसमें D हटा दिया है, it became effect. Defect का D हटा दो, तो effect हो जाता है. Okay. Then we have surface active materials like plasticizer grades of flaking off, embrittlement, peeling. I will not go in details. And the catalytic materials like catalysts, dryers, hindered amine light stabilizers, UV absorbers, particularly various reaction catalysts, organic synthesis reactions, polyurethane catalysts, polymerization catalysts, esterification catalysts. We have also worked out for which catalyst is for monoglyceride, which catalyst for esterification, which catalyst for linseed, which is for phenolic, which is for alkyd. All these kinds of things are various grades of frontiers of technology where we talk about monoglyceride process, or from that angle reaction catalyst or organic synthesis catalyst or polyurethane. Then this is an age-old technology. We talk about now the lead-free, we talk about cobalt-free, because lead and cobalt are the banned thing. Lead and cobalt are banned. Nobody should use it. And in fact, printing inks industry, we have phased this out. In some paint industries, 1940s, 1950s is going on. So big the company, bigger is the headache. A lot of cobalt is being used, a lot of lead is being used. These things are very problematic. But we are suddenly, we have made the advances in catalytic chemistries, and we have come out of those run-of-the-mill lead and cobalt, things like that. Then stabilization, hindered amine stabilization, UV absorbers, catalyst, and also the initiators of UV like benzophenones and things like that. And then also chemically active like antioxidants, microbial, fossilized CMIT. See, yesterday we saw, no new chemistry will come in the biocide, nothing. Because taking one chemistry of biocide out, it takes 20 years. It is like taking one chemistry of pigment out, it takes 30 years. Florida exposure also 10 years. And also weatherometry about 8 to 10 years. So no new pigment will come. It will be modified. Frontiers will be modification. Likewise, biocide. Everybody's biocide is same. Everybody's biocide is same. Whether you dissolve here or you dissolve there. It is all going to, because no new chromophore is coming. No new active compound will come. It will be same MIT, CMIT, ZPT, OIT, BIT, and diuron or carbendazim. All those, some are banned, some are not, but it will continue like this. It is how your new frontiers are. We are trying to immobilize and reduce the leaching. So we are making a soluble biocide to a contact biocide. Means it's like this. I give you machine guns, AK-47. When the enemy comes, you can do this. this one way. So machine gun is labile, and we use your discretion. But sometime many theories have come. Yesterday also I saw that you immobilize your machine, single point. So if the enemy is coming to this way, he only will be killed. Other fellows, so enemies also are very intelligent, they will take the different ways. So it is actually how do you do this? You have to balance, you have to do the grafting, but also you have to see that your enemies are killed by those lethal weapons which you have given by reducing their critical miscela concentration level and thereby making them nano and slow release. If you say, somebody was saying, one of the movie, he said, I was there in the movie. He said, where were you? He said, I was in a war scene. I was in a scene where, people were putting the rifles and grenades. So he said, where were you? We did not see. He said, we were there. I had a gun, but I was there. But where were you? Did you see in a corner there was a gunny bag in which I was packed inside and I had a gun. So I had a gun, I was there, but I had no sweet will to see and shoot. We should not go for those kind of overstatements of capabilities. We talk about the things which are necessary. We should avoid those proven material. We should not avoid. We should include those proven additives which have seen 10 years, 20 years, 30 years of life cycle, and then we have to modify them with the help of nanotechnology. So we are doing the work on nanotechnology immobilization in additives of biocide. So rheological control, and then we have flash rush inhibitor. Then we have chemically active static control technology like dissipation of static charges from 10 to the power 9 to 10 to the power 6. And then we have special functions technology working platforms like air release, anti-gassing, metal orientation, matting, hammer tones. There are so many things here. Soft feel like rubber, like on your mobiles. And then reactive mattenings, cycloamidines, work. And then we have specialized hydrophobization of the system like silicone acrylate, just in place curing technology, silicone acrylates, RAD series we call it. And then we are coming to this close. ज़्यादा काम हो गया हमारा, ज़्यादा बात हो गई, वाणी को विराम देना है. Future work on paints and coating additives. It is only possible, future journey and the breaking of new frontiers will be only possible when we talk about understanding the ingredients interaction, cause and effect, and the new synthesis route. So thank you very much. This is a summary here. We can always put, modern paint technology, absorb well, same thing, associates well, same thing, dissolve efficiently and rightly technical service for the journey. So thank you very much. Sorry to say, sorry to hold you for long, extremely sorry. But in case do you have any question, specific question, you can ask. Otherwise, I call it a day. Thank you very much.
Anybody have any question, please?
Any question related to anything, not only additives, huh? Not only additives or not only what I talked. जिंदगी में बहुत सारी समस्याएं होती हैं यार. कपलिंग, आरसीसी देखा है? आरसीसी देखा है, उसको ध्यान में रखना. कपलिंग वहाँ से शुरू होती है, समझ में आया? आरसीसी में कल मैं बीच में बोलना नहीं चाह रहा था, किसी व्यक्ति ने सीमेंट के ऊपर बात की थी और कुछ लोग हमारे थे सीनियर, वो कपलिंग नहीं है. सुन लो, एनी सीमेंट इज ए इंटरलॉकिंग कंपाउंड. पहले मेरे साथ दोहराओ, इंटरलॉकिंग कंपाउंड. एनी सीमेंट, दैट मीन्स मोनो कैल्शियम एल्यूमिनेट, डाई कैल्शियम एल्यूमिनेट, ट्राई कैल्शियम एल्यूमिनेट, ओनली द एल्यूमिनेट फॉर्म्स ऑफ आरसीसी बहुत मजबूत होता है. सो if you allow 28 days curing, And believe me, you allow 28 days curing of the cement water ratio with a certain dispersing agent. हमारे dispersing agent को वहाँ पे slump control और retarder कहा जाता है, जो water based के dispersing agent हम लोग देते हैं पेंट इंडस्ट्री में, उसी का नाम क्या है, retarder, slump control, ये वगैरह वगैरह. So coupling is actually reinforcing of a already hardening material with another metallic material. That means लोहे के छड़े डाल दो. In other words, लब्बो लोहा ये है, if you put rods of सरिया डाल दो सीमेंट में तो हो गई reinforcement. अब इसमें आओ coupling. All the chelates of zirconium, chelates of titanium, chelates of silicon, ये तीनों चाचा ताऊ के लड़के हैं, एक ही लीनियज है, अलग अलग नहीं है. जो समझे वो बेवकूफ है. SITIZR ये होता है तीनों का सिंबल, जिरकोन, सिलिकॉन, टाइटेनियम. ये सब कोवेलेंट बॉन्ड टेट्रावेलेंट बनाते हैं. ठीक है. तो R3SiR3MEY ये है साइलेन का स्ट्रक्चर. R3 एल्कोलाइन ग्रुप, मिथॉक्सी, इथॉक्सी, प्रोपॉक्सी, फलाना धमाका जो भी, मेटल Me एंड Y फंक्शनल ग्रुप, इपॉक्सी, क्लोरो, ऑक्टाइल, फलाना धमाका. आप Me की जगह पे SI रख दो, वही काम करेगा. Me की जगह पे जिरकोनियम रख दो, वही काम करेगा. मेटल से हमें कोई लेना देना नहीं ना यार, हमको तो कपलिंग से लेना देना है. तो ऑल द इथॉक्सी, प्रोपॉक्सी, मिथॉक्सी ग्रुप्स विल टेक द OH ग्रुप ऑफ द vicinity of the coating and form a expulsion of the alcohol, and the other group will combine. So इसको कहते हैं coupling. Means when we try to see R3SiY, R3MEY kind of material where you have 3 alkoxy groups or propoxy group or ethoxy group and a metal and a halogen or vinyl, combine it. तो एक्चुअली ये कपलिंग होता. अब इसको नहीं समझ पाओगे तो इसको ऐसे समझो, बहुत साधारण. तुम हो, तुम्हारी पत्नी है, तुम्हारी कैसे बॉन्डिंग हुई, कपलिंग कैसे हुई. जो तुम्हारा बच्चा है वो कपलिंग एजेंट है. तुम कहीं और के, किसी और बाप के माँ के डेफिनेटली हो गए कि एक दिशा की, वो दूसरी दिशा की. लेकिन जब फैमिली बनी और एक बच्चा पैदा हुआ, उसने कपल किया. अब आप छूट नहीं सकते, कुछ लोग छोड़ देते हैं, बदतमीज है, लेकिन तो वो कपलिंग हुआ. तो इसको 3 भाषाओं में मैंने तुमको समझा दिया. समझ रहे भाई? कपलिंग इज दिस, chemistry wise, socially, and how technically it happens. Okay. It helps adhesion, it helps coefficient of friction, it helps scratch resistance. अगर आपका एडिशन ही इंटीग्रिटी नहीं है, इट गिव्स यू इंटीग्रिटी. अगर आपकी इंटीग्रिटी नहीं है पेंट फिल्म की, तो आप फिर उसको बोलते हैं लाहौल विला कुव्वत, यूपी की भाषा में. सारा बकवास हो, कुछ भी नहीं. जब पेंट रुका ही नहीं तुम्हारा सरफेस पे, तो लाहौल विला कुव्वत. तो ऐसा होता है. बोलो बोलो बोलो, पूछते जाओ यार, प्रश्न पूछना, क्योंकि नॉलेज के 3 भाग होते हैं. सुन लो, यहां पे समझ लो, एक मिनट. नॉलेज के 3 भाग होते हैं. एक होता है कॉमन हाइपोथेसिस, हम जाने, तुम जानो, ये जाने, वो जाने, कोई 2 रुपया एक दूसरे को नहीं देगा. दिस इज कॉल्ड कॉमन हाइपोथेसिस. 2 दूनी 4 होता है, तुम भी जानते हो, ये भी जानते हो, तो इनको तुम 2 रुपये नहीं दोगे, 2 रुपये तुमको नहीं, न ये तुम्हारे सेलर, न ये तुम्हारे, तुम बायर उनके. सो वन इज कॉमन हाइपोथेसिस. दूसरा है क्वेश्चंस. क्वेश्चंस का मतलब सो मेनी डिफिकल्टीज, सो मेनी माइंड बॉगलिंग क्वेश्चंस. यही जर्नी में यही क्वेश्चंस ही. और तीसरा है मिस्टिक एक्सपीरियंस. तो साइंस का काम क्या है, साइंस और इंजीनियरिंग और टेक्नोलॉजी का काम क्या है? गो ऑन आस्किंग क्वेश्चंस. उपनिषद यही कहता है, गो ऑन रिप्लाइंग क्वेश्चंस, गो ऑन इंक्रीजिंग योर नॉन कॉमन हाइपोथेसिस, and go on reducing the quotient of questions. So one day everybody is enlightened. Okay, now your question. And leave the mystic experiences. वो साइंस का काम नहीं है, वो स्पिरिचुअलिटी का, वो 75 के बाद आता है उम्र की.
आपने जो बात की है कि हाइड्रोजन ऑफ पेंट्स ऑन डिफरेंट सबस्टेंसेस.
हाँ.
मेरा ऐसा कि whatever we are manufacturing or developing the paints, for example, waterproofing acrylic segment paints. So for any vertical or horizontal surfaces. So
मतलब नॉन पोरस, मेटालिक, नॉन मेटालिक सरफेस बताओ पहले.
cementitious.
Cementitious means porous.
Porous.
Means एल्यूमिनेट, कैल्शियम एल्यूमिनेट, डाई कैल्शियम एल्यूमिनेट मीन्स उसमें सब कुछ हाइड्राइस एनहाइड्रस केओलिन है, सब कुछ है। हाँ ठीक है।
क्वेश्चन ऐसा है कि पेंट का कॉन्सेप्ट है कि द सरफेस शुड बी एब्सॉर्बेंट। जो पेंट हम बनाते हैं वो पेंट का मैकेनिज्म ऐसा है कि जो सरफेस पे लगाएंगे
फॉर मैकेनिकल एडिशन,
या
फॉर मैकेनिकल एडिशन तुम्हारे पास दानी जो है उसके पास इनफ पैसा हो देने के लिए हम भीख मांगने जाए, जब हम जाए पैसा हमें दे दे, ये ऐसा होता है। तो एब्जॉर्बेंट सरफेस, इसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं हुई, इस दीवार पे थूक दोगे ना वही चिपक जाता है। तो कौन से बड़ा पेंट वाले लोगों ने कौन सा 3 तूफान चला दिया, एक एब्जॉर्बेंट सरफेस के ऊपर एक बिनाइन सरफेस के ऊपर चिपका दिया पेंट, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं। अब आगे बोलो तुम्हारी प्रॉब्लम क्या है।
अगर वही पेंट मैं नॉन एब्सॉर्बेंट सरफेस पे यूज करता हूं तो व्हाट विल हैपन?
हाँ, गुड क्वेश्चन। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, यदि तो तुम एक्रिलिक टेक्नोलॉजी पे हो, पॉलीयूरेथेन डिस्पर्शन टेक्नोलॉजी पे नहीं हो, तो तुम्हारा कोई कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकता, तुम्हारा डिजाइन नहीं होगा। अब बात आती है एक्रिलिक में भी लो टीजी, हाई टीजी, फलाना धमाका बहुत सारे है ना, मिनिमम फिल्म फॉर्मिंग टेम्परेचर MFFT होता है, लो टी। जनरली कहा जाता है कि लो टीजी वाला जो होता है वो ज्यादा चिपक जाता है और हाई टीजी वाला पील ऑफ हो जाता है। ठीक है, तो यहां से अगर तुम चलते हो आगे तो इसको पॉलीयूरेथेन डिस्पर्शन से कंबाइन करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि एक्चुअली सम ऑफ द सर्फेसेस इट विल टेक, दैट मींस इफ योर टीजी इज लो, इफ योर टीजी इज 6, 7, 8, तो possibly on a metal surface it will adhere, but if the TG is 10, what is TG? Sorry, I'm only trying to say the temperature above which it is and below which it is glass, above which it is rubber, so it is a glass transition temperature. अगर आपका मटेरियल रबर जैसा चिपचिपा है तो वो सरफेस पे चिपकेगा, समझ रहे हो, और अगर वो कड़क हो गया तो नहीं चिपकेगा।
बट एक ऑब्जर्वेशन ऐसा था कि वो नॉन पोरस
नॉन
एब्सॉर्बेंट सरफेस पे एडिशन आ गया है, बट रेनिंग में इट पिल आउट।
वो एडिशन नहीं, वो मैकेनिकल एडिशन, फॉल्स एडिशन है। सरफेस एनर्जी के 3 भाग होते हैं, सरफेस एनर्जी फिल्म की और सरफेस की एक हो सकती है। सरफेस एनर्जी फिल्म की ज्यादा हो और सबस्ट्रेट की कम हो, एक सिचुएशन। सरफेस एनर्जी सबस्ट्रेट की ज्यादा और फिल्म की कम, 3 सिचुएशन। एक में दोनों की बराबर, फिल्म और सबस्ट्रेट, एक में इसकी ज्यादा एक में इसकी ज्यादा। तो कंडीशन, 3 कंडीशन में 3 अलग बातें। अगर सरफेस एनर्जी ऑफ दैट फिल्म इज हाई एंड सरफेस एनर्जी ऑफ द सबस्ट्रेट इज लो, एडिशन विल नॉट टेक प्लेस प्राइमरली पहले दिन से। लेकिन यदि किसी तरीके से तुम्हारा जोड़ तोड़ हो गया, कहीं 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 का रोड़ा भानुमति ने कुनबा जोड़ दिया तुमने और दोनों का बराबर आ गया, सरफेस एनर्जी ऑफ द सबस्ट्रेट, सरफेस एनर्जी ऑफ द फिल्म इज सेम, तो टेम्पररी एडिशन। इसको कहते हैं पीलेबल कोटिंग। करते हो ना तुम लोग पीलेबल कोटिंग, रस्ट प्रिवेंटिव, पीलेबल कोटिंग, विनाइल बेस फलाना, तो सिर्फ रोक दिया। और यदि तुम्हारी सरफेस एनर्जी सबस्ट्रेट की ज्यादा है और फिल्म की कम है तो एडिशन पक्का होगा। इसीलिए क्या किया जाता है, सरफेस प्रिपरेशन। पेंट वाले सरफेस प्रिपरेशन करते हैं और इंक वाले सरफेस प्रिपरेशन, सरफेस ट्रीटमेंट करते हैं। तो सरफेस ट्रीटमेंट का मतलब क्या होता है, लेजर, प्लाज्मा, थर्मल, डिफ्यूज्ड, आयनिक, प्रोटॉन, न्यूट्रॉन, दुनिया भर की। और सरफेस प्रिपरेशन तुम लोग का क्या है, मैकेनिकल के लिए तैयार करते हो सरफेस। कैसे करते हो, घिसाई करते हो, 0 नंबर, सैंड ब्लास्टिंग, शॉर्ट ब्लास्टिंग, हीट ब्लास्टिंग, फलाना डबा। पेंट वाले लोग मैकेनिकल में रहते हैं क्योंकि वो सिखाया गया है। तो अभी जो नई बातें आ रही हैं वो कपलिंग का सिद्धांत है, वो है एडिशन प्रमोशन का सिद्धांत। वो इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ माइक्रो रफनेस है, यानी आपको जरूरी नहीं कि सरफेस के ऊपर रफनेस हो, बट अगर सरफेस को आप पहचान गए हो और उसके अंदर प्रोट्रूडिंग हाइड्रोक्सिल ग्रुप्स हैं तो आप अपने फिल्म में कपलिंग कंपाउंड, यदि ये नहीं है उसमें तो आपका कोई ना साइलेन चलेगा, ना जिरकोनेट चलेगा, ना टाइटेनेट चलेगा। उसके लिए सिद्धांत ये है कि मियाँ बीबी के बीच में दोनों फर्टाइल होने चाहिए, नहीं तो बच्चे नहीं होंगे, तो कपलिंग नहीं होगी। आप डाल दिए लेकिन वो इंटरनली कंज्यूम्ड हो जाएगा। इसीलिए अक्सर पूरी दुनिया में ये सिलेन वाले बेचने वाले सारे टोयो जो डाव शॉ बोलते नहीं है कि इंटरनली कंज्यूम्ड हो जाता है। वो आपके 2 OH ग्रुप को आपस ही में बांध देगा। तो इसके लिए साइलेन 3 दिन के बाद, 5 दिन के बाद, जादू दिखाने के बाद आगे नहीं चलता है, नहीं चलता है ना, एडिशन लॉस हो जाता है, बेकार हो, इंटरनली कंज्यूम्ड हो गया। यानी कि हमने आपको AK-47 दी और कहा दुश्मन आए तो मार देना, और आपने घड़ी में गुस्सा हो गए, घड़ी में चला दी, तो उस केमिस्ट्री को ये नहीं पता किसको मारना है, वो चल गई ऐसा। ठीक, थैंक यू। हाँ, रॉकेट साइंस, फैंटास्टिक. प्रोपेलेंट पे हो आप? ओके, वी वर्क ऑन प्रोपेलेंट ऑल्सो. या ओके.
ईपीडीएम बेस्ड इंसुलेटर यूज करते हैं. ईपीडीएम इथिलीन प्रोपिलीन डाइमोनोल इथिलीन
ईपीडीएम रबर. हाँ.
ईपीडीएम बेस्ड रबर
इंसुलेटर.
इंसुलेटर यूज करते हैं. बट वो क्या है कि उसको जब प्रोपेलेंट कास्टिंग करनी होती है उससे पहले उसको सरफेस प्रिपरेशन करना पड़ता है. और एक बहुत बड़ी लेंथी प्रोसेस है कि वही जो जैसे आपने बोला सरफेस एब्रेडिंग करो. एब्रेडिंग के बाद उसको क्लीनिंग करते हैं. क्लीनिंग के बाद उसमें फिर प्रोपेलेंट और जो ईपीडीएम है दोनों में बॉन्डिंग अच्छा हो इसलिए इंटरफेस एजेंट एक लाइनर लगाना पड़ता है उससे मटेरियल का. ये काफी सारी टाइम कंज्यूमिंग है प्रोसेस.
तभी तो रॉकेट साइंस है. आगे बोलो. हाँ तो हाँ,
इसके लिए ये जो ईपीडीएम जैसी चीज है उसमें अगर ये सरफेस प्रिपरेशन ही नहीं करना पड़े ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या सर हम लोग?
देखो 12 ohms surface, you need a non-conducting zone in your rocket, but the surface resistance of a conductor is a very low, 10 to the power 2 or even less ohms, means flow of current immediately हो जाए. अब इसके बीच में एक स्थिति आती है डेसिपेशन की. दैट मीन्स नाइदर इट्स लाइक सेमी कंडक्टर. चलो मैं ऐसे बोल देता हूँ, तुम्हारे रॉकेट साइंस में सेमी कंडक्टर, बट यहाँ के हिसाब से पेंट वालों के हिसाब से डेसिपेशन रेट, स्टैटिक चार्जेस, इलेक्ट्रोस्टैटिक, ये सब लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं वर्ड है ना. डेसिपेशन ऑफ एक्यूमुलेटेड स्टैटिक चार्जेस इज एंटीस्टैटिक एजेंट्स. सेम आर जब कोई सॉलिड वाला करेगा तो हम उसको कहेंगे रैप राउंड इफेक्ट, कंडक्टिविटी मॉडिफायर. तो कंडक्टिविटी मॉडिफायर, स्टैटिक चार्जेस और रेजिस्टेंस ये एक ही जात है. एक ही चीज को 3 अलग अलग दिशाओं से देखने के पहलू हैं. तो नाउ विद द ईपीडीएम मटेरियल व्हेन यू आर ट्राइंग टू पुट ए दिस थिंग, ईपीडीएम इज अ रबर. अब इसमें 2 को पॉलीमर होता है. ये एक है रबर यानी कि प्रोपिलीन का, और एक होता है इथिलीन का. ये दोनों का मटेरियल जो है ये दोनों क्रिस्टलाइन होते हैं और एक एमॉर्फस होता है. रबर इज एमॉर्फस और इथिलीन डेरिवेटिव्स आर क्रिस्टलाइन. इथिलीन, एसिटिलीन, पॉलीथिलीन, डाइट, ऑल दैट PP, HDLD, दे आर ऑल हैविंग द क्रिस्टलिनिटी. आपने इसको 2 को समत्व पे लाना है. जो मार्केट में मिल रहा है, नहीं मैं ये इसलिए कहना चाह रहा हूँ, तुम्हारी रॉकेट साइंस को तुम्हें बैलगाड़ी साइंस बनानी है तो उसको जमीन पे लाना है तो समझो मेरी बात, वरना तो कोई बात ही नहीं. कोई भी ग्रेड ले रहे हो, ग्रेड बनवाओ अपने लिए जिसमें रबर का कंपोनेंट ज्यादा हो और इथिलीन का कम हो, चिपक जाएगा. ठीक, और फिर कपलिंग एजेंट डाल दो बस. ओके.
Now this additive subject is very wide. You can take afterward.
तो मुझे क्यों दिया बोलने को?
नहीं.
मैंने कह रहा था कि मेरा लड़का आगे बोलेगा.
It's a very wide subject and there is no end to this subject because lot of ingredient, lot of materials are used in the paint formulation. Pigments are there, extender are there, binder are there. They are having their own specific properties. But I'll tell you very frankly, the additive role is very important. They will give you the performance, better performance by adding in a very small amount of additive. But the selection of additive is very important. Selection of additive and order of addition is very important. See, when you are preparing paint, everybody know the formulation is, many formulations are available. But even though you cannot produce the paint of that quality, because the order of addition is very important in the paint formulation, not the formulation is important. So similarly, the role of additive is very important, but the selection of additive is also important. Next time we'll call Srivastava ji for the different type of program also, motivational program. Apart from motivational program also, and Sobit will come for the technology program.
यही तो प्लानिंग थी, लेकिन तूने फंसा दिया मुझे, शकल दिखा के अपनी.
Anyhow,
हल्दी देखी, हल्दी देखी और केसर देखा, दोनों पीले होते हैं ना पीले. और एक बनाता है दाल, एक बनाता है खीर. आपने हल्दी डाल दी खीर में और केसर डाल दिया दाल में, तो क्या होना है? तो ये सब ऐसे जजमेंट चाहिए एडिटिव में.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Srivastava, you have given a very good presentation and very good knowledge to the people. I will invite our next speaker, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal ji, on construction chemical.
Actually, sorry for one more second. One of my difficult time is today. One of in Tata Memorial Hospital, my brother has expired, and I have to go for a cremation. So sorry
Okay.
for it.
So just
Died of the cancer. Yeah. हाँ, he was in hospital. This morning only. हाँ, मैं निकलना चाहूँगा. Sorry. इसलिए मैं ये भी नहीं बोल सकता कि बचे कुछ क्वेश्चन बाद में मुझसे
कहीं भी बता दीजिए ना, आवाज़ अच्छे से आ जाए बस।
He is my college senior. Dr. Singh. My teacher too, because he taught us as a application. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yes. प्रेसिडेंट साहब भी तो आए हैं।
we appreciate the contribution from KTech India Limited. Always he is supporting the surface coating society. Now one more announcement I am going to make. The PACT will be the next our co-partners. PACT is going to be our next
You heard
co-partner.
the name of that Paint and Coating Technology Association of India. We have 10,000 strong alumni worldwide making paints. So I have extended my helping hand to him. In fact, he is my brother only, so maybe we have the same common philosophy of enriching and teaching, the students. So that's why today, I was very unhappy. I was about to tell the director that there are no students. He has not sent.
Our mission, our goal is same, to spread fraternity. Secondly, to connect the institute with the industry.
Yes.
Our motto is same.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
हमारा आशीर्वाद है।
So now I invite Mr. Sandeep Agarwal ji for his presentation. He will introduce himself.
नमस्कार, मैं यहाँ पर साक्षी केम साइंसेस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के बारे में आपको बताने आया हूँ। मेरा नाम संदीप अग्रवाल है और मैं यहीं पूना से ही मेरी पढ़ाई पूरी हुई है। MIT पुणे से मैं पास आउट हुआ हूँ और पॉलीमर इंजीनियरिंग के अंदर मैंने पढ़ाई करी है और मैं उसी लाइन के अंदर अपना काम कर रहा हूँ। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि मैं उसी नगरी के अंदर फिर से लौटा हूँ और मैं कुछ आपके सामने कुछ बताने आया हूँ। ये जो कंपनी है साक्षी केम साइंसेस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, ये लगभग आज से 20 साल पहले इसको खड़ा किया गया और इसका एक मेन उद्देश्य जो है कि जो केमिकल लाइंस में या पेंट में या इस तरह से जो भारत में बहुत सारा इंपोर्ट हो रहा है और लगभग उसकी तादाद बढ़ती चले जा रही है, उसमें मैं कुछ अपना योगदान दूँ और उस करते करते मैं रॉ मटेरियल्स भी जो है वो भारत में बने हुए रॉ मटेरियल्स का ही इस्तेमाल करूं उन प्रोडक्ट बनाने में, या उन जो भी हम लोग प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं या जो नई चीज़ें ला रहे हैं, तो उसी के अंदर अपना कंपनी का योगदान रहा है। अभी मैं अपने आपके सामने आरडीपी के बारे में बताने आ रहा हूँ। आरडीपी हम लोग भारत में बना रहे हैं। इसका लगभग बहुत सारा हिस्सा, लगभग ऐसा समझ लीजिए 95 या 99% जो माल है ये विदेशों से आ रहा है और अलग अलग कंपनीज़ का माल यहाँ पे आ रहा है। बट हमने एक छोटा सा प्रयोग शुरू किया है, ये पिछले 5-6 साल से हम लोग ये काम कर रहे हैं और हम आरडीपी भारत में बना रहे हैं। आरडीपी के हम लोग बेसिक मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं और दूसरी बात, इसमें कोई भी रॉ मटेरियल विदेशों से नहीं आ रहा है, कोई इंपोर्ट नहीं हो रहा है और पूरा स्प्रे ड्राइड ये वो हम खुद कर रहे हैं। इमल्शंस भी हम खुद बना रहे हैं, पॉलीमर भी हम बना रहे हैं और ड्राई भी कर रहे हैं। और ये मोटा जो माल है आरडीपी, ये वॉल पुट्टी और ड्राई मिक्स मोटार्स में ज़्यादा है। ड्राई मिक्स मोटार मतलब टाइल एडेसिव्स या फिर ब्लॉक जॉइनिंग मोटार्स, इस तरह के जो प्रोडक्ट हैं। मैं अपनी कंपनी के बारे में तो बता ही चुका हूँ कि हम लोग ड्राई मिक्स मोटार एडिटिव्स में हैं और लास्ट 2 दशक से हैं। और हम लोगों का जो कमिटमेंट है या मिशन जिसको बोलेंगे, तो कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव सॉल्यूशन हम लोग दिया जाए और क्वालिटी के साथ हम लोग सस्ते के अंदर आपको प्रोडक्ट दिया जाए। अब मैं आ जाता हूँ आरडीपी के ऊपर। आरडीपी बेसिकली हम लोग जो डालते हैं ये नॉर्मली इनऑर्गेनिक सिस्टम के अंदर, इनऑर्गेनिक सिस्टम मतलब जैसे जो सीमेंटिशियस सिस्टम रहेगा या लाइम बेस रहेगा या जिप्सम बेस रहेगा, इसके अंदर एक ऑर्गेनिक मटेरियल डाला जाए जिसके कारण जो इसकी अडेजन जो है या बाइंडिंग जो क्षमता है वो बढ़ाया जाए। क्योंकि कैसे होता है कि सीमेंट, पुराने सीमेंट के ऊपर ओल्ड टू न्यू के अंदर बॉन्डिंग नहीं होती है, जिप्सम भी चीज़ों को पकड़ता नहीं है, उसके लिए भी कुछ अडेजन प्रोमोटर या अडेजन लगाना होता है या कोई ग्लू सॉर्ट ऑफ। तो आरडीपी जो है ये उस तरह का काम करता है। तो ये बेसिकली ये नॉर्मली ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट होते हैं, पॉलीमर्स होते हैं, और जो इनऑर्गेनिक सिस्टम्स होते हैं जैसे सीमेंट है, सीमेंटेशियस सिस्टम है, उनको पुरानी चीज़ों के ऊपर अडेयर करना या चिपकाना, उसके लिए इसका इस्तेमाल होता है। दूसरी बात, ये पाउडर फॉर्म में होते हैं, ये वाटर सोल्यूबल बोल सकते हैं इसको, वाटर डिस्पर्सिबल, इमल्शन फॉर्मेबल, इस तरह के ये प्रोडक्ट होते हैं। और पहले तो होते ही हैं इमल्शन, उसको ड्राई करके वापस आप उसको यूज़ किया जा सकता है। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि इससे जो प्रोडक्ट्स बनते हैं वो वॉल पुट्टी है, टाइल एडेसिव्स है, ग्राउट्स है, या फिर कोटिंग्स भी इससे भी आने लगी है। तो इस तरह के इसके एप्लीकेशंस हैं। अब इसके फीचर्स क्या क्या हैं? देखिए, आरडीपी का जो मेन एप्लीकेशन है दैट इज़ अडेजन, क्योंकि सीमेंटिशियस सिस्टम के अंदर अडेजन जो पुराना जो सीमेंट लगा रहेगा या पुराना जो कंक्रीट की वॉल रहेगी या प्लास्टर रहेगा, उसके ऊपर नया प्लास्टर अगर आप चिपकाने जाते हैं या नई कोई चीज़ चिपकाने जाते हैं तो चिपकती नहीं है। ठीक है, तो उसके लिए आपको अडेजन के लिए कोई ना कोई ग्लू डालना पड़ेगा या कोई ना कोई आपको ऑर्गेनिक पॉलीमर इस तरह से डाला जाए कि जिसके कारण आपका अडेजन या वो सिस्टम दीवार पर अच्छी तरह से चिपक जाए। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी ये प्रोवाइड करता है कि कहीं आपको कहीं फ्लेक्सिबल चाहिए, कहीं क्रैक रेजिस्टेंस चाहिए, तो ये भी उस काम में आ सकता है। ये वर्केबिलिटी भी, क्योंकि सीमेंट की जो मेन प्रॉपर्टी जो चाहिए दैट इज़ वर्केबल, क्योंकि कैसे पुट्टी लगाना है, टाइल एडेसिव लगाना है, तो आपको उसकी फिनिश करते हुए उसकी वर्केबिलिटी भी चाहिए, तो वर्केबिलिटी का भी ये काम करता है। फिर एक ड्यूरेबिलिटी भी एस्पेक्ट है कि जितनी अच्छी बाइंडिंग होगी, जितना सब कुछ होगा, उतनी आपकी प्रोडक्ट वॉल पुट्टी, टाइल एडेसिव या फिर मोटार, प्लास्टर, ये सब ड्यूरेबल बनेंगे। क्रैक रेजिस्टेंस भी, क्योंकि पॉलीमर है तो सीमेंट की एक प्रॉपर्टी होती है श्रिंकेज की, तो उसमें क्रैक्स आने के चांस होते हैं, तो ये डालने से आपके क्रैक रेजिस्टेंस बढ़ता है। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि ये जो जितने भी हम सीमेंट के साथ में जो डोलोमाइट डाल रहे हैं या सैंड डाल रहे हैं या और भी चीज़ें जो डाल रहे हैं, उसकी जो कॉम्पेटिबिलिटी एक पूरा की पूरा मिक्स होना चाहिए या सब प्रॉपर्टीज़ एनहांस होनी चाहिए, उसका भी ये काम करता है। अब मैं आता हूँ कि आरडीपी के टाइप्स कितने हैं। ठीक है, तो हम लोग जो बना रहे हैं वो लगभग 3 पॉलीमर्स बना रहे हैं और चौथा जो है वो सिंगल पॉलीमर है। तो 3 पॉलीमर मतलब ऐसा है कि इसमें अलग अलग एप्लीकेशन को हम लोगों ने उसे डिवाइड किया है। तो वॉल पुट्टी है, तो वॉल पुट्टी के अंदर कैसे होता है कि रिपीट एप्लीकेशन होता है, पहला हाथ लगा फिर दूसरा हाथ या तीसरा हाथ, तो दूसरे हाथ का रिसेप्शन भी उसमें होना चाहिए, अडेजन भी होना चाहिए, तो उसके लिए हमने उसको डिवाइड किया है, दैट इज रीडिस्पर्सिबल पॉलीमर पाउडर अकुलपॉल 9192। ये नॉर्मली वॉल पुट्टी एप्लीकेशन या रिपीट एप्लीकेशन आप इसको समझ लीजिए। दूसरा जो है अकुलपॉल 3032, ये नॉर्मली जो सिंगल एप्लीकेशन जहाँ पर जैसे टाइल एडेसिव हैं, मोटार्स हैं, प्लास्टर्स हैं, ब्लॉक जॉइनिंग मोटार्स, ग्राउट्स, तो उसके लिए ये पॉलीमर चल सकता है। तीसरा जो है हाइड्रोफोबिक बोलते हैं प्रीमिक्स या किट, तो उस तरह से ये प्रोडक्ट है, इसमें RDP MHC एक प्रोपोर्शनेट में मिला होता है, आपको पर टन या पर एप्लीकेशन के हिसाब से आपका इस्तेमाल होता है। ये अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट के हिसाब से ये इसकी किट या सिंगल पॉलीमर अलग अलग होते हैं। जैसे पुट्टी के लिए अलग रहेगा, टाइल एडेसिव के लिए अलग रहेगा। टाइल एडेसिव में है ये मेन एप्लीकेशन है, बाकी जो दूसरे टाइल ग्राउट, पेंट एंड कोटिंग, EPS इसमें कम है। अभी मेन जो एप्लीकेशन के अंदर जहाँ इस्तेमाल हो रहा है दैट इज वॉल पुट्टी एंड टाइल एडेसिव। थोड़ा सा मैं आपको हिस्ट्री के बारे में इसको बताता हूँ कि RDP की ज़रूरत क्यों पड़ी है। क्योंकि कैसे है कि नॉर्मली जो भी अगर आप सीमेंट का प्लास्टर बनाएंगे या सीमेंट का कोई भी प्रोडक्ट बनाएंगे और वो आप लगाने की कोशिश करेंगे, कोई क्रैक के लिए लगाएंगे या किसी भी एप्लीकेशन में लगाएंगे, तो वो पूरी तरह से चिपकता नहीं है या फिर थोड़े दिनों बाद में छूट जाता है। तो इस तरह की एक रॉ मटेरियल की ज़रूरत तो थी ही इस इंडस्ट्री में। तो ये W हेमी करके जो है ये इन्होंने एक पॉलीमर खोजा जो विच इज़ कॉम्पेटिबल विथ सीमेंट ऑल्सो, एंड इट इज़ जिसको बोलेंगे कि बहुत अच्छा अडेजन देता है। तो जिससे कैसे होता है कि जो रिपेयर वर्क है या फिनिशिंग वर्क है वो फिर पॉसिबल होना चालू हुआ। इसके पहले जब भी पुट्टी बनती थी तो वो नॉर्मली ऑयल पेंट या गट्टू पेंट, गट्टू पुट्टी जो बोलते थे या गट्टू पेंट, तो वाइटिंग और ऑयल पेंट ले लिया और वो मिला के लगा दिया, तो अब उससे थोड़ा सा छुटकारा मिला। पर वो होता कैसा था कि उसके अंदर वाटर रेजिस्टेंस नहीं मिलता था, जो सीमेंट की जो प्रॉपर्टी चाहिए आपको कि वाटर रेजिस्टेंस मतलब सीमेंट से क्या नाम है, पानी से कुछ ना हो, तो अब वो चीज़ें होने लगी है। जिससे कैसे है कि आपका जो रेगुलर सीमेंट जो प्रोडक्ट है, मतलब सीमेंट सैंड बोलेंगे, सीमेंट डोलोमाइट, तो वो आप यूज़ कर सकते हैं विद दिस पॉलीमर। तो ये एक अच्छी चीज़ घटी है और इसकी हिस्ट्री ज़्यादा पुरानी नहीं है, 50 साल ही हुए हैं। और अभी ये भारत में मोटा मोटी 99% 95% बोलेंगे तो ये लगभग इंपोर्ट ही हो रहा है। और ये जो इंपोर्ट हो रहा है ये लगभग ऐसा समझ लीजिए 70,000 टन पर ईयर आ रहा है। और ये भी आंकड़े हैं, हर महीना लगभग 6 से 7,000 टन आ रहा है। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि कई अलग अलग HSN कोड में भी आ रहा है, वो उसको पकड़ना या उसको समझना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है, तो ये डाटा के अंदर शायद वो चीज़ें छूट जा रही हो, बट मोटा मोटी आप समझ लीजिए 70,000 से 80,000 टन पर मंथ आ रहा है। अब यहाँ मैं आप लोगों से अपेक्षा रखूँगा कि अब भारत में ये चीज़ें बनने लगी हैं, तो भारत के भी लोग, और मैं ही अकेला नहीं हूँ, और भी 2-3 मैन्युफैक्चरर धीरे धीरे आने लगे हैं, तो अब आप पर भी एक दायित्व बन रहा है, कंसल्टेंट लोगों पर भी है कि वो लोग भारतीय जो मैन्युफैक्चरर उनके बारे में भी सोचना चालू करें। देखिए विदेशी प्रोडक्ट तो अच्छे है ही, उसके बारे में कोई बोल ही नहीं सकेगा। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि वो काफ़ी एडवांस भी हैं। दूसरी बात सारी चीज़ें जो है रॉ मटेरियल भी इंपोर्ट हो रहे हैं, तो अगर हम लोग कोई प्रयास कर रहे हैं तो आप लोगों का उसमें आशीर्वाद मिलना ज़रूरी है, और उससे चीज़ें जो है भारत में बनने लगेगी। बहुत सारी चीज़ों के अंदर आप लोगों ने आशीर्वाद दिया, अब वो चीज़ें इंपोर्ट होना बंद हो गई हैं। जैसे एक्रिलिक बाइंडर्स है, पहले इंपोर्ट होते थे, अब लगभग भारत में ही पूरे बनने लगे, अब शायद विदेशों से आना ही बंद हो गया। कई सारे रेजिन्स भी जो हैं पहले विदेशों से आते थे, अब नहीं आ रहे हैं। अब मैं यहाँ पर आपको वॉल पुट्टी इंडस्ट्री के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताना चाहूँगा। देखिए ऐसे एप्लीकेशन तो बहुत सारे थे, पर ये पेंट रिलेटेड है, तो मैं सोचा कि वॉल पुट्टी के बारे में बात की जाए। वॉल पुट्टी इंडस्ट्री में कहाँ से चैलेंज आ रहे हैं, क्या हो रहा है और कहाँ दिक्कतें हो रही है। क्योंकि कैसे मैं अब 2 दिन से, कल से यहाँ पे था, कई लोगों से बात कर रहा हूँ, कंसल्टेंट लोगों से भी बात कर रहा हूँ, तो सब लोगों का यही कहना पड़ रहा है कि अब पुट्टी का बिजनेस जो है वो कम होते जा रहा है, लोग उस पर ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हैं या लगभग बंद होते आ रहा है। देखिए बात ऐसा है, पुट्टी का इस्तेमाल बंद नहीं हुआ है, पुट्टी के तरफ की जो सोच है वो गड़बड़ हो गई है। हम MSME या जो स्मॉल मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं उन लोगों की सोच जो है इसमें बदलनी पड़ेगी। देखिए आज अगर हम बात करेंगे, अगर आप इधर उधर से पता करेंगे, यहाँ पर कई लोग जो बड़ी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री में है, जैसे एशियन है या फिर बर्जर, नेरोलैक, इन लोगों के जो कंसल्टेंट है या इन लोगों से जो जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, अगर आप उनसे बात करेंगे तो वो लोग अपना पुट्टी का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाते चले जा रहे हैं और बहुत जल्दी और बहुत ज़्यादा परसेंटेज में बढ़ा रहे हैं, जो कि ये भी एक सोचनीय बात है कि हम ये समझ रहे हैं कि हम पुट्टी बना रहे हैं और हम उसके अंदर कमा नहीं पा रहे हैं, तो फिर ये लोग ऐसा क्यों बनाते चले जा रहे हैं। तो इसके पीछे की जो सोच है वो इम्पोर्टेंट है, वो मैं सोच भी पूरी डिस्कस करूंगा। पहले मैं थोड़ा सा चैलेंजेस के बारे में बता देता हूं। तो इसमें कैसे है कि रॉ मटेरियल की कीमतें बढ़ रही हैं, दूसरी बात ऐसा है बड़ी कंपनियों के जो प्रोडक्ट हैं उनकी कीमतें कांस्टेंट रह रही हैं, और एक हमें जो जिसको बोलूँगा मैं कि एक ट्रैप हमें किया जा रहा है कि वॉल पुट्टी हैज़ टू बी वाइट। देखिए वॉल पुट्टी वाइट होना बिल्कुल भी ज़रूरी नहीं है। आज से 25-30 साल पहले कई सारे जो लोग कुछ याद करेंगे तो पुट्टी ऑफ वाइट हुआ करती थी, पोरबंदर वाइटिंग से बनती थी या पीओपी से बनती थी, मतलब बगैर गर्म किया हुआ पीओपी से बनती थी, और उसमें आसानी से वो कलर ऑफ वाइट रहता था। इवन ऑटोमोटिव इंडस्ट्री में आज भी जो है वो ग्रे कलर की ही पुट्टी बनती है और उसके ऊपर पेंट लगते हैं। तो ये जो एक ट्रैप हमें जो दिया जा रहा है एमएसएमई के अंदर, क्योंकि कैसे है कि अगर हम डोलोमाइट अगर देखेंगे तो भारत में 3 या 4 जगह पर ही डोलोमाइट मिलता है। अलवर राजस्थान में मिलता है, कटनी जबलपुर के आसपास, और पीडी गुरला, ये मोटा मोटी 3 सेंटर्स हैं। अब ये 3 जगह से पूरे भारत भर में कहीं पर भी आप डोलोमाइट लेके जाएंगे तो 2-3 रुपया 1 रुपया अलग अलग जगह से कीमत लगेगी। फिर वाइट डोलोमाइट अगर लेते हैं तो साथ में उसके साथ आपको वाइट सीमेंट लगेगा, जो कि भारत में 2 ही फैक्ट्रीज़ हैं, जेके बिरला, सकरने भी कुछ बना रहे हैं। तो अल्टीमेटली आपको ये तीनों लोगों से ही खरीदना है। और अगर जैसे मैं नागपुर से हूँ तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि गोठन राजस्थान से अगर नागपुर में सीमेंट की बैग आती है तो 150 रुपया उसके ऊपर फ्रेट लग रहा है, लगभग 3 रुपया केजी के ऊपर फ्रेट लग रहा है। ठीक है, तो उस और उतना ही फ्रेट हम डोलोमाइट पे कहीं दे रहे हैं, दूर से मंगा रहे हैं। तो ये सब कारणों से कैसे हो रहा है कि हमारी पुट्टी जो है वो वायबल नहीं बन रही है, महंगी बन जा रही है। दूसरी बात ऐसी है कि हम लोगों का जो फोकस है कि हर चीज़ से हमें कमाना ही है। कुछ चीज़ें सर्विस के लिए भी रहती है, कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती है कि प्रमोशनल होती हैं, उस पर भी हमें ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। अगर आपका इमल्शन का, वाटर बेस का या पेंट का बिजनेस अगर आपको बढ़ाना है तो सबसे पहले आपको ये देखना पड़ेगा कि आप उस प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर उस दुकानदार के पास पहुँचें, क्योंकि जो पुट्टी बेचेगा वही पेंट बेचेगा। ये लाइन बिल्कुल आप कंसल्टेंट लोग भी अपने जो कस्टमर्स है या जिनको आप कंसल्टेंसी प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं उनको बताइए। देखिए धीरे धीरे आज अगर पुट्टी की बारी आई है, जो पुट्टी का बिजनेस बड़े बड़े जो कंपनियां हैं वो निपटा रही है, तो जल्दी ही पेंट की भी बारी आएगी और इमल्शंस की भी बारी आएगी। क्योंकि देखिए ऐसा है, उनका उद्देश्य पुट्टी बनाना नहीं है, पुट्टी वो सिर्फ एंट्री लेवल के लिए बना रहे हैं। और मैं कई लोगों से बात करता हूं तो कहीं पर 1500 रुपया, कहीं 1700 रुपया पर टन का नुकसान हो रहा है। प्रॉफिट तो बड़ी कंपनियां पुट्टी से कर ही नहीं रही है, जितना कम से कम हो सकता है वो प्रॉफिट बोलता नुकसान कर रही है या ज़्यादा नुकसान हो रहा है। बट वो एक काम जरूर कर रही है, वो क्वालिटी पुट्टी बना रहे हैं। वो पुट्टी उनकी फेल नहीं होती है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो क्वालिटी या उसके अंदर सारे बाइंडर्स, रॉ मटेरियल्स डालने के कारण वो पुट्टी अच्छी बनती है और उनका नाम खराब नहीं होता है। हम ये सोचते हैं कि हमें इसमें मार्जिन नहीं है तो हम इसमें बाइंडर्स कम कर दे, पॉलीमर कम कर दे, फला कुछ कम कर दे, वो सब नहीं होगा। आपको अगर अपना पेंट बेचना है, आपको पुट्टी बेचनी ही पड़ेगी, क्योंकि इसके पीछे सिंपल लॉजिक है। अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट हो रहा है, आपका लड़का, आपका ट्रेडर अगर उस प्रोजेक्ट पे जा रहा है और पुट्टी किसी और की चली गई, तो आपका जो एग्जीक्यूटिव है या आपका ट्रेडर उस प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर दोबारा नहीं जाता है, और जाता भी है तो जिसने पहले कोई माल डाला है, पुट्टी डाली है, वही वहाँ पे पेंट डाल देता है। तो ये चीज़ें जो है ये बड़ी कंपनियां अच्छी तरह समझ गई हैं। सीमेंट कंपनीज भी अब ये वॉल पुट्टीज़ और पेंट्स में आई रही है और वो पुट्टी पे बहुत फोकस कर रही है, और हम एमएसएमई के अंदर पुट्टी के ऊपर उतना फोकस नहीं कर रहे हैं। सबके पास इंडस्ट्रीज़ मतलब मशीनरी है, तरीका है, सब कुछ है, बट उसमें मार्जिन नहीं है, लो वैल्यू है, लो कॉस्ट है, उसको आप जिसको बोलेंगे ना कि ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हैं। और ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हैं, आपका पेंट का सेल जो है वो पुट्टी ही डिसाइड करेगी। नो डाउट अभी जो मैं कई लोगों से बात कर रहा हूँ कि हमारा पेंट का सेल बढ़ रहा है, बढ़ेगा, बट अगर पुट्टी साथ में जाएगी तो कई गुना बढ़ेगा। ये सारे पॉइंट वही हैं। और जो एमएसएमई जो मोटा मोटी जो प्रैक्टिसेस फॉलो कर रही है, जिसके कारण पुट्टी बिजनेस से उनकी पीछे हट हो रही है या हट रहे हैं वो लोग, तो वो लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि जो सस्ते रॉ मटेरियल मिल जाए, उसकी कोई चेकिंग नहीं कर रहे हैं और क्वालिटी के ऊपर या क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट दिया जाए, क्योंकि पुट्टी के अंदर आपकी कंप्लेंट अगर नहीं आई तो आपका ही पेंट उस प्रोजेक्ट पे जाएगा, उस डीलर के पास जाएगा। और पुट्टी के अंदर हम लोग जो ध्यान देना चाहिए, देखिए कई चीज़ें ऐसी होती है, हम कई सारी चीज़ें कर रहे हैं तो हर चीज़ के अंदर प्रॉफिट हो जाए ऐसा नहीं है। कई सारी चीज़ें ऐसे समझ लीजिए कि प्रमोशनल होती है, वेलफेयर होती है, या अपना बिजनेस प्रमोट करने के लिए भी चीज़ें होती हैं। तो हमें इसमें प्रॉपर बाइंडर डालना चाहिए, सीमेंट के परसेंटेज जो है वो प्रॉपर होनी चाहिए, डोलोमाइट की मेश साइज़ जो है वो बहुत फाइन नहीं चाहिए, 240 मेश काफ़ी है, और बाइंडर परसेंटेज या पॉलीमर परसेंटेज वो हमें प्रॉपर डालने ही चाहिए। और एक जो एमएसएमई की जो समस्या है कि एक फॉर्मुलेशन सारे साल चलेगा, नहीं, एक फॉर्मुलेशन, एक ही फॉर्मुलेशन सारे साल काम नहीं करता है। देखिए सीमेंट का जो सेटिंग होता है वो नॉर्मली सीमेंट सेट्स बाय हाइड्रेशन। अब हाइड्रेशन का मतलब ऐसा है कि पानी की या मॉइस्चर की उपलब्धता या अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ मॉइस्चर इन एयर एंड द फिल्म। तो जब बारिश का या जिसको बोलेंगे कि हम लोग बारिश का जो टाइम होता है, इसमें ह्यूमिडिटी सबसे ज़्यादा होती है, तो ये सीमेंट के लिए सबसे फेवरेबल कंडीशंस हैं। बट जो विंटर और समर जो है जिसमें ह्यूमिडिटी एकदम कम हो जाती है, कई बार ऐसा समझा जाता है कि विंटर इज़ फेवरेबल, नहीं, विंटर इज़ नॉट फेवरेबल, क्योंकि सीमेंट सेट्स बाय हाइड्रेशन, मॉइस्चर कंटेंट या ह्यूमिडिटी। तो ह्यूमिडिटी विंटर में और समर में ऑलमोस्ट सेम होती है, टेम्परेचर होता है कमती बढ़ती, बट मॉइस्चर जो है वो दैट प्लेज मोर रोल। तो आपको फॉर्मुलेशन जो है अकॉर्डिंग टू द सीजन और अकॉर्डिंग टू जहां आप सप्लाई कर रहे हैं उसके हिसाब से इसको बनना चाहिए। सारी बड़ी कंपनियां वो जो फॉर्मुलेशन डिज़ाइन करती है उसका भी तरीका अलग है। हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग बारिश के हिसाब से जो फॉर्मुलेशन में चेंज कर दिए, कोशिश करते हैं वही फॉर्मुलेशन हमारा साल भर चले, जबकि ऐसा नहीं है। वी शुड डिज़ाइन अवर फॉर्मुलेशन फॉर समर एंड देन इट विल वर्क फॉर एंटायर ईयर, क्योंकि ये दोनों जो चीज़ें हैं ये समझनी पड़ेगी। और अब जैसे ये चैलेंज जो है जिसके अंदर पुट्टी इंडस्ट्री जो है, वॉल पुट्टी इंडस्ट्री, जिसके ऊपर काफ़ी समस्या आ रही है या विकट परिस्थिति आ रही है, तो इससे बचा कैसे जाए। तो मैं अक्सर ये बोलते रहता हूँ कि वाइट वॉल पुट्टी बनाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आप ग्रे बनाइए, और वाइट सीमेंट भी इस्तेमाल करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, ग्रे सीमेंट बनाइए, ये ग्रे सीमेंट का इस्तेमाल करिए। दूसरी बात ऐसी है कि हम जो डोलोमाइट ग्रे सीमेंट आज किसी भी भारत के किसी भी कोने में मुझे लगता है 6 से 7 रुपए किलो के अंदर मिल जाता है। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि ग्रे सीमेंट अगर आप यूज़ करेंगे, और जो कि जो वाइट सीमेंट है वो लगभग 18 से 20 रुपया भारत के अलग अलग एरिया में उपलब्ध है। तो और दोनों सीमेंट में कोई ऐसा दिक्कत नहीं है कि ये सीमेंट ज़्यादा अच्छा है या वो सीमेंट ज़्यादा अच्छा है, नहीं, सीमेंट आसानी से जो भी उसके फिलर रहेंगे साथ में उसके साथ सेट हो जाए, जो एग्रीगेट रहेंगे उसके साथ सेट हो जाता है। अगर हम ग्रे सीमेंट यूज़ करेंगे तो हम लोकली अवेलेबल, क्योंकि आज जो कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री के अंदर जो सैंड का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, क्रश सैंड का या एम सैंड या सी सैंड इस तरह से नाम है, मशीन सैंड, तो ये सैंड के साथ में लगभग 15% के आसपास, 2-4% कम ज़्यादा, तो जो क्रश सैंड जो है जिसको VSI सैंड बोलते हैं, उसके साथ 15% के आसपास में एक पाउडर तैयार हो रही है जो वेस्ट प्रोडक्ट है, और उसका मेश इतना ही है कि आप उसको पुट्टी में आसानी से इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। आप उसको पुट्टी का नाम न देते हुए आप उसको फाइन प्लास्टर का नाम दिया जा सकता है, क्योंकि पुट्टी अगर लोगों के दिमाग में बैठ गई है कि वाइट होती है, आप उसको फाइन प्लास्टर का नाम दे दीजिए, वाइट सीमेंट प्लस क्रश सैंड इस तरह से, और डोलोमाइट को भी एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा, तो जो दूर से जो फ्रेट आ रहा है। दूसरी बात ऐसा, ये जो क्रश सैंड जो है ये आज के टाइम पे लगभग पूरे भारत में फ्रीली अवेलेबल है। हो सकता है कि अगर आप बात करेंगे तो आपके यहाँ पर फ्री में डाल के जाएगा, क्योंकि क्रश सैंड अगर कोई बना रहा है तो ऐसा समझ लीजिए कि अगर 1000 टन अगर पर डे का क्रश, क्योंकि क्रश सैंड के जो प्लांट होते हैं वो छोटे नहीं होते हैं, तो 150 टन पर डे उसके यहाँ पर क्रश सैंड का पाउडर बन रहा है। वो पाउडर जो होता है वो पाउडर आपके यहाँ पर वो फ्री में डाल के जाएगा, क्योंकि उसको डिस्पोज की बड़ी दिक्कत है। दूसरी बात, कहीं पर भी ये एज अ जिसको बोलते हैं लैंडफिल के लिए, इसके लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि पाउडर बहुत ज़्यादा फाइन है। तो आप इसको फाइन प्लास्टर के अंदर इसका इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। फाइन प्लास्टर में अगर आप इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो आप एक एडिशनल प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में चला जाएगा। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि इसमें कहीं पर भी ये ना समझे कि इससे पेंट का कंजम्पशन बढ़ता है, नहीं। सरफेस कौन सा है, काला है, सफ़ेद है, उससे पेंट का लेना देना नहीं है। यहाँ पर कुछ लोग मेरे बाद में ये लाइन पर अगर बात करना चाहें, क्योंकि मैं तो कोई पेंट टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट हूँ नहीं, तो क्योंकि आपकी हेडिंग जो है दैट टोटली डिपेंड्स अपॉन योर पेंट। पीछे का सरफेस कौन सा है, मैं वो भी कुछ स्लाइड्स बताऊंगा आपको, वो कोई डिपेंड नहीं करेगा। तो आप आसानी से, कुछ प्रयोग भारत में हैदराबाद के आसपास कुछ सीमेंट कंपनी ने ये काम किए थे, बट वो कहीं वो चल नहीं पाए। बट अभी भी भारत के अंदर कई जगह पे छोटे छोटे एरियाज़ के अंदर फाइन प्लास्टर बिक रहा है और आसानी से कर पा रहे हैं। देखिए कैसे होता है पता है क्या, कि हमें किस तरह से खेलना है। जैसे मैं इसके लिए एग्जांपल देता हूं कि अगर ऑस्ट्रेलिया के फास्ट बॉलर्स अगर वो पैदा कर पा रहा है, या पाकिस्तान फास्ट बॉलर पैदा कर पा रहा है और वो क्रिकेट का मैच जीतता है, तो जरूरी नहीं है कि हम भारतीय आबो हवा के अंदर या भारतीय से मिल रही है। और इसका इस्तेमाल आप नहीं करेंगे, कोई ना कोई इंडस्ट्री करेगी ही करेगी। आप अगर इसको शुरू करेंगे तो ये बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे उपलब्ध है और फ्रीली अवेलेबल है। मतलब ये ऐसा समझिए नेशनल वेस्ट है, क्योंकि क्रश सैंड अभी कंपलसरी हो गया है, रिवर सैंड अब अलाउड नहीं है। और क्रश सैंड बनाने के अंदर जो क्रश सैंड जो बनने की जो तरीका मैं बताता हूँ, VSI बोलते हैं। तो उसमें कैसे होता है कि पहले जो गिट्टी बनेगी या 10 mm 5 mm बनेगा, और उसको गोल गोल घुमा के उसके जो शार्प कॉर्नर्स हैं वो काट, क्योंकि रेता जो होती है वो गोल होती है, स्पेरिकल होती है। तो वो स्पेरिकल शेप देने के लिए जो शार्प कॉर्नर्स जब कट करते हैं तो बहुत सारा परसेंटेज पाउडर का जनरेट होता है। और ये पाउडर फ्रीली अवेलेबल है और सीमेंट के साथ कॉम्पेटिबल है। मतलब ये भी सोचने की जरूरत नहीं है कि कुछ नया कुछ कर रहा है, क्योंकि गिट्टी का इस्तेमाल तो हो ही रहा है, सैंड का भी इस्तेमाल हो ही रहा है, तो उसके डस्ट का भी उसी सीमेंट के अंदर इस्तेमाल आसानी से हो सकता है। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि अगर जो क्रश सैंड है, क्रश सैंड के कई बार कलर अलग अलग हो सकते हैं। वाइट सीमेंट, ग्रे सीमेंट के अंदर कुछ जब सूखता है तो आप अगर देखेंगे तो अलग अलग कलर जनरेट होते हैं। तो आप इसमें कलर्स या पिगमेंट डाला जा सकता है, तो जिसमें अलग अलग शेड्स बना सकते हैं या कांस्टेंट शेड बनाया जा सकता है, और उससे आपकी जो प्रोडक्ट की कीमत है वो भी बढ़ सकती है, जिससे आपके प्रॉफिट बढ़ेंगे। ये कुछ फॉर्मुलेशन मैंने यहाँ पे शेयर किए हैं। वाइट सीमेंट बेस और ग्रे सीमेंट बेस है ये। इसमें जो RDP, MHEC, सेल्यूलोज फाइबर ये कांस्टेंट रखा है, सिर्फ सीमेंट डोलोमाइट और उधर ग्रे सीमेंट एंड ऑफ वाइट डोलोमाइट या फिर क्रश सैंड डस्ट। तो इसमें अगर आप देखेंगे तो सीमेंट जो है ये 18 रुपये पकड़ा गया है, उधर 6 रुपया। सीमेंट भी कांस्टेंट लिया है पर 160 किलो ही है। डोलोमाइट जो है वो 2 रुपया किलो, और वो क्रश सैंड डस्ट वहाँ पे डोलोमाइट लिखा हुआ है, ऑफ वाइट डोलोमाइट, वो भी काफ़ी सस्ता मिलता है। इवन ओवरबर्डन माइंस का जो ओवरबर्डन है वो भी इसमें इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, तो उसका 1 रुपया। तो ऐसे लगभग 2700 रुपया आपका पर टन बचता है। कहीं 100-200 रुपया एरिया के हिसाब से बदलेगा, बट मोटा मोटी इसमें काफी पैसा बचेगा, और ये पर टन है। दूसरा एक और जो न्यू वेज फॉरवर्ड के अंदर एक जो चीज बताई है कि आप RD MHEC के बजाय आप सिंगल कंपोनेंट पॉलीमर यूज कर सकते हैं, जिसमें RD MHEC डालने की जरूरत नहीं है। वो दोनों एक कॉम्बिनेशन एक परसेंटेज के साथ में और कुछ और एडिटिव्स के साथ दिया जा रहा है। तो उसमें भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो वाइट सीमेंट, डोलोमाइट, बाकी सब चीज़ें कांस्टेंट है दोनों में, सिर्फ RDP चेंज किया गया है। इसमें RDP और MHEC है और उसमें सिंगल कंपोनेंट है। ये करने से भी आपका लगभग 600 रुपये करीब पर टन बचता है। अब अगर ग्रे पुट्टी अगर हम बनाएं तो इसके रॉ मटेरियल्स क्या क्या हो सकते हैं, मैं अभी वो तो बताते ही जा रहा हूँ कि क्रश सैंड डस्ट जो है उसका इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, और इसमें ग्रे सीमेंट लगेगा। ग्रे सीमेंट इसमें OPC भी चल सकता है, पर अगर OPC ही इस्तेमाल करना है, PPC अगर कंपलसरी रहा तो PPC से भी आपको सेट करते आ सकता है, और RDP MHEC लगेगा। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री के अंदर एक जिसको बोलेंगे ना कि एक सेंटेंस अक्सर बोला जाता है कि यू शुड यूज लोकली अवेलेबल रॉ मटेरियल। बट जब हम ये कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री की बात कर रहे हैं तो हम पुट्टी बनाते वक्त ये सब भूल रहे हैं कि डोलोमाइट हमें राजस्थान का चाहिए, सीमेंट यहाँ का चाहिए, वो वहाँ का चाहिए। और फिर RDP MHC हमें चाइना का या कोरिया का चाहिए। तो कहने का मतलब ऐसा है कि ऐसे दूर दूर से अगर प्रोडक्ट ला के बनाएंगे तो महंगा बनेगा ही बनेगा, और कॉम्पीट करने के लिए आपको अलग अलग रास्ते खोजने पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि जो कंपटीशन जिनसे है वो अब MSME से कंपटीशन नहीं है। MSME का जो कंपटीशन है वो बड़ी कंपनियों के साथ और उन लोगों के साथ है, तो आपको खेलने के नियम बदलने पड़ेंगे। ये मैंने कुछ स्लाइड्स बनाई हैं। ये पहली जो स्लाइड है, दिस इज क्रस्ट एंड डस्ट प्लस ग्रे सीमेंट है। ये अपनी डोलोमाइट वाली जो रेगुलर जो वॉल पुट्टी बनती है वो है, और वो क्रस्ट एंड डस्ट विथ वाइट सीमेंट है। इसमें पहला हाथ प्राइमर का लगा है, तो इसमें अगर आप देखेंगे कि हल्का हल्का शेड में अंतर आना चालू हुआ है, और ये एक पहला हाथ पेंट का लगा है तो इसमें भी हो गया, और ये दूसरा हाथ लगने के बाद आप कोई भी इसमें अंतर खोज नहीं पाएंगे कि पीछे का सरफेस क्या है। तो ये आप किसी बिल्डर आर्किटेक्ट को अगर बताएंगे कि जिसके यहाँ पे हजारों लाखों बोरी अगर सीमेंट वॉल पुट्टी लग रही है, और तो उसमें उसकी बचत कितनी होगी। और दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि अगर बचत होगी और साथ में क्वालिटी सेम रहेगी और परफॉर्मेंस भी सेम रहेगी। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि जैसे वाइट सीमेंट महंगा है तो उसमें हम एकदम परसेंटेज की बात करते हैं कि 10% गिरना चाहिए, 11 जाना चाहिए। इसमें आप 6 रुपये की चीज़ है, आप थोड़ा सा यानी 12 की जगह 15 कर सकते हैं, तो भी आप उसमें आसानी से उसमें डाला जा सकता है, बहुत ज़्यादा कॉस्ट इफेक्ट आएगा नहीं। ये मैंने कुछ इसमें कलर्स भी डाले हैं कि ग्रे है, तो ग्रे के अंदर कैसे है कि ग्रे बेचने की बजाय आप उसको अलग अलग पिगमेंट भी कर सकते हैं, बड़ी आसानी से कर सकते हैं, जिससे आपका प्रोडक्ट जो है वो कांस्टेंट दिखे। क्योंकि ग्रे अगर जब बनाते हैं तो उसमें कांस्टेंट दिखना आसान नहीं है, क्योंकि चूरा जो है वो अलग अलग तरह का आता है, अलग अलग जगह से आता है, तो आप उसको अलग अलग कलर्स के अंदर डाला जा सकता है। ये अलग अलग है, जैसे ये बेसिक ही है, मतलब जिसको बोलेंगे ग्रे सीमेंट, और जिसको क्रस्ट सैंड डालेंगे तो ये इस तरह का कलर आता है, जैसे नॉर्मल प्लास्टर्स का हमारा कलर होता है। ये एक और दूसरा ब्लू पिगमेंट डाल के देखा है। तो मेरा सिर्फ यही उद्देश्य है कि जो इंडस्ट्री चल रही है वो आसानी से चलनी चाहिए, और मेरा जो कुछ समझ है वो आप लोगों तक पहुँचे, जिससे कैसे है कि जो चीज़ मर रही है, देखिए आज ऐसा है कि कोई इंडस्ट्री लगाने के बाद में वो मशीनरीज जो है वो आइडल पड़ी रहे, हम उसका इस्तेमाल ना करें, और हम सिर्फ उसका इस्तेमाल इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं कि हमें समझ नहीं रहा है। देखिए समझ का मतलब मैं ये नहीं बोलूँगा, आप सब समझदार लोग हैं, समझ का मतलब ऐसा है कि हमें कौन सी फिलॉसफी पकड़नी है, किस रास्ते जाना है। अगर हम वाइट के ट्रैप में अटके रहेंगे दिक्कत होने लगेगी। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि बड़ी कंपनियों का अभी जो फोकस है वो वॉल पुट्टी पर है, क्योंकि पेंट उनको बेचना है। थोड़े दिनों बाद में वो पेंट पर भी ध्यान देने लगेंगे, तो जो मार्जिन अभी पेंट में अवेलेबल है वो मार्जिन्स धीरे धीरे श्रिंक होना चालू हो जाएंगे। ये मेरी सोच है, बाकी इसमें गलत सही हो सकता है। मैं अपने कंपनी का बारे में बताता हूँ कि हम लोग काफ़ी चीज़ें एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, और ये RDP हमारा अकेला प्रोडक्ट नहीं है, हम लोग कंस्ट्रक्शन केमिकल्स में हैं और बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं, लगभग 75 के आसपास हम लोग प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं। अब मैं चाहता हूं कि आप हमारी कंपनी के साथ जुड़े। देखिए जुड़ने का हमारा मेन जो उद्देश्य है कि हम लोग बेसिकली इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं। अब इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर होने के कारण जो भी यहाँ पर आज जैसे अगर आपने चाइनीज़ माल अगर इंपोर्ट किया है या कुछ लोग पहले इंपोर्ट कर चुके होंगे, तो आप देखेंगे कि चाइना के अंदर कुछ ही मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं। अभी मैं चाइना कोर्ट भी होके आया हूँ, तो मैंने देखा वहाँ पर टोटल में 25-50 ही मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, बट जो लोग बेच रहे हैं वो लगभग 5000 से ऊपर है, और हमें पता नहीं चल रहा है। हमने तकरीबन वहाँ पे 7 या 8 फैक्ट्री विजिट करी है, और 8 फैक्ट्री में हमें सिर्फ 2 ही जो मैन्युफैक्चरर है वो जेन्युइन मिले। बाकी सब लोग इधर से उधर बोर्ड लगा रहे हैं, कोई कुछ कर रहा है, कोई कुछ बता रहा है कि दिस इज़, जैसे हमने देख लिया कि वहाँ पे नाम अलग हैं, तो वहाँ पे पता चल रहा है तो वो बोलते हैं ये चाइनीज़ नेम है, हम लोग चाइनीज़ के अंदर अलग नाम से बेचते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट अलग नाम से करते हैं, हमारे पास लाइसेंस अलग है, फला अलग है, जगलरी मतलब पूरा की पूरा बिल्कुल जादूगरी है वहाँ पर। तो बहुत मुश्किल है। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि जो रॉ मटेरियल आ रहा है वो रॉ मटेरियल आप जो कीमत में बोलेंगे वो कीमत में वो देने को तैयार है। वो सिर्फ इसीलिए देने को तैयार है क्योंकि हम MSME के अंदर या छोटी जगह पे जब इंपोर्ट करते हैं हम उनका ऐश कंटेंट नहीं देखते हैं, बहुत सारी चीज़ें हम मैच नहीं करते हैं। तो उससे कैसे है कि जो क्वालिटी आ रही है वो क्वालिटी सही है नहीं है हमें पता नहीं है। लोकल मैन्युफैक्चरर अगर रहेगा, आपको जो TDS दिया जाएगा, जो स्पेसिफिकेशन दिया जाएगा, उसी तरह का माल मिलेगा। दूसरी बात, हमारे पास टेक्निकल लोग भी हैं, मैं भी खुद टेक्निकल हूँ, तो पूरा की पूरा सपोर्ट आपको मिलेगा। हमारे पास में अभी पूरी की पूरी जो टेस्टिंग जो ड्राईमिक्स की होती है, टेंसाइल है, शियर है, पुल आउट है, फिर और भी जो जिसको बोलेंगे सेटिंग टाइम, ओपनिंग टाइम, तो ये सारी टेस्ट सब हम अपनी लेबॉर्ट्रीज में कर रहे हैं और ये पूरी कंप्यूटराइज्ड है। इसमें जो भी इक्विपमेंट है वो पूरे कंप्यूटराइज्ड हैं और ये हम अपने कस्टमर्स को बहुत ही कम कीमत के अंदर उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। दूसरी बात ऐसा है कि हम जो फॉर्मुलेशंस होते हैं उसमें भी काफ़ी सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं कि आपका जो फॉर्मुलेशन है वो ऑप्टिमाइज कैसे करी जाए। दूसरी बात, आपके यहाँ पे जो लोकल डोलोमाइट मिल रहा है वो क्या मेश का होना चाहिए, कैसे उसकी कॉस्टिंग होनी चाहिए, तो फॉर्मुलेशन में भी सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कॉस्ट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन के अंदर भी हम लोग आपका पूरा सपोर्ट करेंगे। ये एक और बड़ी बात है कि अभी तक हम लोग जो RDP बना रहे थे ये लगभग 200-225 टन पर मंथ बना रहे थे, बट अभी हमारा जल्दी ही जिस तरह का रिस्पॉन्स हमें मिल रहा है और हम भी चाह रहे हैं कि अपने आप को अपग्रेड करें, तो 1500 टन पर मंथ का प्लांट RDP का हमारा लगभग इंस्टॉल पूरा हो गया है, ट्रायल चल रही है। तो मुझे लगता है कि दिसंबर महीने के आखिरी तक हम उसका प्रोडक्शन लेना चालू कर देंगे। थैंक यू, आपका धन्यवाद। और मैं जो भी बोला हूँ अपने मन से बोला हूँ और हो सकता है कि कुछ ठेठ बात हो गई या कुछ रहा तो मुझे माफ़ करिएगा। हाँ सर,
Thank you, Sandeep ji. You really touch our topic, frontier of knowledge. You have given lot of information about the RD powder and various products for the construction industries. Anybody has any questions, please ask.
Why Indian, be Indian?
yes sir,
Buy
please.
Indian, be Indian. We believe in that theory.
Sir,
RDP material be used for mortars which can be used for road repair.
रोड रिपेयर, सर रोड रिपेयर के लिए तो कर ही सकते हैं सर। देखिए, रोड रिपेयर की जो रिक्वायरमेंट है ना, दैट इज हाई एब्रेजन रेजिस्टेंस, हाई स्ट्रेंथ, तो वो नॉर्मली RDP से नहीं आएगी। उसके लिए आपको, क्योंकि देखिए RDP और जो मोटार सिस्टम्स है ना, इसके अंदर दो तरह की चीज़ें हैं सर। कंक्रीट मैं बता देता हूँ आपको। देखिए कैसे होता है, मतलब कि कंक्रीट के अंदर नॉर्मली वी रिक्वायर फ्लो। नॉर्मली जो कंक्रीट के अंदर हम लोग जो हाई स्ट्रेंथ कंक्रीट जो बनाते हैं, ये जो एडमिक्सर्स यूज़ करते हैं, उसमें फ्लो की रिक्वायरमेंट है, ठीक है। और वो जो फ्लो होते हैं उसमें हाइड्रोक्सिल ग्रुप नहीं होते हैं। RDP हो गया, MHEC हो गया, इसमें हाइड्रोक्सिल ग्रुप होते हैं, ये फ्लो को रोकते हैं, ये अडेजन प्रमोट करते हैं। तो वो दोनों एक साथ नॉर्मली यूज़ नहीं करते, और करते भी है तो बहुत ही डेलिकेटली यूज़ करना पड़ता है। तो रिपेयर मोटार्स में या रोड रिपेयर के अंदर आपको एडमिक्सर्स यूज़ करना पड़ेगा, और उसके अंदर बॉन्डिंग के लिए आपको जो जिसको बोलेंगे जहाँ पे रिपेयर करना है उसके पहले आपको एक बॉन्डिंग एजेंट लगाना पड़ेगा, लाइक SBR या एक्रिलेट, वो लगाना पड़ेगा। और साथ में फिर आप उसके अंदर ग्राउट डाल दीजिए हाई स्ट्रेंथ, तो वो काम हो जाएगा। एनीबडी एल्स? सर देखिए, उसमें जो दाना जो है वो, जैसे नॉर्मली अगर आप 240 मेश अगर लेते हैं तो आप 1 mm 1.25 mm तक डाल सकते हैं। अगर वो जो ग्रेन साइज है वो अगर आप बढ़ा देंगे तो आप 3 mm 4 mm तक जा सकते हैं। आप प्लास्टर की तरफ भी जा सकते हैं। इवन उसमें ऐसा भी आप बना सकते हैं, 1 कोट भी बना सकते हैं कि प्लास्टर एंड वॉल पुट्टी, उसका कॉम्बिनेशन, जैसे आज जिप्सम के अंदर 1 कोट उपलब्ध है, वैसा 1 कोट भी बना सकते हैं। देखिए इस पर थोड़ा थोड़ा जैसा जो ग्रेन साइज मिल जाएगी आपको 240 के बजाय अगर आपको 100 मेश का अगर माल मिल रहा है तो 100 मेश के हिसाब से आप वो प्रोडक्ट डिसाइड करेगी। 1 कोट चला जाएगा तो 3 mm के अंदर पुट्टी प्लास्टर दोनों हो जाएगा 3-4 mm के अंदर। तो इस तरह से किया जा सकता है, जैसा चाहिए वैसे खेला जा सकता है, क्योंकि ये रॉ मटेरियल बड़े आसानी से उपलब्ध है, फ्रीली अवेलेबल है। थैंक यू। यस सर। हाँ सर, देखिए ऐश कंटेंट का तो देखिए 12% तो मुझे लगता है कि वो मस्ट है, उससे नीचे आरडीपी बनाना पॉसिबल नहीं है। क्योंकि कैसे होता है कि इसमें सबसे बड़ी बात ऐसे है कि ये जो सारे पॉलीमर्स होते हैं, दीज आर हाइड्रोफिलिक पॉलीमर्स, हवा से मॉइस्चर खींच लेते हैं। तो इसमें एंटी केकिंग का परसेंटेज और फ्री फ्लोइंग बनाने के लिए इसके अंदर कुछ एडिटिव्स डालना जरूरी है। तो 12%, 10% से ऊपर का ही इसमें एडिशन रहेगा। रहा सवाल उससे ऊपर का जो भी एडिशन रहेगा, दैट इज कॉस्ट रिडक्शन। नहीं तो वो कॉस्ट रिडक्शन के लिए वो उसके अंदर फिलर डाल रहा है। हाँ, दिस इज 12% है, तो ये जिसको बोलेंगे ना कि एकदम टॉप क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड प्रोडक्ट है। हाँ, 12% तक होता है सर। यस यस, 12%। क्योंकि सर ऐश कंटेंट की ये इसमें जो टेस्टिंग होती है उसके अंदर ऐश कंटेंट से ही उसकी कीमत तय होती है। यस सर।
Can we use calcium sulfoaluminate in replacement of RDP for bonding and strength adhesion?
देखिए सीमेंट तो आप जो सीमेंट तो सिर्फ कैल्शियम सल्फोएल्यूमिनेट ही सीमेंट नहीं है, CSA नहीं है, कई सारे सीमेंट हैं। देखिए कोई भी सीमेंट आप इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, बट वो एक में का रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं है। क्योंकि सीमेंट के साथ में सीमेंट जोड़ना, क्योंकि वन सीमेंट इज सेट, आप उसको दूसरी चीज़ से दूसरी चीज़ उस पर चिपका नहीं सकते हैं। तो आपको कोई ना कोई बाइंडर या कोई ना कोई चीज़ तो इस्तेमाल करनी ही पड़ेगी। हाँ, इनहेरेंट अगर कोई सिस्टम है, आपको उसी चीज़ से बनाना है, तब आप इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। पर पुरानी दीवार के ऊपर पुराने प्लास्टर जो 1 आध महीना हो गया है, उसके ऊपर अगर कोई भी चीज़ लगानी है तो आपको कहीं ना कहीं उसमें ग्लू या अडेजन प्रमोटर या अडेजन के लिए कोई ना कोई चीज़ तो इस्तेमाल करनी पड़ेगी, अदरवाइज चिपकेगा नहीं वो।
Sandeep ji, I have one question.
Yes sir, please.
See this redispersible polymer powder, what you call it is the RD powder. They are based on two different technology. Some people are making from styrene acrylic emulsion and some people are making from Vioba.
Yeah.
So which one is better for construction chemical?
सर ये जो वैम भी है वो जो है यही बेस्ट है। क्योंकि कैसा है कि ये सारी जो फिलोसफी है, दिस इज ऑन हाइड्रोक्सिल ग्रुप्स। देखिए कैसे है कि ये इसका जो एडिशन का परसेंटेज है दैट इज़ वेरी लेस, इट इज़ 1%, इसको बोलेंगे कि इससे नीचे या इसी के आसपास डाला जाता है। तो जितना ज़्यादा बॉन्डिंग रहेगा या जितना ज़्यादा हाइड्रोफिलिक नेचर रहेगा, तभी वो उसके साथ कॉम्पेटिबल रहेगा। क्योंकि कैसे है कि अगर हम स्टायरीन एक्रिलेट से बनाते हैं तो पेंट तो बन जाएगा, बट यहाँ पे जो लोडिंग है वो सीमेंटेशियस बाइंडर्स का साथ में है और उनका फिर आपस में कॉम्पेटिबिलिटी के इश्यूज आते हैं।
Any more question please? Yes, you can.
सर देखिए ऐसा है कि सीमेंट सेट्स बाय हाइड्रेशन, मतलब सीमेंट के लिए पानी की ज़रूरत है। अगर सेलुलोज रहेगा तो बेसिकली सेलुलोज जो है वो 2 चीज़ों के लिए डाला जा रहा है, MHEC या HPMC, RDP और MHEC का ही कॉम्बिनेशन होता है। पर होता कैसे है कि आपने सिंगल पॉलीमर कब खरीदा और कब इस्तेमाल किया। साल भर में अपने भारत के हिसाब से 0.4 MHEC के अंदर आप वॉल पुट्टी बना सकते हैं, पर ये कंडीशन रहेगी बारिश के अंदर की। पर जैसे ही गर्मी आने लगेगी या विंटर आने लगेगा तो आपको 0.5 तक शिफ्ट करना पड़ेगा। तो ये सिंपल समझ लीजिए कि आपने मैगी मसाला लेकर आ गए और मैगी बना लिया, तो नमक जो है वो स्वादानुसार डालने का भी हमारा तरीका होना चाहिए कि गर्मी आ गई है तो फिर 1 किलो MHEC ऊपर से डाला जाए उसके ऊपर। वो जो घर में जो जैसे महिलाएं करती है ना, तो वो मैगी मसाला इस्तेमाल नहीं करते, वो RD MHEC का जैसे नमक मिर्च हल्दी वो इस्तेमाल करके वो काम करते हैं। तो वो जैसे जैसे सीजन रहेगा उसी हिसाब से वो मसाला डलता है। हाँ, जैसे गर्मी के अंदर आप खट्टा खा सकते हैं, विंटर के अंदर आप तीखा खा सकते हैं, बारिश के अंदर तला हुआ खा सकते हैं। तो वो आपको छोटी छोटी चीज़ें जो है वो चेंजेस करने पड़ेंगे। हाँ सर, सर PVA से भी बन सकता है, RDP से भी बन सकता है।
Now I would like to call upon stage Dr. AJ Singh to chair the... Yeah. Yeah. I would also like to call Mr. Yogesh Singhal.
मैडम ये वाला है हमारा है इनका इसका अनाउंसमेंट कीजिए बाद में हो गया ये पहले मेरा ही हो गया बाद में हो गया सॉरी सिंह सर
आप राजीव मल्होत्रा
यस चेंज किया वो चेंज किया मेरा पहले किया
ठीक I would like to call Mr. Rajiv Malhotra onto the stage.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take over. Thank you to the Surface Coating Society, first of all, to give us, a chance to showcase our products and, capabilities on this nice platform where we have a very august, gathering. And thank you to Dr. Harish Agarwal personally, and also to Dr. Singh. We have been associated for many years, and once he, told us that there is a good platform where you would like to come, so we immediately, decided that we should be here and, discuss about our company's capabilities and products which we can, offer to you. So just to give you a brief introduction, myself Rajiv Malhotra, I am working as a President Business Development in Sunshield Chemicals and Indus Petrochem. Basically, we are making ethoxylates and specialty surfactants at our plant near Mumbai. So we would like to take through our presentation so that you can also be enriched about what we can offer to the paint and the coating industry. So our parent company is Indus Petrochem Limited, which was actually incorporated in 1995. We have a very large, experience and wide experience in handling bulk chemicals, import and distribution, and we are also representing many leading multinationals like P&G and Solvay, and we are their exclusive, representing agents in India for their products. And our facilities are actually spread all across the major ports on eastern coast of India. Basically, we bulk import the materials and then we distribute to the various consumers from Indus Petrochem. We have also a subsidiary in Singapore from where we do global trading of oleochemicals, and our all products both in the trading platform as well as the manufacturing platform, we cover a very host of segments spanning from, say, home and personal care, agrochemical, paint and coatings, food industry, textile, and construction also. And we have already our existing, warehousing facilities. So we are available for just-in-time deliveries, to the consumers, and for bulk importers, we are also facilitating, bulk supplies through our Singapore subsidiary. And we also are providing, seamless end-to-end supply chain, solutions to you, so we can be your trusted partner for all your needs for the ethoxylates and surfactants as well as the products which we are trading from our global partners. So in Sunshield Chemicals, if most of the people in around Mumbai, they are well aware about the brand, Sunshield, which was taken over by our company about 1.5 years back. It was earlier run by Solvay. So we took over this plant, from Solvay, which is near Khopoli at a place called Russell. And we are very close, situated to the JNPT port also. And we are also very close to the ethylene oxide, supplier, that is Reliance Industries. So that also gives us the advantage, from the supply distribution standpoint of view. So we have currently about 150 specialized products which we can offer from our basket of products spanning into various segments. and we have present capacity of 26,000 tons by Jan 24. So presently it is 17,000 tons, but we are expanding. As the market demand in India is increasing, as you all know, so basically we are also geared up to meet that challenge and increasing our capacities so that we can cater to the customers for just-in-time deliveries. So our main product lines are actually surfactants, which are the ethoxylates and the EOPO derivatives, which we make at our plant. And we are also specialists in making antioxidants, primarily aminic antioxidants, and also few phenolic antioxidants, which we are making for the lubricant and the rubber industry. And also we have a specialty chemical like urea formaldehyde resin, which is used as a matting agent for paints application also. So basically we have a very large clientele. We have another slide also to show you the large clientele that we have, the large clients to whom we are catering, like Asian Paints, Kansai, Lubrizol, Chevron, Barlocker. And we have a plant which we can give zero, it's called ZLD, zero liquid discharge, and it's up to the best of the environment standards, and we are actually gearing our plant to more world-class manufacturing standards. So that because since we have a very wide range of multinational clients, so basically to keep up to their needs for SHE standards, which are very, very stringent, so we are also gearing ourselves, and we are regularly upgrading our plant to come up to their expectations and standards. So coming on the reaction capabilities, what at Sunshield can offer, we offer all ethoxylates including EOPO, then alkylation, we have a big reactors for that. We can do this Friedel-Crafts reaction. Phosphate esters is a very big product category which we give to many clients. And then we can also do some sulfated products and esterified products also. Esters also we are making. Then as coupling reactions also we are doing. And we also offer this performance blends. See, performance blends are actually a mixture of products which go in various formulations like paints and coatings and home and personal care, which give the optimum performance. So we have a full-fledged our R&D laboratory also, which does all the formulation, and we are working very closely with all the consumers to meet up to their product expectations. So just to give you, as I discussed in the previous slide, these are some of our leading clients whom we are already catering. If you see that they're all, some of them are very large global players. So global player means it brings us more challenges, and we are very excited to work with them, because to come up to their quality standards, this is real pride for us, and to meet their audit standards and to meet their quality standards. And we have qualified for some of the very good leading names like Alantas and Barlocker. So we are very happy and excited, to work with such clients. So coming to this topic of today, that's what we can really offer on the high performance surfactants for paints and coatings. As all of you know, because most of you are very learned audience, basically a surfactant is one which has it's an organic compound which has at least one hydrophilic and one hydrophobic group. And when surfactant is added at low concentrations, it can alter the characteristics of the surface tension. That is why the surfactants are required in any formulation. Now the type of surfactants, basically these are the 5 classes of surfactants under which any product will fall. Either it will be falling under a specialty surfactant, or a cationic surfactant, or amphoteric like betanes and amine oxides, or non-ionic. So we are basically, predominantly present over here. We are not doing this category because this is more into home and personal care, and we are not doing quartz also, but we are doing olailamine ethoxylates. Yes, we are doing that. And basically this also not in present category with us, but maybe in future if as the market demand comes, but we are predominantly present more over in this category. So our aim is that we need to be present in all the categories, because any consumer in either paint or in home and personal care will demand for these products. So we want to become one-stop shop at one point of time, so that we can cater to the needs of all the consumers. So if we look at the role of a surfactant, it is basically used mainly for the stabilization and to assist the emulsification of the liquid monomer into water before the polymerization, and to provide micelles in the continuous phase which acts as sites for the polymerization. And it also helps in the stabilizing the resultant polymer in the emulsion phase by absorption, depending upon the nature of the surfactant. This, I think, this is more, which are the surfactants. Now, if you see that the coating performance is actually dependent upon the optimum dispersion, like viscosity and stability, then the film which is formed, the polymer which is forming the film, it has optimum gloss, whiteness and opacity, the mechanical properties as we discussed in some of the previous sessions also, the flexibility and elongation has to be proper. In the film protection, there has to be a good scrub resistance and a corrosion resistance also. It all depends upon the best choice of the surfactant, so that you can get these properties in your end formulations. So for deciding the best surfactant, basically we all know that HLB value, that is the hydrolytic balance value, is the most critical parameter. So just maybe for some of the students who are present in this gathering, for their knowledge sake, we are just given a small chart that how to select the surfactants and based on what property you are looking at. So this is just more of as a guideline. Now something on the emulsion polymerization, which is a very important part in paint. The process of polymer production, basically the surfactant helps in that emulsification of the monomer, and it stabilizes the resulting polymer latex. So surfactants are used in almost all the you can say usage areas, as we discussed, that like for paints, inks, home and personal care, adhesives, leather. So surfactant is such a versatile product which goes into gamut of uses. So in the paint, but specifically talking about the paint industry, the major polymer types that the consumers are using are the PVA copolymers, or the PVC copolymers, or the emulsion grade homopolymers, modified SBR copolymers they are using for making various emulsions. So these are the surfactant classes which we have actually classified, that in the emulsion polymerization, main use is of non-ionics, which can be a alkyl phenol ethoxylate or a linear fatty alcohol, that is fatty alcohol ethoxylate. Then it can be a EOPO block copolymer or a formulated APO ethoxylate. Then in anionics we have sulfated ethers, then sulfated fatty alcohol ethers, and in the quasi-anionic category, that is what I discussed earlier, that we have very wide range of phosphate esters which we can offer. Now, a very important part in making paints and coating is basically the pigment dispersion. Now, in pigment dispersion, we have very established products like a modified, esterified vegetable oil ethoxylates. And this product is used by many leading consumers, and this is a very good product. So anybody having interest, we can discuss, and we can offer you this product. And then we also have sulfated alkyl phenol ether also. And again, as a defoamer, if you are looking for something, so the EOPO copolymers are actually low foaming surfactants, so they can always be recommended as a defoamer use also, because of their low foam generation. They are also used in very wide use in even liquid detergents also, because now the need for its to make liquid detergents with very less foaming and very less use of water. So basically, this EOPO block copolymers are used over there, and even in paints also, we have seen many users are using this type of products. So something again on the surfactant classes, like we have some products which are basically a generic product. All of you will be knowing, like NP30 or maybe X405. So these are very generic products which we are having in our range under Sun brand, and which can be offered as solutions for the consumers. These are again various series of products which we have. So Sun A series is basically NP series, which we offer, like alkyl phenol series, and then Sun L series is the fatty alcohol series, that is a lauryl alcohol series, and then we have got one series on the cetostearyl alcohol products also. We are offering some flaked products also of cetostearyl alcohols, and we are also having this EOPO copolymers, which I discussed, with very relatively low in the foaming, and they can be used in widely in lowering the surface tensions. And this a combination, some consumers always go for a combination of these products. So all these ranges are readily available with us, and you can talk to us, and maybe we can offer you the more product details specifically also. These are the Sunshield technologies which we have. We can convert, like we are using fatty alcohols, fatty amines, fatty esters, and by using the ethylene oxide or propylene oxide or maybe other products, then we are making the end products, and again those end products are falling into the various categories which go into various uses in the various segments. This is the NP range which we have, though we talk about a lot in the western side that APOs are getting replaced, but unfortunately in India the scenario is APOs are still being used widely in various, because this nonyl phenol is such a versatile emulsifier that the properties which this product has, it is very difficult to replace. But we supply this product, but on the other hand we are also constantly working on in various industries, and we have a very full equipped lab and our process development, and we also have you can say batch trials for taking the batch trial. Also we have pilot facilities also up to 5 kgs, 10 kgs. We have those it's called kilo labs, and analytical labs also. So basically, our lab is fully equipped, with all the state-of-the-art equipments like HPLC, GC, MS, FTIR, and so it is basically it's a very nice setup which we have, and which we have developed based on the requirements of some of the international clients, and now we are upgrading it also because there are some new requirements of some clients coming up. So we are constantly upgrading our R&D lab, and also strengthening our R&D team, because we feel, and our management feels, that basically we have to drive and growth in the business by making innovative products. You see, there is a set of commodity products which we can make, and we can fill up the plant capacity, but the bulk of the growth is actually going to come from the innovative and new molecules which we are going to develop. So we are very open to work in collaborative partnerships with the customers, and with maybe the technical expertise experts in this field, so that we can offer you good innovative solutions and then progress together. So basically our aim is to work in close partnership, so as to have mutual growth, and which is beneficial not only for the society, it is beneficial for all the consumers. So this is our aim. With that aim, we are working in all the respective segments. This, as I explained to you, that this is a view of our lab and lab setups which we have. We have done very good major investments also in new developments. So this, if you see, this we explore 3 new projects every month. This is a very, very ambitious target, given to the team by our management, because our management wants that unless there is a new project coming up, your brains will not start rolling and your brains will only be doing whatever we are doing, so we need to constantly churn and pressurize our mind to do something new. This is more important. So everybody, in fact, we will say that everybody is actually contributing to this effort and coming up with new ideas, and these idea generations are actually flowing in our company. So we screen those ideas and then we work it upon and then try to make it products which are profitable and which are of good demand in the industry and which are long term. So we are not looking for anything short term. So basically, this is just a timeline just to show that when we acquired first from Solvay, then we upgraded the plant, then we upgraded our EOPO pilot facilities, and now we are constantly upgrading. So if you see this, some people will say, what is yoga? It is year of going ahead. So whatever we are in this, so what next? What lies next? So we are constantly striving to do new things and putting new ideas, across our plant and across our teams, so that we can generate a good value in future. Now, this is one product which we are making, and we would like the paint industry to look seriously, because this is a very good product. It is from the cyanuric acid chemistry. The product is called Thiac, and we are making this product in our plant, and we are regularly supplying also to few large customers. Basically, what we have studied and we have done some research, basically it has a lot of good use in this as a cross-linking agent or a curing agent, the formulation of various paints and coating. Though we know that there are only few customers presently, but in the future we hope that there will be more usage of these products in architectural coatings. So basically it provides a lot of heat resistance. So maybe for exterior paints, we also recommend it maybe for exterior paints, maybe for wood coatings and epoxy and PU coatings also. So we can discuss one-to-one after the session is there, that how we can do and work on this product, because this is going to be a focus product for us, and it's a relatively, you can say, new chemistry which we would like to more aggressively promote now in the paint and coating segment. Okay. So we are always available over there, and I think we are also just to inform you that we are also putting up our stall at the Paint India in February. So most of you, I know, will be there, and we will again connect in the month of February. And we are actively participating in all the trade shows also abroad and in India. So we would definitely like to connect more with you on a one-to-one basis and to take the things forward. So we assure you of one thing which our company can assure you, our management can assure you, is a complete transparency and ethical business dealings. This is one of our top core areas on which our company's values is built upon. So again, thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Harish, sir, for giving us such a good platform, and we are definitely honored to be over here. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. So maybe if you have any specific questions, we are there in the lunch time also, and we are there till post lunch also. So maybe we can connect easily, because I think most of you must be very hungry now. I would not like you to.
Short of time.
Yes, exactly. We are running behind 15 minutes behind schedule. So maybe we will connect, and it will be good pleasure to interact with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Please.
Thank you. Yes. sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, we will definitely be there, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes. Sir. सामने देखिए सर. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, भाई. ये ले लीजिए.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Malhotra. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Yogesh Singhal.
Slide कैसे?
सिंगल साहब आप इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे खुद ही. आई थिंक लेट अस हैव शॉर्ट
ठीक है. Okay.
कंपनी एंड प्रोडक्ट्स.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to share about my company Chemline Specialty, its journey and product profile. It's a journey of a small trading company becoming a specialty manufacturing company with a vision and mission. Quality is the game changer, bet on it, and having the motto, let's keep the people first, rest things deal later. So the agenda of today presentation is journey of Chemline Specialties, introduction, and our product profile like paint dryers, combination dryer, FRP dryers, liquid PVC stabilizer and kicker, additives, and future plans. So Chemline journey started in year 2005 with the distribution company in Delhi. We used to distribute pigments, paint dryers and other raw material to the coating, plastic and ink industry. By 2010, we established warehouse facility in Gujarat, Ahmedabad. By 2015, we established ourselves as one of the reputed distributor in northern India and western region. So we always wanted to go into the manufacturing. So we in 2016 we acquired the manufacturing facility of dryers manufacturing facility of Shri Ganesh Industries, then revamped all the manufacturing facility and processes to meet the international standard, to meet the demand of the global and the domestic market. In 2017, we start exporting to the Indian subcontinent and the Middle East market, and decided to gradually increase the production capacity from initial 1200 metric tons to 5 times of the initial capacity in gradual manner, like in 2018, 19, 21 and 23. In 2018, we start manufacturing liquid PVC stabilizer and accelerator for FRP industry, and increase the production capacity in 2018 also. In 2021, we acquired the technology for manufacturing of additives, and we thoroughly tested in application for over 2 years before making it commercialized in 2023. So we are glad to inform that we are exporting to the more than 30 countries. We are exporting to Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Malaysia, and North America. So many countries we are exporting, Asia Pacific, Nepal, Bangladesh, everywhere we are exporting. Over the time, we have built certain strength, and we follow certain core values. So our strength is our team. So we always believe growth of any organization depend upon its team, and no organization can grow without the team. So we always give the focus on the mental clarity of the team. So we always focus on the mental clarity of the team. We from top to the bottom of the pyramid, we make them understand their role is key to the growth of the organization. Each and every step taken by any employee of the company is important for the growth of the company, and any step taken in the right direction take the company to the next level, and Any step taken in the wrong direction will take the company to the backward. So we always believe, so we make over the time, or we make our processes strong and make the team stronger, so that we can build on sustainable supplies, high quality and consistent product, customized solution and robust technical support. So our product portfolio include metal carboxylates, paint dryers, accelerator for FRP and specialty composite, liquid PVC stabilizer for artificial leather, and additives. Paint dryers. Paint dryers are the reaction products of metals and carboxylic acid, and their main role is to oxidating drying of alkyd paints. The metal have specific function in drying mechanism of alkyd paints. As we already told, dryers are the product to be used in initiating, oxidating, curing. These metals are these are metal complex molecule in which each metal atom is used for some special purpose, has its important role in drying process. Dryers are metal soaps and metallic carboxylate that are further divided into 5 categories as a functional dryers. First is auxiliary dryer, first is primary dryer, then secondary dryer, third is auxiliary dryer, combination dryer, and specialty dryers. In primary dryers, the metals like cobalt, manganese, iron, cerium and vanadium comes. In secondary dryer, lead, zirconium, bismuth, barium, aluminium and strontium, and in auxiliary dryer, calcium, zinc, lithium, potassium. The role of the primary dryer is to surface drying of the alkyd paints, and it's work as a catalyst in surface drying process. The role of the second drying is throw drying of the paint film, is actively responsible for cross-linking steps during the drying process. The role of the auxiliary dryer is to support the primary dryer and the actively responsible for improvement and appearance of the surface properties of the paint film. Combination dryers. Combination dryer are mixture of the different metal salts in some specific ratio to optimize the drying of alkyd paint, especially when high solids and high metal contents are required. The benefit of using combination dryer is to get the right balance between the effectiveness with respect to the surface of drying and throw drying with addition to the surface finish. The key benefits of the combination dryers: simplified and easy handling, reduce inventory, lower VOC. Generally so we have different range of combination dryer like CS901 depending upon the solid content and the metal content, and we have a combination of cobalt, strontium, calcium, cobalt, zinc, zirconium, calcium, cobalt, lead, calcium. So generally the combination are the of primary, secondary and auxiliary dryers. Because dryers cannot be used as a single metal, they are always used in combination of the primary, secondary and auxiliary, because primary dryer only gives you the surface drying. If you use only single dryer, then it will, the other performance will be deteriorated. So FRP dryers. FRP dryers or the cobalt accelerators are used in FRP or composite industry based on the unsaturated polyester resin and vinyl resin. These are used to accelerate the drying process and reduction in curing cycle while using with catalyst MEKP. Accelerator can be added by the applicator or the resin manufacturer along with the MEKP. Generally, these accelerators are cobalt based, which accelerates the reaction of catalyst to start chemical reaction between resin and styrene monomer. We have different grades of available in this FRP dryers like cobalt PN grade, cobalt 101 and different metal contents. Liquid PVC stabilizer and Kika are generally composition of different metal carboxylates to use in PVC flexible applications such as PVC calendering, extruder profile, artificial leather clothes, soles, footwear, coated fabric, PVC flooring, extruder hose, toys and many more. Generally, PVC stabilizer are combination of barium, cadmium, zinc, barium, cadmium, lead and barium, zinc. The kicker are further classified into fast kicker and slow kicker depending upon the reactivity. So medium kicker are the combination of the zinc, potassium, barium, zinc, and fast kicker are the combination of zinc, potassium, barium, zinc and cadmium, zinc. We have different grades available in the stabilizer kicker and medium kicker and fast kicker segment. So Camilla, as we told you, Camilla have recently started manufacturing of paint additive after acquiring and carefully understanding the market demands, and we have three basic series. First is DC series, that is dispersion control. DYC DC series for wetting and dispersing additive for all solvent based and solvent free binder system for paint and coatings with its application in printing and composite and artificial close to plastic soles. Second series is CYG FC, that is deformer and anti-release additive series. The series for deformer for water based and solvent based and solvent free additives with strong deforming efficiency with the understanding of compatibility to achieve the fast dispersal and removal of micro and mini bubble. We have different grades available in W and D series depending upon the solid contents and the composition of the composition, like some and depending upon the performance or the application, like some are compatible for the alkyd based paints, some are compatible for the PU application, some are compatible for the printing ink and different applications. And samely we have different grades available in deformer air release additives series also. We also started with the surface additives to achieve the improvement and surface finish of the paint application for protection against the surface defects. These are specially designed to improve gloss, mass, stretch resistance, seizing reduction, gloss reduction, no pinhole, anti-graffiti and easy to clean effect. These are the grades available under the surface additive. And so we set certain future targets for ourselves. We have in the dryer segment, we are working on the cobalt free dryers, and we are very near to achieve our target of cobalt free dryers. Since in many countries cobalt has been banned, so we are very near to achieving or offering the it is under the testing. So we hope to launch this product within 2-3 months. Dryer for water based alkyds, so we have already developed these products. So these are under testing and stability testings, and we have developed certain specialized vegetable oil based dryers for the ink industry. So as ink industry, many big players have banned the uses of octoic acid. So we have developed the certain products based on the neonicotinic acid base, and for the European markets and for the certain ink applications, and where they want dryers vegetable oil base for the food applications. So we already developed these products also. In additives also, since it is our new product portfolio, we will develop new products as the industry demands, and we will do more, and we want to expand our production capacity from 6,000 metric ton to 10,000 metric tons by 2025, and we are very much sure that we will achieve this target, because we are working we are working on our processes and the team, and on the compatibility to improve our competency, so that we can grow and penetrate in new markets and with new products. Thank you very much for Surface Society for giving us opportunity for presenting our company in front of you.
Yeah, the talk is open to the questions. One or two or maybe 3 questions. Please come forward. Any questions? Other products, wonderful products are there.
Yes, yes, we already developed and it is under testing. So we will offer you after 1-2 months. Yeah.
For FRP,
Yes.
along with MEKP, instead of using cobalt octane directly, your material can be used to say that.
Yes. No, you can use cobalt octate, but these are the specially designed product so that reduce the curing time.
Indirectly, instead of
Yeah.
cobalt octane separately, you can use your material in place of that.
Yes, yes.
That's what I
Yeah. It will reduce the curing time. So these are faster than the original cobalt octate.
Initially, I thought it was a replacement of MEKP.
No, 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 yeah, yeah. Yeah.
And what is the percentage?
It depending upon the like a point, some people use 0.5 to, yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I got a small inquiry. What about this dryers and food industry?
Not food industry, for ink industry, offset ink for food application. So the MTO is replaced by the this methyl soya ester, vegetable oil based. Yes.
Anyone?
My simple question for the, from the layman is that why all FRP companies are taking fire and there is a great risk? Is it that cobalt drag?
No, no, no. MEKP. Yeah.
Explosive.
Explosive. This is very explosive.
Cobalt and MEKP is explosive. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep.
Thank you.
Please come here.
Thank you, ji. Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
Same. Thank you, ji.
Camille is always supportive to Surface Coating Society. We appreciate and acknowledge his contribution to the Surface Coating Society.
He's our guiding. Thank you.
Now I would like all of you to gather back for lunch and we'll be back by 2:30.
Thank you. Gotcha.
Hello. So, very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you all once again to this program. So, for the session we'll be starting. I would like to call Mr. P.B. Deshmukh sir on the stage to tear up the session. I would also like to call upon Dr. Bijoy Misra sir on the stage, and Mr. Rajesh Tiwari also. Okay, so now I would like to call Mr. P.B. Deshmukh sir to introduce Bijoy Misra sir. Okay, so we are starting with Mr. Rajesh Tiwari sir. I'll ask Mr. P.B. Deshmukh sir to introduce Mr. Rajesh Tiwari sir.
Okay. Yeah.
I can only say that he is with me right from beginning in Asian Paint for 15 years.
We have worked together.
Okay. And he knows everything, automotive industry, and now he is heading refinish group.
Okay, so good afternoon to all. So I'll introduce myself directly. So my name is Rajesh Tiwari. I have been working with Asian Paints and now JV of Asian Paints and PPG, known as PPG Asian Paints, for almost 28 years. And out of that, we worked together almost 15 years. So Deshmukh Sahab was my boss, my mentor, and that's the reason I am here, because otherwise we are having 2 days technology day going on for Asian Paints in Ambi Valley. So from there only I am coming here, and it's all because of Deshmukh Sahab. So, so starting our subject, actually I would like, I know that this is a difficult task given to me. Post-lunch sessions are always very hard to keep people awake immediate after lunch. So when I was entering this, actually when I came here at 12 o'clock, that time I saw one presentation was going about, putty, and there's a lot of discussion. Somebody is saying that, organized sectors, big companies are, selling these products for loss just to be there present in that, in those segments. So I would like to correct that first of all, because I didn't agree with that because of the insider information in Asian Paints. See, first of all, these big companies, like especially what we know, and Deshmukh Sahab will also agree with me, is that these big companies never venture into any business for loss. They always look at PC because that's the top line. Unlike the MSMEs, the big companies' balance sheet is open for everybody to audit, including the shareholders. And the day their profits start dipping, their share prices will go down. So they will never venture into something which is actually loss making. On the contrary, they always look at the profitability, and if it is like their cap is 30% or something, and if it is sliding below 30%, and if it comes to 20%, forget about making losses. That time only they will start switching out of that market. And what is happening, this you have to understand that there is lot of knowledge which is beyond this also, because very few people will know that. The putty business is something which has been made profitable not because of the ingredient and RMC. Understand one thing. Important thing is that Aditya Birla came into this business because Birla had a problem to scrap off or sell off their waste. And what they started doing to utilize their waste product, means actually waste coming out of production of cement, white cement, they had to venture into this business. That is how they came into that business. Same thing is for Asian Paints. What I have been seeing, actually, I don't think Asian Paint is doing putty business for less than 40-50% margin. Otherwise, they will not put their stake in that. Okay, so that is made possible because of the backward integration, and that's what I actually is my subject here. I am not here to promote my company. I don't think our company is something which requires recognition or promotion this way and sell the products, etc. But I just want more talk about here about the technology. So our company started working on patent, for example, I'll say, and Deshmukh Saab was the first person in 2008, first time, 2008 first patent actually went to him. So that's actually his credit. But yesterday I saw for Asian Paint, if you are in a business, you have to smell the money. If any venture is not getting you money, and that ROI, return of investment, should not be 3 years afterwards. It has to be from the first month of inception. If you are not in that kind of business, then actually there is no purpose of being in business, because business is for making money. It's not a charity. Okay, nobody is doing business for charity, and if somebody is saying they are actually trying to, trying to hide something, okay, you can't be hypocritic in business. Business is actually for making money, and that's how Asian Paint survives. Last year quarter, you have seen their data. They have generated about 5,000 crores profit out of their 27,000 turnover, and that 5,000 crores, 5,600 crore is the profit they have generated, and that whatever value they generate, they actually keep reinvesting. So same way, going back to that Birla Cement story, because the Birla is now challenging Asian Paint in the paint segment. So now their Asian Paint is challenging Birla. You must have seen the press release. They have made an investment of 6,000 crores in Middle East to start a cement company. So same route they are following. Instead of somebody enemy challenging you in your field, you better challenge in their field. So that's how actually it's working. So I just wanted to give a idea before starting my presentation. If you have to sense the future, if you don't see the future, one actually story, real story I have seen in my life, and Deshmukh Saab knows, this is about 22 years back. There was a time, about 93, 94, all the exterior coating used to be cement paint. And there's a company known as Kilik Nixon, which doesn't exist today. Means actually if they are not having any significant impact. They used to sell a product known as Supreme Chem, and they used to rule that market, exterior paint. That was the time in technology, our boss that time was Dr. R.B. Tirodkar. He started talking about first time in India exterior emulsion paints. Okay. And when he started exterior emulsion, and marketing people used to actually counter him, saying that, okay, this is not our field, we should not talk about, we are all interior people. Actually, Kilik Nixon, when we came into, emulsions, exterior emulsion paints, first time Apex Ultima, that time Kilik Nixon used to run an ad, and that ad's punchline was what? Andar wale ke they are not going to survive, but they insisted on that actually coating, and that is not made possible because polylactic acid or glycerol acid is cannot be actually molecular weight can't be increased beyond 10,000. So that's where they are stuck. But they are working today that if we have to make a sustainable green energy, we have to work on such kind of option, and that is going to be the future. Okay, today we know that day before yesterday only Narendra Modi had signed an agreement about sustainability and green energy. That's going to be future, and the people who are working in that direction, maybe a small scale MSME or a large scale, they are going to win that race. Otherwise, things we don't know. Technology changes so fast that's why I am giving you an example. In my lifetime, I have seen that this market doesn't exist. Cement paint market. Does anybody, a young generation, if you ask those people who have actually in the industry from 2000 onwards, that do they know that cement paint is something, an entity existing for exterior? I mean, it's all 100% exterior emulsion. That market itself, companies are wide up. If we don't have access to that, and we actually keep working, crying for our own efficiency, we are not able to generate money in our business for any product line because we are short of ideas. It's not that technology is bad. Understand? Because we are falling short of ideas. We don't know the ways to make it profitable. Entire Asian Paint business runs on this idea. They are doing so much of backward. They have invested in about 6,000 crores plus for VAM, for making vinyl acetate monomers themselves, because they are the biggest consumer of that. So they are doing so much of backward integration. They are putting money into the, they are into a different space altogether. That's the future you should look at. So I was telling you, this is actually Sabe. There's one big store which has come up in South Bombay, and they have spent 900 crore rupees for that project. And that project is actually mostly 90% of the walls are all wallpaper, and entire 100% work, start from roof to the floor to the side walls, has been done by Asian Paints wallpaper. And there was an inauguration, and for that Kumar Mangalam Birla was called for. He didn't come because we are direct competitor. Okay, and that was inaugurated by Asian Paint people. So that's actually a future. They are into they are diversifying. They are saying that okay, if this household business, the construction business, the real estate business, whatever is used has to be used from Asian Paints. So that's the space they are working in, because you develop today something, somebody will follow you, and it will catch up very fast, and very fast you will become non-profitable, because the moment your technology becomes commodity, it will become non-profitable. So you have to keep inventing new space. If you don't keep inventing new space, there is no future for that that organization or that industry. So that's it. So that's actually no time actually starting my yeah.
One clarification, whatever profitability 30%, 40% is said for big company, keep it in mind that overheads of big companies are between 18 to 22%. That's, I just want to
So they can't survive. If they don't work in that zone, they cannot survive. Okay. So to start with my subject. So as you all know that PPG Asian Paint is basically a company which was formed in 1997, and special focus was on functional coatings. Functional coating includes the automotives, industrial coating, refinish coating. This is the space which actually Asian Paint was mainly falling short of technology, and you know that it is actually a technology field which requires lot of warranty. Okay, because there are actually such barriers there, like talk about preventive and maintenance coatings or the automotive. If you don't have, see today PPG products what they bring in India is actually something which is already field tested for 7 years minimum. Because if you don't have that data, you can't risk with the company. Okay, because just one failure, I know my career, one failure with the automotive coating had costed us 10 crore rupees at that time. Means actually it's a 15 years old case story. So this is actually a space we started working in, and we also actually ventured into 3 basic business units here in India in this joint venture, which is actually automotive, industrial we say, which includes the DMEA and also the electronic manufacturer, and third is actually the largest, which is refinish technology. If we look at the refinish technology markets first, because all the trend of technology will be derived out of the market trend. Okay, so if you look at this trend, you can see that how this market is growing, and it has actually another thing what is to be noticed here is that on the right side I have actually put 2 graphs. One is that the automotive refinish markets by geography how is changing. So there is to be a time, there will be, lot of large car users in Europe or US. Today, I will tell you, we actually deal with lot of, body shops, dealers, retailers, and, most of the automotive companies, and for their body shops, etc. Today, India actually is somebody which is, selling largest number of Mercedes-Benz in this space. Okay, India is selling more Mercedes than China, for your information. So that space is changing. People are actually spending money. They are going for high-end cars, and that's how this refinish market is growing, because it's mainly a collision repair, means any accidents happen or something. And you see in the geography how Asia, and specifically India is occupying this space here. Now, what are the market drivers we look at? Because we just go by a data given by E&Y, Ernst and Young, and also a lot of global studies. And we look at the trends, that's why I took so much time to introduce the subject, is that what is going to happen in next 5 years, 10 years, okay, in this space. What we look at, that if you look at the global data, the number of collisions, the number of car accidents are reducing, for your information, because of the lot of awareness, safety details and other things. And what is the impact of it? Because the globally number of accidents, if you look at number of per person accident of the global data and Asia's, even for India it is coming down. So if it comes down, that is going to actually directly impact the refinish market for collision repair. So how to deal with this problem? Okay. So most of the companies actually you see started looking at is the other facet of that, because every problem is an opportunity, we all know that, nothing to specify on that. So this problem we look at that there is going to be less number of accidents, so less number of repair, so less consumption of paint for refinish. How to tackle this problem? So thing is that they also started looking at that what is the trend of cars sold in the Indian market or globally. In India we specifically see that there was a time people used to buy this entry level Maruti 800 or sometimes Swift Desire and all that. Today we see the trend is that more and more people are going towards SUV, and those SUVs are not low cost SUVs, for example. And you see the data of Kia Motors in India, their growth is 130% from last year to this year, and all that has come from their cars which are sold in excess of 25 lakhs rupees per car. So that's how this market is moving. So where is the space getting creating? So we are looking at that if we are not able to sell the paint, we will sell car detailing range, because today people are even more aware, because I always look at one example in Seawood in Mumbai, and when I pass through that area, I see that in Seawood there is actually a lane. On that lane you will see that on the left side of that lane there are lot of car saloons, saloons and spa and all that, and these people will come there in the evening, they will go to the spa and saloon for their own makeup and all. Exactly opposite to that there is a 3M car care center, and their cars will be parked there. So they work their car to be up to date, no spot, spick and span, there is absolutely no damage on anything, and they just park their car to 3M. And 3M actually operates in a way to they do a job card analysis, and each day when they started, they said their job card analysis said that how many jobs used to do. Initially they used to do 3 jobs. Today they do about 1000 to 200, 1000 to 1200 jobs per day. Each job actually is not less than 25,000 rupees. So imagine how much one car store is generating. So looking at that, we started working in the Cartesian space. That's actually our car care. First car care center we opened in Trivandrum, second here in Pune. Now we are opening 2 in Lucknow and Jaipur this month itself. So that's how we are actually working on. We can't be out, size from the market. We can't be thrown out. We have to look at that opportunity. That's the opportunity we look at. So we also started working into how to counter this actually problem. We started working into the car care space. And what are the other trends we look at is that other trend is that, as I said, sustainability. The biggest question on sustainability, you all know, nothing to deliberate on that, is that about VOCs. So most of the people, and it's not only of the VOC. Yesterday we had in Asian Paints Technology Professor G.D. Yadav, and he was saying something very scientific database. He was saying that if today $90 is the cost of crude oil, and the way exploration is done, means actually the crude oil is actually taken out of refineries, it is going to become very difficult. And by 27 and 28, the same trend of consumption of petrol, if remains this way, the crude oil prices will jump to not less than $230 per barrel. Imagine if 230 to 35 dollar comes, what will happen to the industry which is using petroleum? The companies which are using petroleum, they will be just wiped off from the market. You cannot sell a paint at the cost of 2,000 rupees per liter, because people will say it is unaffordable. Today one job repair, what we look at is auto refinish. One door repair is something between 3,000 to 20,000 based on the model of car. Tomorrow if the cost of paint itself becomes 3,000, imagine that what money people can make and how can they survive in those ways. So that's actually a big trend we look at, that waterborne shifting is happening starting from industrial area for refinish also, and it's not hypothetical. I'll say that people can talk a lot about sustainability from academia. We are working here in this space, and we started converting the solvent-borne body shops, because our business is mostly body shops. We acquire body shop bins, and there we give actually the paints which is solvent-borne, water-borne, etc. We started pushing the industry, and first was Toyota. Thereafter we have converted, in last year itself we converted 52 body shops of 52 dealers of Hyundai from solvent-borne to water-borne coatings. We have converted about 70 odd for the Honda Motors. So that's how people are recognizing that change and they are also participating in it. I'll tell you, it's not a simple thing, because if you look at the repair job, cost for one body panel, for say suppose X for solvent bond, it for water bond conversion it will become nothing less than 2x. But even though at that cost people are willing to pay for that and they want to participate in this change, because we don't know today China condition, everybody knows that they actually just put that, okay, the VOC levels, that how much should be the VOC, and if the companies are not obliging, or even body shops or retails and garages are not obliging to that, they will just shut it down, okay, and they will stop their energy connection and all those things will happen. If tomorrow government has to forcibly do it, then what will happen to the suppliers? That's a second shift we look at. And third and most important shift what we look at, as more and more number of cars are being produced, we see that more and more work is done at the body shop, and that's why we require much faster processes. So I will actually give you an example. Maybe 10 years back, just one example of Sai Service in Mumbai, Andheri. They used to do repair job in a day about 30-40 in a 8 hours job. Today they do about 400 jobs per 8 hours, and they don't have like OEM plants. So they are asking us that where can you help us? Where can you make our handling and all this activity? If for one repair I have to take about 4 hours, can you help me to make it 40 minutes? That's a challenge they post. And we are able to demonstrate that, okay. From 4 hours to 2 hours, gradually we have done. Today within 1 hour, we are actually able to, deliver one car. So that is actually the area people look at, that where, companies can help. See, basically all businesses are actually problem solving, and it's actually a solution to people. Otherwise, what is the product and, or services that we look at? So what we actually, today we say that in, decorative space or architectural space, what people buy is not paint. They buy a solution. They want to, make their walls looking good, durable, looking soot colored and all those things. But if they, for that they are not looking at paint as a solution for that. They are looking at paint as service for that. Because people, Asian Paint today say that we go to customer will never say your paint is bad. He will say whatever we have done, your your wall is actually bad. And that is not the paint. That is paint plus its application. Okay. So it's product plus service. So that's area if you have to address, we have to actually, look at this space, that how can we make the faster processes. Okay, you must have seen, there is one recent ad Asian Paint has started. I don't have that clip, otherwise I would have shown you. For that clip is, you will see that it is actually, launched globally, means actually countrywide now on the all this thing. First time they are actually bringing a concept like Domino's. You all know that Domino's ad of, Paresh Rawal. There is actually the Domino's used to say within 30 minutes delivery and all that. Okay, and there is a rain and he actually is worried that delivery will not happen in 30 minutes, and at the 29th minute that delivery happened. Today Asian Paint Home Solution says that we will give you a guarantee that we will finish your home job by living in the home. It's not that you have to go somewhere. You can stay in your home. With Home Solution we will provide you a job, an agreement. Within 6 days you will paint entire house, and if beyond 6 days anything happens, we will pay you entire money back whatever you have paid to us. So that kind of service level actually has gone up. Okay. So coming back to the microeconomic factors, I'll say we all know that cost reduction is actually a solution at 1/10 of cost. Okay. So instead of 4 crore, 40 lakhs is the treatment they can do. That's actually a space where people are working for cost reduction. So what do we answers we look at? Okay. So one solution is that, as we all see that actually during the COVID period, lockdown happened, similar 2008 depression cycle, and immediately that 2008 when economic depression we actually witnessed. Similarly, this time when this lockdown all actually has, that phase was gone, raw material supply shortages started becoming a problem, and supply chain globally was a challenge. Okay. And what was the fallout for that supply chain? What people actually tactfully started doing, suppose Chemours is making 600 ton of TiO2 in one plant, and they had reduced it because there was no manpower, all economic activity has come to standstill, to 100 ton for example. So they deliberately, instead of going back to that capacity, they increased the price. Their idea is that if I was selling 600 ton per month and making X amount of money, I will sell only 100 ton and I will make same amount of money. And how they will make? By jacking up the price. So this became a very big challenge for our industry. Basically we use lot of PU, and we are highly dependent on the suppliers like Covestro or Vanau and many other isocyanate making companies. There were two challenges. One, their cost was accelerating like anything, and it was hitting the roof. And second thing is that it was not available also. So what PPG did, PPG actually promoted Vanau in China. That was a very small unit there, and now Vanau has set up a plant in USA for isocyanate, and they challenged Covestro to bring down the price. At the same time, there was a discussion going that can we make PU 1K instead of 2K, base and hardener, two components can we make. This is actually a problem which is still not solved by industry or the research field, and somebody tomorrow, if can actually, I will tell you standing here, is that somebody can bring out a solution which is even 90% of the performance of 2K PU, they will actually change the market completely. So that's one challenge we look at. One area we see that one solution what we see instead of acrylic polyol, that standard polyisocyanate chemistry, there is one solution which is coming from Michael addition, and Michael addition is giving you adduct which can perform almost 80-90% of that. So we are actually into working with Allnex and other suppliers to see that how it can be brought in. Second important area what we look at is for color jobs. Basically we deal mostly with the colors in refinish, is that how fast and accurate colors can be used. Okay. And also the lot of products, as we said, that we use lot of putty, fillers, lot of because if dent is there, heavy accident has happened and panels are damaged, then we have to lift it up. So we use lot of accessories product to do. Right. This is our segment of market. I'll just give you an idea. Is that what we look at? That's why I said that waterborne is the our top line, which is high cost of nitrocellulose in refinish market. That market is almost non-existing today. Okay. Because people are moving out of that. So that is actually the bottom level, and the alkyds I already mentioned you that how that alkyd is been converted. What trends we look at? So as I said that always 3 E we look at. One is energy, one is economy, and one is environment. Okay. So what is the economy? Economy is the cost. So our challenges are that per car, if I am giving X rupees, that is how we compete in market. Okay, we said our competition Exalta is there, Exo is there, Nerolac has come in this space recently. Is that if we have to compete with that how can we give you a lower cost, and that cost is not the material cost, remember, because material cost is not the challenge. Challenge is cost of panel. So how much material you use, how much is your transfer efficiency. If I am using 100 ml of paint, how much is getting used for application and how much is just gone in air. Okay, so that's how we look at the applied cost. We look at the process efficiency. I said that fast cure are the processes we look at, low cure are the processes. And second trend, as you know, is that about environment. We say there are two ways to look at to eliminate the VOC problem. One is that go for waterborne. Otherwise, in solvent-borne, high solid is something which is there, because you see US versus to Europe. This fight is actually traditionally happening. Americans will say that waterborne is not a solution. You make a high solid paint, use less solvent, that's better. And European will so go for waterborne. Why is this reason? Because of the carbon footprint. So people today talk about carbon footprint in the sense that if I am using waterborne coating, water, as you know, that if I put some petroleum solvent and I put some water nearby, water will not go off on its own. Okay, because water will require some energy to evaporate it off. So you will have to put a secondary drying force, put an IR oven or put some other facility, and if you use those things, you eliminate carbon into the air. So you are not solving the problem of VOC, you are just changing that scale. So instead of VOC solvent, you are going to but still the net effect is that how much carbon is eliminated, emitted in the air remains same. So what is the solution for that? There is one way is to look at the biodegradable or natural products. So lot of work is happening in this field by using biofuels, as you say, ethanol, etc. There are a lot of alternates of MEKs and other ethylene glycol, other solvents, where we can actually use the solvents from instead of petroleum resources, we can use it from natural resource. So that's actually we call it the hazard free or HAPS free. And third important direction is always for the quality. We look at that how's the net appearance, how much is the durability when it is applied, how many years it remains, what is the long term stability. So why actually I just wanted to bring you, these are some projects which we did in last 10 years, 10-15 years. So one you can recognize is that Adi Shiva, the people who have actually happened to travel to Coimbatore. This statue of Adi Shiva is made in the center of forest. Okay, and there is no protection on the top. I happened to go there in 2021, okay, just after lockdown, and this work was done about 11 years back. I said exactly, just exactly 11 years back. And if you happen to go there, just look at the finish what we have done there. This is in open air, no protection, no servicing, no cleaning, nothing. It's actually a self-cleaning solution, and it remains like that. Second is that this Buddhas, this thing in Tawang, Arunachal Pradesh, we did this project about 15 years back, okay, and this full coating solution was provided by us, start from color, primers, well joined primers up to the finished coat, which is the finished coat, 2K clear coats. On the right top you can see this is project which we have done recently, and this entire work was done for India. And what is that? Anybody find out what it is? Any guesses on the right top? This is the ISKCON temple, okay, and this is known as Palace of Gold. You can go on Google and see. And this was made in the memory of 100th year of Swami Sril Prabhupada, who was the founder of ISKCON. On 100th year of his completion of 100 years of his reaching USA. So exactly 100 years back he actually put his foot on the soil of USA. So this temple has come in West Virginia. We have done actually this entire project. It is spread into almost 500 or 580 or 600 acres. That's the only main temple body apart from the other projects. We have done this temple, actually this Akshardham project in Delhi, and this actually was done this story this actually. So this work was done by somebody else, okay, and when this was put up for inauguration, and just 3 months before that inauguration they saw that paint has started peeling off, there was a lot of cracking. So they approached us on SOS basis, and they said that if you can correct this, because our inauguration date is fixed, within 3 months if you can convert and you can refinish it, you repaint it, it will be really helpful for us. We did that project, and about 15 years are passed. If you happen to go to Delhi, Delhi is highly polluted. If you pass over that bridge of Akshardham, you can just have a look at that. And then one is that on this left top is the Jain Museum, which is coming with the help of Dr. Firodia, which is actually about 600 crore. He has put about 180 crores, 200 crores from his own pocket. The owner of Firodia Motor, Dr. Abhay Firodia. This is just coming up in Lonavala, which is known as Jain Museum project. So these projects actually, if you look at, and that's how do we do this business, okay. When we go for this business, they say that this project can't be repainted or repaired for 30 years, okay. So that's a barrier. If you don't have a proven technology, which you are not confident, okay, 10 years, 15 years, etc., you cannot go and participate in this project. So that's the expectation people have today, okay. And there are many more. I have actually just for the example, for you can see on Google also, okay, this picture work what we have done. Other trends what I as already mentioned is that what we look at is that one is that 2KPU, as I already mentioned here, waterborne systems. Third most important thing is about color stability, okay, because the people who live into this space of tinters, color mixing, etc., they know the biggest challenge is that the durability of tinters, okay. So we look at that, what not only the durability of tinters, but how good are that for ease of mixing and color mixing. And this is what I was telling you in the beginning, is that now refinish market is moving from paint to AI and machine learning, and we have done lot of projects in that, because ultimately what happens, if anything has to become successful, I always give you an example, 2 PPG breakthrough innovations which I have seen recently. One is that if anybody happened to travel by Dreamliner, has anybody traveled by Dreamliner? That was the big aircraft launched by Air India about 7 years. What is different in that? You all know that when you travel by a flight, when the flight is taking off, the pilot or somebody will say that all the flippers, means actually all the windows shutter should be kept open, okay, when it is taking off and when it is landing. In between you can put the shutter down if there is actually sunshine and if you are not feeling comfortable. Here what we did, this entire glass was coated with the coating, okay, and it is actually a coating which is electrochromatic. So in Dreamliner when you are traveling, nobody will tell you open shutter, there is no shutter itself first of all, okay. So what the pilot will do, he has a control button. he will push that control become, and all the glasses windows will become transparent. Okay, and once it is actually taken off, flight is on the midway, then you have that control there. If you want to make it opaque, then you can put the button and make it opaque. This picture actually is flips on the six angles, and the 6 angles you can match the color, so no need to reproduce, spend that time, and you get the accuracy of color. Okay. And this is the new spectrophotometer we launched, which is known as Paint Manager, with help of certainly BYK and other companies, where what we are doing is that whatever color matching is done, if it is done, the output is how it is going to look after the painting is done. Okay, so that's the use of that. And final is our moonwalk, which is, you can see this on the YouTube also available. Okay, what it actually yields to improves the body shop efficiency, number of job per hour on the time base because of electronic data entry. So they also know that when they are using material, how much colorants are there, they control their inventory accordingly based on the number of jobs done, and that's how they save on the money, the capital blocked into the business. So time saving, real time overview, automates the ordering process, clears inventory control. So this is actually our final this thing. We have already started introducing this moonwalk into the Middle East now. First shop is happening now in Dubai, and then in Sharjah, and very soon which will bring this technology to India also. Okay. So this is actually about the digital solutions. It is more in detail that what is DigiMatch system we talk about, what is visualize. Main purpose I will tell you is that, and ultimately bring it on mobile. So how quick it can be done, like you can just take your mobile, you have a car which is come for repair, just take a screenshot of it and put into that app, will pull in the formula. Okay, what exactly is the formula? You dump that formula, that can also be automized, and within few minutes you can have a paint ready, get sprayed, and the car can go for further uses. So that was actually the space we are looking at, and this is the full. If you can see this video, is about the full moon walk we have launched. So you can see this is the tinter rack. It's a water base tinter rack, aqua based technology will be what we call as. You can see entire process is being monitored here, how much time it is taking to complete one job. So entire job can be completed in 4 minutes. That's the idea we are working on. And believe me, it's not actually a cost. People may think that cost of moonwalk is so much and all that. If you convert into how much time you save, how much material you save, okay, because if you are doing 3-time tinting, 4-time tinting, that is the cost added to the user, okay, to the applicator. There is actually going to be much lesser than what we are doing today, okay. So that's a space PPG is looking at. And finally, as I told about car detailing, so don't mix it up with the car repair. Car repair is something different, car detailing is something different. Car repair is that if your low gloss car has become old and gloss has gone down, you do polishing, etc. That's something different. Detailing is something which is going into entirely different space. There are people we work with. Actually, you said that a lot of YouTubers are there, about 1,000 plus are working with us, who are actually working in this space. What is this space about? Is that there are people who buy the car and they are not happy with the color of seat, color of the steering, color of the interiors, the look of the interiors, looks of the exteriors, even look of the alloy wheels. So we actually recommend a solution, aerosol coats and different kind of products which can change the entire look of the car from inside outside. And people are willing to, Dilip Chhabria must have heard of. Dilip Chhabria used to work in a space today actually because of financial scam. He is in the behind bar. But otherwise, there were people who used to purchase a brand new car for 25 lakhs rupees, and they used to spend exactly 25 lakhs rupees for doing a car detailing. So that's a space we are actually entering into, and this is actually we look at these two is the future of our refinish technology. So coming back to to concluding this solution with is that, as I always say, that technology is not static, it's dynamic and very super speed. Okay, it's not dynamic means that I am thinking something, somebody else is thinking. We all know the story of Jagdish Basu. There's a famous story that Jagdish Chandra Basu was working on wireless systems on the radios, and somebody else got his idea from somewhere and he patented, he got the Nobel Prize, Marconi in Italy, which was actually an original work done by Jagdish Chandra Basu. So there is not one person thinking in one direction, there are thousands of people thinking. And the one like search machine, the recent example, that many people were working on the search engines. It was only Google which can actually launch their platform first, and they had totally completely people used to say that there is no challenge to Google, but look at ChatGPT. Now today Google is looking for space, how they are going to survive next year onward. That's how technology changes the entire market. Okay, so technology is such a powerful tool for business, is that people actually want to make a use of it, look into the future, and before competition works in that space, if you start working for future, then only you can remember. That's how these big companies remain in race, not by incurring losses by selling putty and all that. That's what I just wanted to conclude. Thank you all. Any questions? Anybody?
Any questions we can take.
Okay.
Okay.
Is the technology for detailing in refinish is different than what is done at the first stage of painting in the car?
Yeah, it's entirely different because your expectations are different. There in the because there if you do in OEMs polishing etc., there is 2-stage, 3-stage process. But if you do in refinish, you don't have that, because that time you don't have, and that cost your user will not be able to incur. So we make like 1-step polishing compound, for example. So entire space is like that. Suppose if I have to change the leather coat, if I do in OEM, then I will have to contact the supplier of leather, and then he'll have to contact. Here what you can do, it is like DIY. Okay, it's actually do it yourself. That space it is. So there are aerosols etc. People there are people who are like crazy about these things. Okay, they want to do that job their own. Okay, like generally we see that trend even in India. We actually lot of influencers we work with, media influencers which work in this space, and they actually show that if I have a car and it is not looking good for me, I want to change the interior. What product I can use for the outside, for the alloy wheel, and the interior garnish, or the entire paint can be changed. Okay, so that is the product, and which is very quick drying, and having a same kind of durability like OEMs.
Different technology.
Yeah,
different technology, different products,
Yeah.
and it is continuous conveyorized line.
Yeah.
Within 45 seconds, one car comes out of oven one by one. There is no time for detailing and OE shop because of productivity.
Sir, एक सवाल पूछना था. Will you throw some light on this 1K and 2K PU system?
So 1K is today available. It's not that it's not available, but it is into PU dispersion, which is a matte or semi-matte finish. It's not in glossy finish. So if somebody can come out with PU dispersion, which is glossy, as good as 2K PU, that's the solution, or technical solution for it.
It's going on.
Yeah, it's
Research
going
is
on.
going
A lot
on.
of research is happening.
No questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rajesh sir, for such an informative session. So we'll proceed with Dr. Bijoy Misra sir.
Can I start? Good afternoon. I have been waiting, listening to lot of talks, lot of learning. Some things it's so heavy. By this time, I've learned the philosophy in the morning, and I have been listening to so many talks. So, thanks to the Surface Coating Society, the committee, and inviting me, Mr. Agarwal. This is an opportunity to tell something which will make a business. I think you rightly told business is to make money. If you don't make money, it's not called business. And so Dr. Bhagwat's talk that we should bring academia, industry, the basic science center together to make money. Everybody understands paint. Let us raise our hand and tell that everybody knows what the paint. And everybody also understands what is to be done, what is to be required. It's your effort, it's your thinking which is to be channelized to make money. So, इसको हिंदी में बोलते धंधा कैसा होता है? भाई धंधा लाता है तो बिजनेस है, धंधा नहीं होता है तो we are talking and you will all go to sleep after post lunch. But if she's talk like this paint, and if you are looking at real life in your car being painted after the accident within couple of hours, that will make us awake. So, and the other challenge, Mr. Agarwal, you told that you have to introduce yourself. That is the biggest problem. So, what I can tell myself, I am a techno-commercial person working on surfactant for last 42 years. I have been made efforts in the lab. I have worked, made the plant run, and made the manufacturing and also interacted with customers to make develop business. So I could convince the customer क्यों मेरा सामान खरीदना है on the technical term, and that's why the business, and that's why I am existing for last 42 years. So where I was in all these 42 years, I have worked in these companies. I started my career in BARC. BARC nothing to do with BARC atomic energy, it's on the surfactants only. And I worked in so many universities as teacher, researcher, and then in the different company. I started the old ICI, Imperial Chemical Industries, then Clariant, India Glycol, Shalimar Paints, Aquaform, AkzoNobel, Daiichi, Omni Impex, and the last I was in Rosary. As this conference was arranged, I was in Rosary. I left around 2 months and 3 days back. I left Rosary, went to USA, I came back at 3 days, and that's why Dr. Agarwal, I asked that I should give a talk in the morning session because afternoon I may fall asleep because of my jet lag. Thank you very much. So, what's this title? Guidelines to handpick surfactants for optimum performance in paints and coating. So, from morning till evening you are listening so many talks and I am peculiar talking of surfactants. भाई कौन सा surfactant यूज़ करें वो प्रॉब्लम है एंड यूज़ करते करते while you are using we should not incur more money. So yeah, please. Please. थोड़ा बॉटल कौन सा बॉटल पानी पिया था मोबाइल
Sorry for interruption. He has to go because he actually left the running conference and came here. So I have to give him memento and all that. Just 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
It was a nice talk. During the talk, if somebody is asking for some time, give it because he cannot argue that you should finish on time. And thank you very much for taking that. So, if I'm looking at the title, there are two things are there: surfactants, paints, and coating. When I have heard a lot of things about this surfactant. First surfactant, which surfactant? What surfactant? How much I will use it? When I have not heard this in this, honestly, in this 2 days, I have not heard about that. Somebody has a lot of surfactant. Which surfactant I should use for which paint when I am making it? That's a challenge. You will agree with me. And then, how will I manage? What time, when I will use it? How much I will use it? How long I should use it? How long? What is the duration of addition? These are all important things. So this has been a technical challenge, and this technical challenge, I will say this is the tiny molecule defined 100 times for at least 10 times last 2 days. Tiny molecule, hydrophobic, hydrophilic, it goes and helps you to make micelle, microemulsion, liquid crystal, lot of structure. It's a structure forming. It goes to lot of industrial applications. So here I want to give the importance of the surfactant, especially on the coating. कोटिंग वॉल को कोटिंग कर दिया, पेपर कोटिंग कर दिया, लेदर कोटिंग कर दिया, रास्ते में जो पत्थर है उसको भी कोटिंग करना चाहिए. दैट्स कॉल्ड रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन, दैट्स कॉल्ड asphalt. Do you know they use surfactant there? See what is happening here. Oh, it's not coming. कोई मुझे हेल्प कर सकता है? Why I am not getting the video? प्रेजेंटेशन को
मिनिमाइज कर दो और इसको मैक्सिमाइज कर दो.
Come to or come down. Yeah, this one. This one. ठीक. हाँ, yeah. The video is okay. Yeah, what I will do is I will just go to the video and show it. That's fine.
This one? Yeah, see. You need to operate from here actually. See, see, the slide is changing. So you need to basically operate from here, not from PowerPoint.
No, I am not PowerPoint. Here? ठीक है?
Just you need to click here.
It's not coming. Okay, that's fine. Okay, no, that's fine. I just, it's not showing. Anyway, what I wanted to show you that even if these stones which were on the road, earlier if you remember what was happening, they were taking bitumen, heat it and then जलाते हैं, उसके बाद मिलाओ, उसके बाद रोड बनता है. Now it is a cold rapid setting technique where you take in the cold water the stone and then put surfactant, then bitumen, and it's automatically without energy. I will be sharing with you all. It gets coated. Leave it. We can go. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. लगा दिया. अब निकाल के लगाएं तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा. निकाल दे. ठीक है, एक मिनट. What they are saying that. So क्या एंड स्लाइड शो. इसको मिनिमाइज कर दिया. Then I go to this. This is water, and then there is it's room temperature. water, the stones which is called aggregate, and what we will be doing is we will put some liquid bitumen. Okay, I will go to the other one.
This is aggregate and water. Now the bitumen is added. Now this is a similar case. Add with the bitumen and the aggregate water. No coating in both cases. Now just add full drop. This is Prashant PB 192.
This is a cationic surfactant.
Now let's see the thickness.
So now what you will do is you will decant it and you will show you the stone. No energy, hardly it is a stirring. No temperature, nothing. So you will transfer this. At least our age we have seen in the road कैसा होता था. Now you see. Now see it is. So I want to stop this. Go to my presentation.
This is most probably making a bitumen enhancer.
Bitumen gets coated under this. Yes. And it gets coated, then used in the road, all these things.
Cold condition
No.
also.
Yes. It's in cold condition in water. Now I wanted to show this. What is the strength of this surfactant? I have not put any energy, I have not put temperature, it gets coated automatically. Now, what are the pain points which should have been discussed, and Dr. Agarwal, please see to it that these are being addressed with the students. Yeah. So,
Give me your presentation, I'll write everything.
yeah. So, what are the pain points? Raw materials and intermediates and their availability. Price volatiles, many controlling factor. I will give you two examples. EO, ethylene oxide is used and many times it is being controlled by one business house and it can change any time and every time with reasons and without reasons. And still we have to, and as a paint manufacturer, you go to the supplier of so many suppliers there, including the companies I have worked. What is the response? The response is that Reliance ने EO price बढ़ा दिया, आपका ethoxylate बढ़ गया, you cannot do anything else. Is there any alternatives? We will see. What are other pain points is energy consumption during manufacturing, best cycle time during manufacturing, per paint performance, consumption loss and other factor. I have heard two things, the gloss and color strength. Everybody, whether it is pigment, whether it is every talk, if you use this chemical, the color strength will go up. The paint itself has so many components. If everybody is contributing to the color strength, why it is not going up beyond what is our expectation? Please. And then finally we are doing business. Profit is there, it's business. Sustainability, it should be sustainable. These are the two things we all look for. So, which surfactant and why? Either a hard and fast rule. Is it sacrosanct? How much dosage, how much surfactant should be used? What are the process conditions, which temperature it has to be used, what way it is, and what are the roles of surfactant. And these are the things I will cover in my talk, and also I will put it, is there any new process modification, small changes you can do so that you can save energy, you can reduce your price manufacturing? These are the things I will see that. My talk was meant for students, meant for paints manufacturer, but today I changed myself. The fellow who is willing to learn are the students. So there are many students I expect.
Everyone is student.
Yes. So this is paint, all of you are known, and I have to learn from you, not from me to you. So it's a thin layer film of different length. It is to be made of pigments, and it is to be bound to the substrate, whether it is paper, wall, whatever it is, that's the paint. And process of painting is a surface phenomena or interface phenomena. Sunil, Dr. Bhagwat was speaking that this is an interface phenomena. We should learn interface phenomena so that we can manage and manipulate our business, because we are manufacturing paints. And we are, in between there is a paint manufacturing, the customer, and then is a painter. There are three things in India's Indian scenario. So multiple roles of the surfactant. Surfactant while manufacturing, surfactant while application, surfactant post application. Manufacturing low energy so that we can save some money. During application, if you can reduce the loss, and during post application, look, feel, smell, everything, it should look good. And if things go haywire, especially because of the surfactant, these are the issues that will happen, whether it is in-can effects or it is the paint film problems. Now, why the paint itself we are talking is a problem? Because it has a lot of components. These components they don't like or dislike with each other. These are all pigment, extender, that is a true pigments, extender pigments, emulsion, binder, solvent, water, and additives and the surfactant. Surfactant is one of the additives. So these are very small component. I think it is 0.3% or 3%, that is what morning it was discussed. But that 3% decides the whole 100%. So what takes us to the panic mode? I have seen it post-COVID, during COVID, and pre-COVID. Especially in the post-COVID, the availability of the raw materials, as it was discussed in the last talk, it was very, very problematic. It went up. And then there is a question asked that we will be taking the same surfactant, because nobody has made us to learn that there is also another surfactant which can be used. It's not sacrosanct. For example, you can see the red mark Alpox 200. Okay? This is a wetting agent, is used universally. Even if I heard so many talk, it's a APO free. This is APO based wetting agent, everybody uses it. And whoever it manufactures, the price goes up, you cannot compromise. As a paint manufacturer, I will not dare to use any other surfactant which is not Alfox 200. Two things. Because it is small, why should I take a risk by changing that small component and I having a problem? My dear friends, all are science, all are technology. Nothing, there is no hard and fast that if there is no Alfox 200, I cannot use anything. You see series, there are the two things which are very important, HLV and the number of moles. And there is somewhere you will see the cloud point. These are the three things which decides to be used in paints. And if there is no alpox 200, we can go lauryl alcohol ethoxylate. This is NP ethoxylate. We can go to lauryl alcohol ethoxylate. And as of today, I am not attached to any other company, so I can tell you the secret behind this. You don't have to make the TDA ethoxylate or NPA ethoxylate. You take NP and you mix with lauryl alcohol there, then do the ethoxylation, you will get the same result, and your in the application there will not be any problem. I am open, and you all people can take my number and you can contact me. I can tell you the alternative, where you can get it in a cheaper cost, cheaper price, and not use the trademark surfactant which you have been learning from 50 to 60 years. This is an interactive. You can stop me, you can tell me that I am not telling the truth. Okay, let me come to the academic side. These are the type of surfactants, these are discussed, I don't have to talk that. And the good thing that you should be the last speaker, then you don't have to present your 50% of the slides, because somebody or else they have already talked. Thank you very much, Dr. Agarwal. Then the issue is what are the controlling parameters from the surfactant, whether we are using in PPG or anything. PPG, they will buy the surfactant in a different name, and the domestic fellow will buy the same surfactant in a different name. This is a business. So choice of surfactant, surfactant dosage, nature of surfactant, and in reality it's a combination of non-ionic to anionic which is used, and that ratio is important. Either you call it as a non-ionic surfactant mixed with anionic surfactant, or call it as a dispersing agent mixed with wetting agent. So these two has to be used to create and synergistic effect. So just for example, the typical dosage is around 0.1 to 0.4 as a wetting agent, and dispersing agent is 0.2 to 0.8. And this all depends on whether it is pure rutile or rutile anat as mixture, or for carbon black base paint, what are the pigments, it depends on pigment also. This is a paint, and look at two things, number 5 and number 6, that's the dispersing agent, a wetting agent, 0.6 and 0.3. That is nothing but Triton X100 is a 10 mole of ethoxylate. Yes, is also name of that. So people have forgotten that.
Is it NP ethoxylate?
No, it is octyl phenol, OP. But this is AP also.
According to me, it is nonyl phenol ethylene oxide condensate.
Same thing. So when we take nonyl phenol ethoxylate, is also nonyl phenol ethoxylate condensate, because it is a EO, you combine it, create head group, and that's a nonyl phenol ethoxylate. So this paint making, I want to make it simple and say that there are 3 steps. Take pigments, all solids, pigment, binder and additives, mix well, grind well. And there you need a surfactant which is a grinding aid. Then you take it to the second step is milling and grinding step, where it is a energy. What are your grinding machine, that decides it. Then there is a dispersion step. And there you use the dispersant and wetting agent. Wetting, what it wets? It wets the surface of your pigment or the stone or whatever you do it. That's the wetting agent when you are manufacturing the paint. So this also you have seen in the few of the slides. I will not say that. These are 3 steps. It's a wetting, then it's a deagglomeration, because when you are wetting and grinding, they can come together, then it forms a lump, and then it has to be repaired. And that's why how it is being repaired, because there is a steric hindrance or electrostatic replacement. This in the surfactant, they claim if the stabilization is poor, the gloss will be poor. Even if your pigment is good, Even if your all the components are good, you will end up in the poor glass. And when there is a poor glass, the customer will complain to the supplier of the pigment, saying that मुझे gloss नहीं मिल रहा है. But who is the real culprit? The surfactant supplier. This is a good or bad thing. When a paint fellow complains something, you can point finger to others and you can escape. This is bad. And good thing is that everybody contributes to the same property, which is the property of the paint, that's a gloss and color strength. Okay, I don't want to talk about this. And now I want to go to combination or examples of this. So I was talking to people and then say that, can you give us trade secret, all these things. These are the trade secrets are very simple, and this is not being opened up, not being exposed to all of us, saying that these are very simple molecules which are to used with some intelligence. So non-ionics are mostly wetting agent, high HLB, and anionics are dispersing agent, and polyacrylate, sulfates, sulfonates, and I think it's a Sunsilk chemical who was talking of phosphate esters. And you can see these are all anionic amphoteric dispersing agent, and now I am talking of going to the phosphate esters. It's a very peculiar and very interesting surfactant which can be used, and I don't think you can get rid of so many surfactants. And why it is? Because it's extremely good surfactant, it reduces the surface tension, it's alkali stable, corrosion resistance, and good dispersing and wetting powder, and compatible with the polymer rheology. Here you know we are using binders, it has a polymer, it has a surfactant. We are using dispersing agent, which is a surfactant. We are using wetting agent, it's a surfactant. We are using a defoamer, which is a surfactant. We are using a cane time reducer, that's also a surfactant. Surfactant word means to Mr. Dr. Srivastava, with all due respect, it changes in HLB, I accept that. But all of them can be called as a surfactant. That's why I am calling it as a surfactant. So if you look at it, now where is the compatibility? I bought from somebody the emulsion, the binder, that is a surfactant, that's a polymer. And this surfactant is not synergistic to my surfactant, there will be a problem, and then we complain to so many suppliers. So what I am talking is that with use of slight knowledge and slight intention and desire to understand what is going on the surface, we can resolve a lot of problems, and we can really solve problems which are our pain points. So this is interesting, is the phosphate esters. For those who want to do really academic research, my topic is, now I want to tell that please try to see the phosphate esters. And this phosphate ester is usually 2-ethyl hexyl or 2-octanol phosphate esters. This is always a combination of monoester, diester. Usually triester is not there. And you see interesting thing, monoester is a wetting agent and diester is a dispersing agent. If I take one, then I don't have to use different wetting agent or a dispersing agent. And this is my trademark thing, and by my research I have seen that if I take P2O5, I do the digestion at different time, I will get a combination of different monoester to diester, or I will get a combination of different amount of dispersing agent to wetting agent. This requires to be checked, done research, publish paper, and give it to industry. And then one of the things which is not covered in this thing is the reactive surfactant. This reactive surfactant is the binder type of. It reacts and there is a chain which goes onto the substrate, so the adhesion property increases multifold. So now I have to talk about, you all are manufacturing paints. So can we add something, can we add value to this? Or it's a simple process, we are stuck with that, we get it. No. So what I want to say that, and this is the first one is the, if you see that, this is the general process. You grinding process, stabilization, emulsification, and you get the paints and enamels. Okay. What you do is simple, do the grinding and use 30 to 40% of surfactant at this stage. Then you do the emulsification, then hold back some water, do the emulsification, you will get an paint and enamels, but they will have different, that means this thinning add, MTO, alkyl dryer, you add it, do the combine it with a grinding add, then do the emulsification, first dose of the surfactant, add water at the vertex and add remaining dose of surfactant and run for 1 hour. Whatever the paint will get, it will have improved product stability and the cost reduction. The cost of, what are the cost will come down. See, I call it as a manufacturing concentrated emulsion. By that what is happening, that I am supplying to the more surfactant, make a emulsion, then the second step is just a dilution. Emulsions are droplets. I have made a stable, very stable droplets. Then by adding the second step, I am just making it and they will have more stability. And in the process, what I have done is reduce the batch cycle time by 30%. And there is a 10% savings in energy and there is a quality improvement, whiteness, opacity and particle size and stability. This details I may be contacted because I am leaving my numbers. I am not attached to any company as I am speaking now. What will happen tomorrow, I don't know. So I can be contacted and we can discuss it, and it can be taken as a project or it can be used in your manufacturing process also. See that, are you getting it now? Process is simple, just hold back some surfactant, hold back some water. Do it in 2 steps and you see. What will happen, you prepare your mill base, another mill base, you will consume the same amount of things by the 2 batches of, approximately 2 batches of mill base to make the paint with the same energy. So what are the new type of surfactant? This talk I was giving in UDCT, everybody thought that cryptocurrency. It is not a cryptocurrency, it is a crypto anionic surfactant. This is crypto by why it can transform as a non-ionic to anionic depending on the pH value. These are the examples of the crypto anionic surfactant. These are very low cost surfactant and it can be tried. They will add a value in terms of lot of factors, energy, money, everything. So as I don't know, just till now you have not made me stop. I think I can stop now.
Yeah, you can stop.
So I have talked a lot of things about surfactant. Anything? Talk or stop. Yeah. So what I was talking that I have told everything good about surfactant, but surfactant is not good at all. If I can make a paint without surfactant, that will be the best. Can I do that? All of you can come down and tell me. But what's bad I can tell you. Because we are using surfactant which has a liking for water, so they make it the moisture resistance gets affected. Increase in dirt pickup. So we want dirt pickup to reduce and then we are using the surfactant. These are 2 contradicted things. and then surfactant leaching. This is very important, and next talk when Dr. Agarwal will call me, I will spend 1 hour on that leaching, surfactant leaching. If you look at this, if you allow me, I can go to one more slide and come back. This is surfactant leaching, which is tricking, weeping, exudation. That means the paint weeps and then you can see the drops coming out. And this surfactant leaching comes because of we are using surfactant, dispersant, neutralizer, lot of things which are in the paint and they have a attraction for water. So solution is, if you can use conventional surfactant, physically observed, and if we use a reactive surfactant like Dowfex. Because I am talking, let me complete this also. We make black paint, and everybody, if you are an entrepreneur, how do I reduce the cost? So let me use the cheapest black. When you are taking black, cheapest black, what you are buying with that is a lot of oil. So if you are paying costly things, the petroleum, because it is petroleum, everything has been removed and you are getting the pure black pigment. So the question is that if I can take a black which is cheaper and use of our surfactant to solubilize the oil, then I can really save a lot of money. It's around 10 to 15% of during the carbon black manufacturing. You must be, the paint manufacturer must be receiving orders for the black and the pigment loading up more than 50%. Making 30% loading is fun, but if you are getting an export order, then that will be always give us the difficult product that is very, very high loading. So at this point of time, I just want to take import to all of you saying that paint should be tested. The facility to test the paint and the performance should be there in all the paint manufacturer. Otherwise, you will be beating the bush and you will be wasting a lot of money. So Anil Srivastava, I think he will be talking to that and he will be talking the test. And what I request is that there are a lot of testing procedures which has to be learned, and it's very simple. You don't have to make the drawdown in a very sophisticated way. You can make simple drawdown even in your industrial paints, automotive paint. Drawdown when somebody supplies, you know, and you can challenge your supplier if you have that. So that's, with that note, I do take time to acknowledge my people, team, because I have learned not from my schools, I have learned from the working with the teams in AkzoNobel, Rosary, Clariant, Shalimar Paints, and in the surfactant Daiichi and India Glycol, Croda of course. Thank you very much. I started from ICI, old ICI, that became Unicama, today it is Croda.
Okay, thanks Bijoy.
Thank you.
Good presentation, but 30%, 40% surfactant addition I never heard. One more thing, there were 2 or 3 presentations mentioning surfactant, but few people would have confused. Surfactants are also called as surface active agents. And why they are called surface active agent? Because they reduce the surface tension of water. That is the basic. Second thing, whatever Tiwari said or his approach also, if you see that all small manufacturers should keep in mind the approach towards R&D. I have seen R&Ds worldwide, to be frank. they spend on R&D 3 to 5% of total turnover. And in India, it's very less, 0.3, 0.5% and all that. So my request is, it is difficult, it requires money. But at least you believe in the technology, try to develop the facilities slowly, and do experiments on your own. Then your basic concept will be more clear. You will learn more, you will do trial and error in laboratory, and you will yourself come with better and new products. Thank you.
Desmukh sir, allow me to tell it. There is two things called profit center and cost center. Everybody, when you are talking of R&D, looks like big and it's a cost center. I challenge, talk to me 10 minutes, I will change your idea that it is a profit center. You can generate profit from your R&D. You don't do this for measuring the surface tension. You do it how I can convince my customer or how I can reduce my price of the raw material.
Okay, good. But that will be that will be depending upon the experiments. You will demonstrate them. So it is again R&D. Yes. Same meaning. One
It's
more
not
thing
always
I
cost,
just wanted to give clue. Leaching and all that, no? There are now binders will come, you will not require surfactants. So, no, if you have polymerizable surfactant.
No, it's not. This is Thank you.
Thank you for patience listening. I know everybody is longing for tea. So instead of having a next session, we'll first proceed for tea and we'll come back in 15 minutes and we'll start again with our next technical session. Thank you. Fresh with after having tea. Okay. Good afternoon once again, and let me start with the next session. May I request Mr. Watts to come and chair the session, please? May I request Mr. Nimish Patil and Mr. Prashant Khobragade to come on the dais? May I request Mr. Watts to introduce Mr. Patil?
Good evening, friends. So many knowledge and information you have grabbed today by our speakers. Now Mr. Nimish Patel is with us. He will deliver his valuable thought to us. Thanks, Nimish ji. I welcome you. Please do your presentation and give your introduction yourself. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Should I begin? Yes. Hi, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the today's session. So I'll be presenting on synthetic iron oxides for paints and coatings. I'm Nimish Patil. I am the director for marketing and sales and technology at Vega Chemicals Private Limited. So I'll be delivering my presentation today in two parts. The first part would be regarding the origin of iron oxides, regarding the manufacturing process, what iron oxide properties are there for different various paints and coatings applications, and the future trends in iron oxides. And the second part would be about our company. So I'll begin. So iron oxides for paints and coatings are mainly available in 5 different colors: iron oxide red, yellow, black, and then there is orange, which is a blend of red and yellow, and brown, which is a blend of red, yellow, and black. So initially natural iron oxides were used. Naturally available iron oxides were used as coloring matter by prehistoric men. They might have learned in the past that iron oxides which are naturally available are far superior in comparison to the colors derived from animal and plant origin with regards to the changing environment and with regards to their efficacy with the weather fastness. So through the centuries, iron oxides have been used for coloring purposes. They have been used in various cave paintings as well as structures exposed to weathering. Celebrated painters like Rembrandt and Michelangelo have also used iron oxides in their renowned paintings. So these naturally occurring iron oxides were dug from the earth, from mines, and they were made available in the form of chalks and knives for coloring purposes. These natural iron oxides were available only in certain geographies throughout the world. So to ensure the consistent supply of these iron oxides, men had to travel quite far and make it available for usage. So natural iron oxides were mined, that is why they were not consistent. The color tone was not consistent, so there was a demand for more consistent color tone, more stronger and brighter colors. So this led to the rise of synthetic iron oxides. So first synthesis of iron oxides were done in the early 19th century and were known as the Mars iron oxides. These synthetic iron oxides offered more uniformity in regards to the color tone and the richness of color, unlike natural iron oxides. So also the synthetic iron oxides were far better durable in weather as well as had better resistance properties to weathering compared to the natural counterparts. Commercial production of iron oxides led to slow replacement of natural iron oxides across many applications. So in the early 20th century, the most universally followed manufacturing process, which is the Penniman-Zaub process, was developed by Russell Penniman and Norman Zaub. So how should actually the pigments for paints and coatings be? So they should be acid and alkali stable. They should have very good light fastness and have good weather resistance. They should be readily and evenly dispersed in the formulation, should not flocculate. They should be firmly integrated into the coating system. They should not migrate from the coating system. Then they should not have adverse effects on any other ingredients that are there in the coating system. So inorganic pigments and especially oxide pigments are particularly suitable for this. So coming to synthetic iron oxide manufacturing, they can be classified into two different types. One is the dry process and one is the wet process. In the dry process, there are three different types. First being the copper ash method, that is calcination of ferrous sulfate, which mainly gives red iron oxide. Then second is the aniline process, which is reduction of nitrobenzene to aniline. And third is the calcination process. In the wet process, there are again three subtypes. That is the direct precipitation process, the Pigments process as I told you, and the nitrate process, which has very recently been developed. So first the dry processes. The copper ash process is nothing but ferrous sulfate is calcined at high temperatures and it is converted into Fe2O3, which is red iron oxide. But the drawback of this process is that huge quantities of SOX are liberated, and so it requires a lot of treatment for this SOX to be converted again to sulfuric acid, and so that they are emissionless. Then second, the aniline process is nothing but nitrobenzene is converted to aniline in the presence of iron filings at very high temperatures. This gives rise to a black sludge. This black iron oxide sludge can be calcined to either red, yellow or black iron oxide pigments with varying the additives and the temperatures of the calcination. Third is the direct calcination. Direct calcination meaning yellow iron oxide or black iron oxide can be converted into red iron oxide at elevated temperatures. So this happens as follows. The yellow iron oxide contains water of hydration. So at high temperatures, this water of hydration escapes and the color changes from yellow to red. So there is a loss while converting yellow to red. So if you put 1 kg of yellow oxide for calcination, you will get only 850 or 860 grams of red iron oxide. Whereas for black, there is no water of hydration. There is just Fe3O4 is black, which is Fe2O3.FeO. So all the Fe is turning into Fe2 plus. So that is the change that happens from black to red conversion at high temperatures. In the wet process, we'll first talk about the direct precipitation process. In the direct precipitation process, alkali solution and ferrous sulfate solution are mixed together at acidic conditions to give yellow iron oxide. Air is bubbled for oxidation and the temperature is controlled. Similarly, the same ingredients can give black iron oxide but in basic conditions. So majorly yellow and black are manufactured by the direct precipitation process, but recently red iron oxide also has been developed using the direct precipitation process. The Pigments process, which I told you about, involves two steps. The first step is the nucleation stage, which we call as the seeding stage. In the seeding stage, very fine particles, nanometer particles of iron oxide are manufactured by the same method, but at colder conditions. So caustic soda solution in ferrous sulfate is reacted to give ferrous hydroxide, and this ferrous hydroxide is further oxidized to give crystals, small seed particles of yellow iron oxide. The second step is the growth step, in which there is presence of iron and sulfuric acid, which gives ferrous sulfate. This ferrous sulfate is then oxidized in the form of Fe2O3, and it is precipitated on the seed which is formed in the first step. So the initial seed which is formed, it is completely transferred into the second reactor, and this reactor is completely filled with scrap, and a redox reaction takes place, in which the concentration of ferrous sulfate at the starting of the reaction and the end of the reaction remains the same. So yellow and black iron oxides are mainly prepared by using this process. The third process, that is the direct red by precipitation process, this has been recently developed in the early 2000s. So in this, again, it is a two-step process. In this, iron scrap is filled into a reactor and water is added to the reactor. In that, concentrated nitric acid is poured, which gives rise to a finely divided seed of hematite, which is Fe2O3, and it also gives rise to nitrous oxide gases. So this is the seed formation step. Nanoparticles of red iron oxide are manufactured by this process. Then the seed is transferred to a secondary reactor in which, similar to the Penniman-Zopp process, the seed is built up by precipitating the Fe2O3 onto the seed particles and the crystal growth happens. So by this process, the benefit is that we can directly get red iron oxide, elimination of preparation of precursor yellow and black iron oxide. So in India, mostly the red iron oxides, the Indian standard grades of red iron oxides were based from the calcination process. They were calcined from yellow to red. But since the last 10 to 15 odd years, this process has majorly been followed for manufacturing the red iron oxides because it is cost competitive as well as it gives brighter tones. So there are these 4 types of synthetic iron oxides which are available for the paints and coatings industry. First being the regular grades of red, yellow and black. Second being the heat stable grades. Third being the micronized grades, and fourth being the transparent grades. So we'll look at each of these in the next slides. So coming at the regular synthetic iron oxide pigments, they are mainly manufactured using the wet process. They are non-treated basic iron oxides. The major properties of these are, which we discussed earlier, they are inherently weather and light fast. They do not need any external treatment for getting weather fastness and light fastness. They have excellent resistance to mild acid and alkali. They have high inherent opacity compared to the organic pigments. They have very wide range of color shades from lighter to darker tones, both in red, yellow and black. Also a major benefit of iron oxide is that it does not bleed across any solvent. There is zero bleeding for any pure iron oxide. They have excellent consistency and they are non-toxic and non-hazardous. And plus they are the cheapest pigments that are available today. So they are available in 5 colors like we discussed. Then coming to the heat stable synthetic iron oxide pigments, reds from the dry process are inherently heat stable because they are manufactured at such high temperatures in the calcination step of around 700 to 800 degrees centigrade that they are inherently heat stable. So yellows and blacks, they have to be treated externally for getting the heat stability. The top offerings for heat stable iron oxides are reds can be stable to up to a temperature of 600 degrees centigrade. Yellows and blacks can be up to 300 degrees centigrade. Then obviously they are again inherently weather fast, light fast. They have wide color shades and they also don't bleed. Heat stable iron oxides. They have very stringent manufacturing conditions, and the special properties they offer are tinting strength. The sieve residue is very low, that is why they are micronized. They are stir-in pigments. Basically, you do not need to provide any external energy or external force for the pigments to disperse. Basically, by micronization, what we mean is that the agglomerates which are there in the pigment, they are broken down to the finest level. So these pigments on a high-speed disperser, you can directly get a finish of 6.5 plus without providing any external grinding media. Because the oil absorption is so much on the lower side, higher loading of these pigments can be done. So these are available again in red, yellow and black. All 3 colors are available in micronized iron oxides. Then the applications of these micronized iron oxides are particularly in pigment pastes or universal machine colorants. So these micronized iron oxides which I told you about, they are being incorporated into various formulations, and a lot of process industry waste that is generated contains huge amounts of iron. So this process industry waste can be very well utilized to convert the iron which is there in the solution to iron oxides. So a lot of work is being done on that front as well. And obviously there are always going to be process improvements to ensure that the process is more and more environmentally safe and more emissionless. So that's about it. I'll talk a little bit about our company. So the company was established in 1990, and we are the largest manufacturer of the complete range of iron oxides, and we go by the brand name Calx. We have been ISO 9001 certified since 2000, and we employ a total people of 300, and we are the only manufacturers of micronized iron oxides in India. All the other micronized iron oxides are being imported, and we have substituted these micronized iron oxides throughout the country. So looking at the production facility, we have two manufacturing plants. They are set up in 4 acres of land. The annual production capacity is 11,000 tons, and as of today the complete capacity has been utilized. We have round the year production, and we have tried to automate the plant as much as possible to reduce the laborious tasks, and we ensure that there is no breakdown and production is going on thoroughly and continuously without any hindrance. We also have an in-house stocking solution for recurring requirements. Then at the production facility, we employ these processes. For yellow iron oxide, for the red oxide, we are employing the nitrate pigment colors, tiles and paper. In the R&D, we keep on doing a lot of collaborative work with our customers to develop unique solutions. By collaborative work, I mean that we tie up with the customer and we try to replicate their testing facility at our end to ensure that there is no delta between the results that we are getting at our end at the customer's end. There is no gap between that. And we have also developed customized solutions and customized grades as per the requirements of our customer. Some of the examples are, like I told you, we have developed the micronized red and yellow iron oxides, and we have 100% replaced the imported grade for most of the major paint and coating manufacturers. Also, we have recently developed a high performance yellow iron oxide, which is against a Japanese yellow iron oxide, which was for coil coating application. Coming to the quality control laboratory, the quality control laboratory takes care of the in-process testing. We have very strict control on the incoming raw materials and packing materials to ensure that the final quality and durability of our product is consistent. Raw material, as you saw, the raw materials are very basic chemicals, sulfuric acid, caustic soda, and iron scrap. These are the basic raw materials that we require, which are plentifully available. But we only purchase or source our raw materials from specified vendors which we have approved to ensure that the final product quality remains the same. We have very rigid in-process parameters and stringent monitoring throughout the production process to ensure that the final quality is as per our requirement. So coming to the quality assurance laboratory, the quality assurance laboratory deals with the final finished product testing before the product is dispatched to the customer's end. So we have very stringent parameters for in-house quality approval so that the product is smoothly accepted at customer's end. We also do customized testing for recurring requirements. Most of the major players, they require the product to be tested in their formulation as per their testing method, as per their testing equipment. So we do customized testing for everyone, and we provide the report along with each consignment. In case the product is not matching or product is not within the specifications, internal rejection is done, and the record of the same is maintained for the last 6 months supplies. In the quality assurance laboratory, we have a lot of advanced testing equipment for the paint and coatings industry, right from the viscometer to vibroshakers to disper mats and spectrophotometers and scanolites and furnace and etc. So looking at our product range, we manufacture the following types of synthetic iron oxides. In yellow, we manufacture the regular as well as the high performance micronized grades. In red iron oxide, we manufacture the regular grades, the micronized grades as well as the heat stable grades. In black iron oxide, we manufacture the regular as well as the high jetness, high opacity grade. For orange iron oxide, we manufacture the regular and low oil absorption grade, and for brown, we manufacture the regular brown oxides. So, what benefits can the customer derive by using Calc's our micronized iron oxides? They are very easy to disperse, which saves a lot of time and a lot of energy. You don't have to, you don't have to give multiple passes for achieving your fineness. This leads to a reduction in the throughput time. Your batches can be completed in less than 50% of the time, which increases the productivity of your existing machinery as well. They have reduced oil absorption, which means that you can load higher pigments into the formulation. The solid content of the formulation or the tinting strength of your particular colorant can be increased by additional loading of the pigment. Then obviously they are highly cost competitive compared to the international counterparts that are available in the market. Another important aspect of our micronized iron oxides is that the paste drying time, which is particularly seen in the AMC for the auto machine colorants application, when the colorant is delivered from the nozzle, and if it is not utilized for the next day or 2 days, so the nozzle, the colorant which is there in the nozzle should not dry up and choke the nozzle. So the higher the paste drying time, the more beneficial it is. So with our particular red iron oxides, the paste drying time comes out to be quite higher compared to the other counterparts that are available in the market. So because they are micronized, they have very low sieve residue, the tinting strength is on the higher side, and they give excellent hiding as well for opaque coatings. And because they are micronized and high performance pigments, they have very stringent coloristic specs. Then these micronized iron oxides can be applied where systems which are requiring higher pigment loading or cost reduction is required by eliminating multiple passes for achieving the fineness of grind, or formulations where high gloss retention is must. Because the oil absorption is on the lower side, the gloss is automatically retained. For formulations which require higher tinting strength, and formulations where grind and shear sensitive chemicals are present. So we have the following micronized iron oxides in our range. In yellow we have Calx 5910 HP, 5920 HP, 7905 and 7910 HP, and in red oxides we have the Calx 7105M, 7110M, 7130M and 7140M. There is a pictorial description of our products, various products. So for yellows, the undertone goes from a greener undertone to a redder undertone. So the 7905 is the most greener tone yellow oxide that we have, and 7920 being the most reddest yellow iron oxide that we have. 7960 is the orange iron oxide. Then for reds, it goes from a yellower undertone to a bluer undertone. 7100 being the most yellowest, up till 449, which is the most bluer undertone. For blacks, 7830 and 7860, 7860 being the high jetness, high opacity grade. And for browns, it goes from a redder to a blacker undertone. The applications of iron oxides are very wide. Paints and colorants form one industry. It also goes into construction, toners, papers, plastics, asphalt, ceramics, polishes, pharma, inks, cosmetics, foundries, and many more. So this is where we are placed currently, our reach. We are obviously there in India, then surrounding countries. Majorly we are present in Asia, Middle East and Africa. Recently, in the month of October, we have commissioned our new plant by the name Calx Pigments Private Limited. It is a state-of-the-art production facility with 30,000 tons per annum of capacity. This capacity will be achieved in phases. The first phase has been commissioned with 10,000 tons. So the total capacity of our plant is now 11,000 from Vega and 10,000 from Calc, that comes around to 21,000 tons per annum. So the new plant is situated in set up in 12 acres of land, and here the process has been automated to the maximum extent possible. Also, this is a zero liquid discharge manufacturing facility, and it adheres to the stringent specifications that are required for the European and the American markets. New range of temperature stable calc iron oxide yellows in 2024. After each registration, we'll definitely widen our reach to Europe and North America, and we'll be ISO 14001 and 45001 certified in next year. And by 2025, we plan to introduce a new range of transparent iron oxides. So that's about it from me. I would like to thank you, Dr. Agarwal sir, Dr. Deshmukh sir, and the Surface Coating Society for giving us an opportunity. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Yes.
Thank you, Nimish.
Yes.
You have a micronized iron oxide.
Yes, sir.
Which is having very good dispersibility.
Yes, sir.
It is micronized.
Yes.
So its surface area is more. So how the oil absorption is less?
Sir, actually, the surface area is not more. In regular iron oxides, there are agglomerates of particles of iron oxide which are present together. So these agglomerates are broken down. In these agglomerates, sir, there is air also which is trapped between these agglomerates. So that is why after micronization, each individual particle is separated, and that is why the oil absorption comes to the lower side, because this air also escapes. And the bulk density, if you look at the bulk density between the regular iron oxide and the micronized iron oxide, the bulk density, instead of decreasing, it increases slightly. So that reduces the oil absorption. So this is a particular phenomenon in iron oxide.
What is the oil absorption, by the way?
So for yellow, sir, the oil absorption range would be 28 to 33 for micronized grades, and for regular grades it would be 33 to 38. Okay. Yes.
What is the finest particle size micronized?
So sir, it is a range, so it is a bell curve basically, but it starts from let's say 0.2, 0.3 micron, and it may go up to 4 to 6 microns. So it is like a bell-shaped curve.
Surface area is higher.
No, no, sir. Surface area, so if we look at the regular and the micronized iron oxides, the surface area definitely would be higher, as you are saying, because the agglomerates have been broken down. There is more surface. But sir, because the trapped air is also escaping, the oil absorption also comes down. So you can witness it in your formulation. When you try to put regular iron oxides, you cannot load more than 25%. After that, there will be thickening. There you won't be able to add any more pigment to it. Whereas for micronized iron oxides, the formulations are there which add up to 65% pigment loading in the formulation.
How it is comparable to wire R30 micronized?
Sir, it is similar in performance. 130M is Lanxess Bayferox grade. So our 7130M is exactly similar in performance. We have already replaced 130M at many, I cannot name, yeah, but
Heat stable. It's a heat
yes.
stable up to 600.
Reds, yeah.
If it is increased.
Yeah, temperature goes beyond 600.
What happens?
So sir, it will get calcined. So the color tone will shift more towards the darker side.
Blacker.
Darker side, yes. Maroonish. It will turn towards the maroonish side. I won't say it doesn't dry, sir. It takes more time to dry. So sir, that is a property which is inherently there in our iron oxide. Sir, the process of manufacturing our micronized iron oxides are different from the processes which are employed by the other manufacturers. So, sorry, sir? Yes. 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 So, sir, that has been experimentally studied, and we have done actual experiments to see, and that the same has been verified from the industry as well. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would request Mr. Watts to felicitate Mr. Patil.
Thank you.
Before start the next session, I request to Mr. Yugan Gupta, please come on the dais. Yugan Gupta from Savita Paint Private Limited. He's a raw material partner of our society, and we get very good support from this company.
Is highly appreciated and recognized. All Savita Paint team, please come. Anybody from Vimal Enterprises? Vimal Intertrade?
Now may I request Mr. Khobragade to come and deliver his lecture, please?
Welcome, Mr. Magwade. You introduce yourself.
Yeah, this is all. Fine. Okay. Good evening to all. First of all, thank you very much to the Surface Coating Society to giving us chance to present us as a Anuvi chemical with some technical session and some points with the topics as well as some commercial aspect of the organization with some specialty products. So my topic of today's presentation is emulsion polymers for architectural paints, their importance, characterizations, application, and some advancement into the part of the architectural paints and emulsion fields. So the outline is consist with mostly the backgrounds of the emulsions, decorative paints, and the technology trends and some factor which is affected and will affecting on the properties of your paint. So we all peoples are working into the decorative paint segments. Sometimes we are working into the protective areas. Sometimes we are working into decorative plus protective segments. So we are working from last 50, 60, 100 years or 150 years. But I'll tell you the concept of all these decorative paints or protective paints and whatever the materials we are using into the formulation of that areas is not 100 or 200 years old. This technology is established into the markets or the area of application from the 2nd century, about 480 to 650 Christ. So you can whatever the images I am showing you, so that a very famous images, the name of in Ajanta caves, the Ajanta Muras, these paintings done in second centuries of 480 to 650 Christ. So where all are colored paintings, and still they are today they are into their existing form as a decorative as well as the form of protective. So you can imagine what the technology we have from long era. So we have that much of specialty things and technology with us into the area of this decorative and as well as protective segment. So you all aware about what is the coatings and how it works. So it mostly consists with the pigments, binders, solvents, and it go for the decorative or protective, right. So the main basic thing is why we are going towards more developing waterborne coatings. So the major 4 factors is what in solvent bed, it is a flammables, air pollution, water pollution, health effects, and when we consider with water base, it have low VOC contents, low risks of fire hazards, reducing worker exposures to solvent vapors, that all. Sorry, okay. So the second part about the major part into the paint or decorative architecture area is the binder, the emulsions which we are using at a laid down stage after grinding, where it plays a very important role as to make a film onto any surfaces, whatever. So emulsion polymers, basically it is defined the polymer emulsion or dispersions or polymer latex with the particle size of closely 100 to 1000 nanometer or start from 50 to 1000 nanometer into the particle size. So where it is in the form of stabilized things. So now you can imagine yourself how that nano, see the emulsion consists, when we are talking about particle size 50 nanometer to 1000 or 100 nanometer to 1000 nanometer, why that particle size is very important into the part of paint formulation, how it's giving you the effectiveness into the performance and properties of your paint. So you can imagine the differentiation between the different particle size of the materials available into the existing in nature. So you can see the nanometer scale is close to 10 to the power minus 9. So means it is the downside of the 100 nanometer. So when you go with 1 to 100, it considered as a nanometer actually. So the number of major polymer particles in emulsions are into the close to 100 or 150 nanometers, right. So that particles have high surface area as well as high surface energy. So it will give you the closest and highest binding ratio to the material which you used into your formulations. So that is the major importance of your emulsions. So when we are going with more the consideration part of emulsions, so how emulsion polymer are made, that is the very important aspects when we are going to use emulsions into the formulations, because there is a lot of different emulsions, styrene based, acrylic based, VAM based and PVAs that are used into the formulations with different aspects and application areas. So where the emulsion polymer are made with two basic mechanism, you can say it is water in oil emulsion or oil in water emulsion, but with that there is 2 to 3 different methods to synthesize emulsions. Sometimes it is mini emulsions and micro emulsions. So basically the difference between mini and micro emulsions, what in mini emulsions it is also method to manufacture and synthesis emulsion, but the particle size goes more than 1000 nanometer, means more than 1 micrometer. So where in micro emulsion you can control the particle size close to 50 to 150 nanometer. So that is very play important role into the binding of your paints. So that's why whatever the emulsions we are using, that all are micro emulsion polymers. So as earlier I am saying that it is a two type of emulsion, water in oil emulsion and oil in water emulsions. So whatever, any copolymers. So difference between these two type of emulsion is what? In oil in water emulsions, the monomer that only slightly soluble in the continuous phase. That continuous phase is the water. So instead they form droplets that are suspended and stabilized by the emulsifier. That type of emulsion, you can say it is a oil in outer emulsion. So second part is that water in oil emulsion. So an emulsion polymerization can also be carried out with the water miscible hydrophilic monomer such as any acrylamides or acrylic acids which disperse in a continuous hydrophobic oil phase, means into the monomer phase. So that types of emulsion you can say water in oil emulsions, but there will be no any difference on the performance of your paint formulations. So basically that is the chemistry, and whatever the emulsions we select is based on the your end requirement and the properties of the your paints. So the major things into the emulsion polymer is what, how we characterize. We are basically characterize with the solid content, particle size, coagulum, rheology, viscosity, glass transition temperature, residual contents, and major important part is molecular weight. So there is also some this basic characteristics is very important part into the emulsions. So and some area that affect on the these parameters. So because it is a very necessary part for the formulations. So where there is some areas that affect the rheology and viscosity of emulsion, because it will end effect onto their formulations. So where the viscosity and rheology of an emulsion polymer is a complex property that totally depends on solid content, particle size distribution, pH, particle size, surface charge, and organic content in aqueous phase. So the very important part into the your part of formulation in decorative, when we are going to select any emulsions, how we select the emulsion, there is some criteria like you want some final properties into the formulations, some you selected some application areas, that is quite major areas of consideration before the selection of the emulsions. So but before to polymerize or before to make a chemistry of that emulsions, so the basic part is what, emulsion polymer are produced by the polymerization process. This means there we are considering some specific monomers and make a copolymer with the combination of different monomers with the different ratios. So that convert into the polymerization process with some stabilizers, auxiliaries, surfactants, and some post polymerization and materials. So the selection of that all monomers is totally depend on consideration and comments or the requirements of the properties which you are going to find in emulsions. So mostly whatever the emulsions we are considering monomers like methacrylic acid, butyl, styrene, vinyl, acrylic acids or vinyl acetate. So that based on monomer that do not react with water, monomer that undergo free radical chain polymerization, monomer with limited water solubility, they have carboxyl functional monomers, etc. So other part of we are thinking more initiators, surfactants, and some other ingredients. In the architectural coatings, mostly whatever the emulsions we are talking, almost 1/3 of all emulsions polymer are used in a formulation of architectural coatings, often also labeled as a paint. They are used indoors, outdoors, any applications. So the in exterior architectural coating, how we are classifying and considering. So the like what I am earlierly last slide I told, the vinyl, some copolymer emulsions, vinyl acrylic, styrene acrylic, pure acrylics or styrene acrylic. So that whatever the copolymer combinations we have or monomer combinations we have, so that is with the end property requirement in your paint. So if you want to go like matte sheen paint, velvet sheen paints, satin paint, semi-gloss paint, or glossy paint, super glossy paints. So that is a one part. So other part you go with the performance requirement like what scrub resistance we have and some other scratch resistance, that all characteristics. There is some other more important factors which affect on the properties and performance of end application of the paint formulations. One is VOC, that is volatile organic compounds, volatile aromatic hydrocarbons. There are some other ingredients that shall not contain the formulation like heavy metals, APOs, and other ethylene glycol ethers. And very major important role of emulsion is that before to consider, we are considering applications, performance, properties. So other is main part into minimum film forming temperature, that is MFFT. So the correlation of this MFFT is mostly with TG, glass transition temperature. So you all aware about what is meant by glass transition temperature. It is the part and inherent characteristics of any polymer, where above the temperature it behaves like it is a rubbery or flowable, and below the temperature it is hard or glossy. So that the entry point or the temperature where the polymer are going to change the phase, that is considered as a TG. But that are mostly considered with the solid part of the polymer and plastics, rubbers, whatever. It is a elastomeric emulsions. So where I'll show you the one example where we have one tank in factory. It is a 5 feet deep and 6 feet in length. This coating we applied 3 years before. So earlier, whatever water we are pouring into the tank, all water is out from in 2 days. So what we make a paint of close to 12-13 PVC with close to 60% binder of this 930, and we make a paint. We diluted into 1:1 form. We applied as a primer. Then 2 coat close to 400 micron DFT in this tank, cement tank. From last 3 years, it is working fantastic, superior, working as a damp proof. Whatever water we are pouring, it will lose only after using. Another one part into the pure acrylic, we have emulsion for dirt pickup resistance, that is Anucryl CP180S. So it is a silane modified acrylic emulsions, hard glossy film, high gloss, transition temperature close to 50, superior dirt pickup resistance, excellent exterior durability, UV resistance, excellent water and alkali resistance. So this is quite comparative of dust repellency. You can see how it is comparable with market available products. So another category, beautiful category, we have nano emulsions for anti-affluence paints. So that is a Anucryl C519 with 40 solid and 529 with 50 solids. It is styrene acrylic emulsion with very fine particle size close to 50 nanometer. It is transparent, high glossy and hard film, good anti-affluence, excellent alkali and water resistance. It is a eco-friendly emulsions. So you can see the paint made by normal emulsion and paint made by this nano emulsions. So it is mostly recommended for anti-affluence applications. You can make a paint with anti-affluence paint or anti-affluence putty or primers. So another one category we have emulsion for stain resistance paints. Both into styrene and pure acrylic category. I'll tell you the beauty of this emulsion. So these both are self cross-linking emulsion. They have low TG emulsions 10 to 12. But due to self cross-linking characteristics, after drawing and cross-linking, they behaves like it is a high TG emulsion. They make their film so hard. So in low TG, actually film is very soft, but this due to the self cross-linking characteristics, they cross-link themselves and make a very hard film like a high TG. And based on that, we recommended it for stain resistance. So turmeric, tea, coffee, all home stains, as well as we are this pure acrylic segment we are recommending for ink resistance, ball pen ink, as well as mud resistance. This 540 emulsion is recommending for stain resistance, as well as it is recommending for stain of ball pinkings, as well as mud resistance. Sorry. So another one category we have, that is opaque polymer, the named as Anucryl OP2023. So you all people are aware about the opaque polymers. So how it works and where it works. So number of times what we formulate the formulation for decorative, the major constitute ingredient is TiO2, because without TiO2 you can't make a paint, because you need hiding, so you need a TiO2 some percent as per your formulations. So your the cost of paint is going high only the best of TiO2, because it is only a single material which have highest cost into the paint formulations. So where the one segment the developed opaque polymer which works as a TiO2. So where whatever the percent you are using in the paint formulation, considering as TiO2, so you can replace 15 to 30 part of TiO2, replace it and add the opaque polymer, where you will get the same performance. So by the use of this opaque polymer, you can reduce 5 to 6 rupees per liter cost into the paint formulations based on only these single materials. So this opaque polymer, how it works? It is an opaque polymer emulsion. It is a cost-effective replacement for TiO2. It have giving you excellent hiding and improved light scattering, improved gloss storage stability. So I'll tell you how it works. So it is also one type of emulsion polymer or emulsion. But the beauty of this emulsion is what? Other emulsion polymers, they are nanopolymers. It is also nanoparticles. But this polymer is hollow inside. Right? So during polymerization, we makes a hollow surface, hollow nature inside the particle. So that hollow particles is filled with water during polymerization. And once that water is evaporated, whatever the hollow structures are inside, then that hollow structure refractive index is matched with refractive index of TiO2. And hence it works as a TiO2 and the part of replacement for TiO2. So you can see the in a second. So you can see the difference between paint made by with opaque polymer. So at last, also thankful to Surface Coating Society for giving us chance. We are here. My senior, Mr. Sujit Pawar, is Vice President BDI and Sales. He is also the part of this conference. If you have any questions, we are ready to discuss after session also. Yeah.
Thank you, Prashant ji. You have delivered a very good lecture here. I request to Mr. Sujit Pawar, please join us.
Now I request Mr. Vats to felicitate Mr. Khobragade and Mr. Pawar as well.
Special announcement. TIPCO Engineering Works. Anybody from TIPCO?
Anil Srivastava.
TIPCO?
Next.
Okay. जस्ट ए मिनट, अरे वो देना उधर से टिपको का, शर्मा जी टिपको का वो वाला एक्रिलिक. रितेश शर्मा. He is our technology partner, TIPCO Engineering. So his contribution is always appreciated, and we acknowledge the appreciation. Contribution.
हे कशाला पाहिजे अच्छा नेक्स्ट कसे असे नेक्स्ट का रेडी चेयर्स विल स्टार्ट नाउ रेजिन टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर सॉल्वेंट पेंट्स
May I request Mr. MVN Rao to come on the dais, please, to chair this session. And I welcome Mr. Shrikant Joshi also here.
I am here.
Yes, that is why I am welcoming you. Yes, please welcome, sir.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
I'm supposed to be heading the chair and to be introduced, but you can introduce yourself.
इंट्रोडक्शन तो मेरा काम ही काफ़ी है, बताते हैं आपको. जोर से बोले मेरा काम ही काफ़ी है. चलो ठीक है चालू करेंगे. रेजिन टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर सॉल्वेंट पेंट्स. Following 13 points in 30 minutes. Following, don't read 13 points, all 13 I am going to cover. 30 minutes resin technology. Is it possible? It is possible. I tell you how. There was a lecture just now before that, sun shield chemicals. In the presentation, he has shown one compound, thick, something like that, isocyanate material. That material has got, he said it is a material we have developed, that's all. He did not say anything about that. But that material has got 3 hydroxyl groups, meaning it is a polyol. And if it is a polyol, it can be used in making resin. As simple as that. I just saw the raw material, it is new to me. And product can be made in 10 minutes. That's what I am telling you. So resin technology is possible in 30 minutes, no doubt about it. Only thing you know 3 things. Which are they? Number 1 is basics. Basics understanding, which I am going to tell now. Basics. And number 2 is don't look raw material with the properties along with the potential. What is the potential of the raw material is important. And the third is calculations and the formulations. So now this is what is wanted to start with. Now let us see. These points anyway are coming, so we can move the slides. Basics to basic resin technology. It is not even basic, still lower than that. But it is important. I know it is important. Let us see now. 4 elements, 9 groups. I can read here also. 4 elements, 9 groups, and 9 reactions form various types of resins. 499 formula. These cover practically entire resin technology. Practically means 80%. 80-20. Okay. 5 major solvents are enough to use as the solvents for resin. Properties and performance properties are due to resins. 4 elements. Which are the 4 elements? Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hydrogen 1, oxygen 2, nitrogen 3, carbon 4. These 4 elements make the entire resin system that we use it or we follow it. Now how they do it? 9 reactive groups. This permutation and combination of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, they form a group, and there are 9 groups. There may be 10 also, but 9 are enough for us. Which are the 9 groups? Hydroxyl, carboxyl, Then methylol. This methylol is actually hydroxyl only because there is a OH group in that. So it is not very different. Anhydride group present in phthalic anhydride. Then comes amine. Then comes butoxy or butyl group. It is butoxy, sometimes it called as butyl also. Anisocyanate, most interesting group amongst them. Aldehyde, unsaturation, most important group unsaturation, air drying paints and emulsions or acrylic polymers, etc. and epoxy. These are the 9 groups. Now the question is, where are these groups 9 present? So I always see one thing, where is this present? I saw any structure who is present, that means my work is over. We can use in the formulation. Now where are groups present? Just understand, no. Present in raw materials, obviously. That means any material which has got this group can be used for resin technology. You can use it, as simple as that. Formed during the reactions. Sometimes the groups are formed by making A and B. A and B, when you mix A group plus B group, C group becomes formed. Formed group may be reactive or non-reactive, depends. Second, remained after reactions. So when you polyester is made, MPC is made, still there are OH groups. So it is remained after reactions. And what happens? Responsible for further reaction and forming polymer or binder or resin, decide type of paint. Next slide. This is all basics, so don't understanding about the resin. How to understand resin? Basically, now all these presentations are there because I am last 10 years I am teaching to various institutes, including TIP Pune, Agarwal Mumbai, and ICT Mumbai. Last 10 years I am going as a visiting faculty. So my it is a teaching and training. Both are included in my presentation. Now look at the understanding about the resins. Reaction products of the groups. That is one thing. High molecular weight structure except epoxy resins. Epoxy resin is a resin having lowest molecular weight. No definite structure except epoxy because low molecular weight. Viscous liquid to hard powder. Viscous liquid to solid to tacky, tack-free powder. Tacky to hard, tack-free, transparent, and they provide properties and performance properties. Again, that is not enough. Now, how to understand further? Definition followed by detailed description. Types. Where is the scope? Raw materials included, including solvent. What are the raw materials required for making the resins? And what is the solvent? Because there exists a solvent-resin relation. Reactive groups. Which are the reactive groups? Before and after. Reaction involved. What is the reaction involved? Most important. Feasibility of the reaction, that is most important. Many people say it's possible in paper. This plus this plus this. But can you be able to make it? Impossible. A technologist should understand it. All these are based on my experience of 35 years in Asian Paints. So whatever I am telling, every sentence is authentic. Reaction involved, feasible reaction. Formulation, mole wise or 100%. Means you can take 1 mole, 2 mole, 3 mole, or you make A plus B plus C 100. Either this or that way. Calculations and desired values. And processing, considering safety. Then, still continue understanding of about resins. Reactive groups of the resins. Drying, curing, film formation. Reaction involved in above. When it dries, how is the reaction involved? What is the byproduct? That is also important. Important properties, recommended uses. This is how you have to understand resin, basically. Now, we'll see. Alkyds. Now we are coming to resin direct, alkyds. Long oil, medium oil, short oil, high solids. Modified alkyds. Chain stop, rosin modified, uralkyd, epoxy modified, phenolic, reduced phenolic, quick drying, styrene modified. Huge scope for innovation. Somebody was telling in the morning that alkyds to be out. No, alkyds should be there. As long as people like me are there, alkyd will be there. That much is sure. Because my whole focus in the development was empty thinnable products. That is my focus, area focus. Okay. So huge scope for innovation. Amino resins UF, BMF, MMF, isobutylated MF resin. Polyesters only two, saturated and unsaturated. There is no much scope in that. Acrylics, TPA, TSA. Then comes isocyanate adducts. That is Dasbutyl 75 and 70, Cobestos products. Cobestos has got many range of products. Isocyanate add ho gaya. Polyamine and polyamine adducts. Epoxy resins, hard resins, pure and reduced phenolics, ketonic resins, hydrocarbon resins. I think these are all. Almost all resins cover or anything is left out? Almost all. Because somebody may say silicon. Silicon is separate anyway. Silicon is different. Now properties of resins and resin solutions. Actually my topic was given on resin properties, so I put it more elaboration on that. Now color. All resins are clear and transparent. Has to be. Clarity, responsible for gloss. Viscosity in poise on Gardner scale. Seconds on Brookfield for emulsions of course. Acid value. Milligrams of KOH required to neutralize 1 gram of solid resin. Sometimes acid value is calculated on solution basis. Okay. Percentage non-volatile matter. That is known, you know actually, non-volatile matters. Hydroxyl value, milligrams of KOH. Weight per liter. Amine value, milligrams of KOH. Now you will refer, deliberately I put milligrams of KOH and milligrams of KOH. Why? That will come now. Then another property. Epoxy equivalent. Grams of epoxy resin having an epoxy group. Percentage NCO. Weight of NCO content present in isocyanate monomer. NCO is the only material where value is not mentioned, content is mentioned. Percentage NCO. There is nothing. Percentage hydroxyl sometimes mentioned, but mostly hydroxyl value. Solvent tolerance. How much solvent in ml insoluble in 1 ml of resin solution. Melting point only for hard resins, otherwise it is not applicable. The important specific test. Pot life up to pack system. Pot life is important. Flash of time for stoving system. You may have very good stoving system, but if you make some here and there about flash of time, whole paint can spoil. Dilution viscosity. Then skin formation, alkyd absorption similar to oil absorption. Some people, they don't do oil absorption, they do solvent prepared from castor oil by Jain oil. Jain oil company, they made solvent. But paint company, resin company not aware of this solvent. Or it is a solvent, non-petroleum powder you can make and you can encash on that. But no, only mean is solvent. Anyway, it's used to be worked out. It can be worked out. It can be used in acrylic polymer also, provided the boiling point matches. It can be useful in making acrylic polymer in solution. This is the solvent I stress. Even the company who makes solvent, they don't know how to make use of it. That is the problem. Anyway, types of solvent. Now this is a property. Below 100, low boiling, 100 to 150, medium boiling, and then over 50, 250 is a plasticizer. That is very simple that way. Solvent resin relation. This is my favorite topic. You cannot make resin without understanding what solvent is suitable for that. It is based on polarity. Anyway, long well alkyd, uracil alkyd, rosin are in mineral turpentine. Medium alkyd is in mineral turpentine or xylene, both. Short alkyd, styrene alkyd in xylene, only xylene. Amino resins, butylated types are in butanol and xylene mix, anything you can use it. Phenolics are in butanol. Polyamides, adducts, except MTO. That's all. These are the solvent resin relations. Now, isocyanates are in moisture-free butyl acetate and xylene mix. This is actually used for making isocyanate adducts. Epoxy resins are in xylene, but for whom? Epoxy resins are in xylene, butyl acetate depending upon weight per epoxide. If the WP is small, xylene is okay. If higher, no xylene, you have to use cellulose acetate. Acrylics are in xylene, butyl acetate, cellulose acetate and sinosol. Polyesters are always in cellulose acetate. Sometimes you use it, but best solvent for polyester is cellulose acetate. Solvents for unsaturated polyester resin is styrene monomer. Unsaturated polyesters are dissolved in styrene. Okay. Testing of resins, testing methods, safety parameters, acid bed titrations, preparation of solutions, known parameters, for example, 1 normal KOH, drying time, non-volatiles using air circulated oven, etc. These are some things required for testing the resins. The uses of resins, let us see. MTO thinable for decorative paints, wood coatings, industrial coating, protective coatings, high performance 2-pack air drying, road marking, floor coating, emulsions for wall interior, 1-pack stowing, 5-pack GRP FRP, that is unsaturated polyester. Clear and pigmented. You can have, okay. Okay, this is what, how many minutes over by the time? 15, 20? I made 30, how 10? 27, oh very good, so I am in time, okay, doesn't matter. Now this is the course I am running, Basics to Basic Resin Technology, and this is the Resin Designer. For whom? Resin Designer. No doubt the name is Basics, but it is still for designers, manufacturers, quality checkers, marketing, raw materials, paint manufacturers, innovators, particularly innovators. But so far I have not come across any innovator. That is a different thing. And this is the title, Interesting Resin Solution. Now what do you want me to be introduce myself as? I am a resin trainer. That is because I have trained at least 20-25 people by now and one corporate. So I can say, and I am. Whether you like it, I can't declare anything myself. No? There was one trainer who said, तुमको क्या बोलते हैं? You want to be vice president. कार्ड छापा हो गया vice president. 500 रुपये में vice president. उसमें क्या बड़ी बात है? Isn't it? It's like that only. So, but resin technology, now I am introducing myself. Now it is my introduction. Resin technology is this is what my field is. But I want to change. Now why I want to change it? There is a reason behind it. Now here I have to salute आमचे नाना, CJ Phumkar, most dynamic person in the world I have seen. And when you work with such a people, if you don't become like that, then I am a fool. It's like that only. He was taking round in the lab. Deshmukh is witness for that. He was taking a round and everybody was hiding. Because his question is what? What is new? And if you tell them something, no, what is new? What is new? What is new? Everybody is trying to something new. So banana hai, something banana hai. Bas. One day it has happened. I was given a project on plastic. Adhesion was not coming. But by hook and cook, I am telling you. By hook and cook, I could able to make and plastic ko adhesion aa gaya. Abhi aane do. When he came, sir, very good, very good. And then he went out. Correct. This is what, you see, people, when you learn with people, that's very important. Another thing I'll tell you, why I could able to do so much. When I designed a formulation, first time in Asian paint, means first time in India. Isocyanate modified alkyd, which is now touchwood, is being sold in the market as. Formulation was made, design was made, it was produced, product started, everything was smooth. Then I was transferred to some other department. One afternoon, Ashwin Dani came. Where is Joshi? Mrs. Joshi? Where is Mrs. Joshi? And so I said, sir, yes. What you have done in the formulation? Then I told him, this is the alkyd I prepared. Then what is the isocyanate ratio? Oh, this is the ratio. Okay, good. Now imagine a director of a company comes to a junior chemist and asking him, that is the credit of the formulation. I don't want any other credit other than that. That's the thing. So under these two people, if you work, what you will be? Obviously. No? So now I wanted to change myself. Not change, another division. That is in the management. What is the management? My subject is basics to basic management. Our basics will not change. Basics to basic management system. Now why this system I have chosen? Who is responsible for that? Actually not responsible exactly, but the inspiration came from Karmatek. That is Ketek from Srivastava. Now I will tell you. Before ending, I will tell you one more thing. So this inspiration came from him. What is that inspiration like? See, whenever he will talk something which is different than the subject he is going to talk. And everybody likes that subject. Now here, I am also going to tell you about action. This is what we do, action. Our life is time and time is action. Only action is there in the left, nothing else. But what is the cause for the action? This is very well versed in the Bhagavad Gita. Panchetane mahabhavo karanani nibodame sankhya krutante proktani siddhaye sarva karmanam. That is one verse. And second verse is adhishthanam tatha karta karanam cha pruthak vidam vividaksham pruthak cheshta daiva chaivatra panchamam. He said Panchetani what? Panchamam. What is these 5 actors, That is whatever we do. I talk, I do, all that thing they are 4. That is 80%. And 20 is blessing of the word. Even this entire seminar conducted by Harish and his team is also same. Action. 80% is his. But 20% is without blessing, it is not possible. So our 100% is actually 80% and 20%. Unless his 20% comes, no action completes. That is what. This is inspired by Srivastava. Let us take something other than the normal one. So this is the 80-20 rule. Everybody knows Pareto rule, 80-20. This is actually 80-20 rule. 80 is yours, 20 is God's. Correct? I think it's time to stop. 100 minutes complete. Yeah, very good. Chalo, theek hai.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, sure, by all means.
Though I could not introduce you, but I learned a lot about you.
But anyway, introduction is done. This is my first lecture in the presentations. I mean, in the seminars and conferences.
Good introduction.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. Now the next speaker is Mr. Anil Srivastava, who is a paint technologist. I think, like him, he should not say that he is known to everybody, but he is from Spectrum Paints, where he worked as a quality manager, right from small level to the highest level. And thereafter, he has given paint technology across the 180 companies, which may be in India and abroad. I think now it's time for us to learn from him.
Thank you. Good evening and namaste everyone. Thanks Raji for giving my good introduction. I am grateful to Surface Coating Society for giving me opportunity to deliver whatever I have learned till date. Our topic is texture paint. Texture paint is unique and attractive designer finish. Texture paint, like other conventional paints, also decorate and protect wall, but in a different way. This kind of paint is applied with special tools. Texture paint is alternate of wallpapers for exterior. Looking to the time, I am going little bit fast. Texture paint has become one of the most popular trends in painting at different types of styles, and this can be created. Texture paint application is basically an art using different types of tools. What is texture paint? All unique designer finish and attractive finish, that is called texture paint. It is entirely different from traditional paints, which it is called texture. Texture paint is applied with special design tool same. There are two grades of texture paints. One is interior, other is for exterior. If you see interior texture paints, it is smooth paints with glossy, matte or glitter type in single, double or more shade with a thickness of 50 to 100 micron general conventional paint. Whereas exterior paint, it is truly called texture paint. This kind of texture paints thickness is 0.5 to 3 mm. It is rough type. It can be applied interior too. This kind of texture paint is preferred mostly for exterior surface because of long life, 7 to 8 years. Such kind of texture paint is usually preferred such places where conventional painting is not possible. So at that place this is preferred. What is the features advantage of the exterior texture paints? It is unique and attractive design, mostly single coat application, and its life is 7 to 10 years if wall is proper, there is no moisture. It has unique flexibility, eco-friendly, it is water repellent, heat resistant. Recoating on texture paint is possible. Texture paint is recommended for high-rise building, factory, showroom, hospitals and etc. It is fire retardant too, to some extent. Why? The ingredient which we use in texture paint, that is silica. Silica itself is good weather resistant and as well as fire resistant. Disadvantage, there is a few disadvantages because it requires a skilled applicator. General applicator can't put this texture paints. It can't be altered. Its pattern can't be altered. Once texture paint is applied, you can't change their pattern. You can change color. You can recoat color. It has low coverage, 1 to 20 square feet maximum. In comparison to conventional paints, its coverage is very low. Though sometimes dust sticks in grooves or in between texture paints, which looks unpleasant, not easy to remove, but can be removed with high jet water resistance. At the time it looks very costly, but it is not within the reach of common person. Composition of texture paint, like other conventional paint, same things, additives and binders, pigments, all is used. Main ingredients in texture paint is this is fine sized extenders, special graded siliceous aggregates, marble chips of various size, pigment, water thin binder and special additives. Machine required, same ribbon mixer, blending, pug mill or high speed mixer. But if you use high speed mixer, you should have a speed controller, because if you will run the machine for a long time, grains will break and material will become smoother. Tools required, that is sponge roller and plastic towel for different products. These are the entire range. This is for interior texture paints. For in house, usually we are using this, you are applying just a minute. These paints. Here are some panels which I can show you. Right. Yeah. First one is most demanded products in market at present in texture paints, that is rustic. Just a minute. That's why it was applied with golden. This is the hotcake products. Each and every company is preferred these products. First, this product is most selling products. It is rustic, most demanded products. Next product is roller texture. It is applied with sponge roller. It is also very hard, used for interior as well as exterior. Then we have Rolfin, this Perlina we have. This is Perlina. It is also applied with trowels. Fourth one is it is spray coat. It is applied with spray guns. Sir, start hai, sir. Spray guns. It is also called Dholpur. Next one is granule types. It is colored granules. It is applied with trowels. Additive is same, binders and other additives. Then we have Rolfin Superfine. It is applied with a smudge roller. Sixth one is Rockfin. It is also applied with guns, with granules, and it is also stone text application. It is also done with gun. It has very good life.
What is the thickness? 3 mm?
Yeah, maximum 3 mm, 2 to 3 mm. Where it can be applied? It can be applied on cement wall, concrete, brick, gypsum board, asbestos sheet. What is the precaution during manufacturing? There are few precautions you will have to take. Don't run machine for a long time. Otherwise, texture paint will become smoother and proper texture will not possible. If needed to add color or pigment, always use color paste. If texture paint prepared in HSD, keep the RPM maintained at 500 to RPM 1000. Best to use ribbon mixer. This is the best. But if you are planning to make a ribbon mixer, you have to tell your paint manufacturer that we are going to manufacture texture paints so that he can put heavy motors for mixing. If you not tell, he will design to make this distemper like products. Okay, this is the main things, and important raw materials to check. How to check? You have to check size of mineral powders which you are using. Main mineral powder, mineral aggregates. If your mineral aggregates is not proper, you can never prepare this texture paint properly. Ingredients is main marble powders or silica. You will have to see size of this silica or whatever the grain. Suppose in rustic, I have put some. If you see, these are grains. Grains should be of similar size. Usually 2 mm is preferred. That should be dust free. If it is not dust free, there will be problem in sticking. Same way, main products which is used in rustic, that is for 30 to 80 mesh. That is again I have kept it for showing. So both these two are very important. Whenever you are making texture paint, you have to keep close eye on raw materials of this marble powders. Say it is 3 rupees, 4 rupees, say, okay, let them come. What happens? Material will come and texture. Even I could not make texture paints because of not getting proper size of these minerals. After application of texture paint, it gets touch dry in 4 to 6 hours. It takes time because it's film thick. Because hot dry 34 to 36 hours, depends on weather and substrate. Becomes rain proof after 5 to 7 days of application depending on the temperature and substrate. What happened? आज उन्होंने लगाया टेक्सचर पेंट, कल बारिश आ गई, उन्होंने फ़ोन कर दिया सर आपका सब मटेरियल निकल गया, वो पेमेंट रोक देंगे. इट इज़ वेरी रॉन्ग प्रोसीजर. इसको कम से कम जो है 5 दिन के बाद अगर कंप्लेन करता है ना तो मानेंगे, अदरवाइज नहीं मानेंगे वो. Special additives. Mica in low dose is recommended in texture paint to provide tough elastic film. Mica is water repellent as well as heat resistant. Mica provides resistance to mud cracking. Besides this, use of wax emulsion of polyethylene type in low dose provides excellent characteristic texture paint. It is very important raw materials which need to use in texture paints because it has high temperature, 105 degree Celsius. It does not melt even at 50 degree. WE provides excellent water repellency. If you not add wax emulsion, water will absorb and problem of dehydration will be there. In material, wax emulsion also provides sheen. Some sheen is also you will get if you add this wax emulsion. You will find some shining, thoda chamak bhi raha hai, and those should be near about 2%. W is a low volatile products. Being fully saturated exhibits heat stability and resistance to chemical attack. Use of high dose of propylene glycols in texture paints makes paint moist and fresh. PG is freeze-thaw agent and non-toxic. PG also reduces the chance of skinning the paint. Common problem in texture paints. किस तरह प्रॉब्लम आते हैं जैसे रोलर टेक्सचर व्हाट हैपेंस आफ्टर एप्लीकेशन दे विल से टेक्सचर रोल डाउन इन दैट केस समटाइम्स पेंटर ऐड more water then texture will roll down. We will have to check formulation to the HAC dose. HAC dose should be very less. Wetting and dispersing agent also less than half in comparison to conventional paint. Second very common problem in travel finish like rustic comes. It may be due to application defect. This is patch development is there due to application defect, or sometimes in summer when temperature is 45. In that case, such kind of problems develop. Need to check dose of glycol and coalescent agent. Sometimes crack develops. In that case too, thick application and maybe some defect in formulation. This is all. And let me know one thing again which I want to make very important. Commercial wise, apply and supply of texture paint is much beneficial in comparison to trading, because many big players are coming in texture paints with apply and supply facilities. So this decade is of texture paints because of increasing rate of this painter, etc. So this is the correct time, and in near future this product will be more demand in market. Thank you, Sir President. Thanks. Yeah. Recoverability, you can do any time. Whenever you want to change the color, you can change the color, but you can't change the pattern. आपने रस्टिक लगा दिया, अब उसके कहो कि मैं दूसरा लगाऊंगा, वो नहीं लगेगा. हाँ, yeah. But better if you want to apply texture paints, better to use primer. Usually people don't do, but if you use primer, you will get very good results. Okay. Because it is a very thick material, viscosity is little bit hard, you can say. With viscosity cup, if you see 4 mm armature, it will be less. Any other method? Texture paint can be, you can check density of the paint, pH of the paint. Main important things which you have to check: application. If application is okay, everything is okay. If application is not okay, your formulation may be correct, but there is some defect. Yeah.
Competitors, they are coloring the stones with
Yeah.
some resin.
Yeah.
How they color it?
There are different chemistry. For coloring a lot of resins and other things, I shall talk you separately. Yeah.
Can we make the composite like a combination of different patterns?
Yeah.
In one single wall?
Yeah. You can.
Overlapping is also possible?
No. Different, no possible. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It is done with gun spray, na? With gun spray, because thick material, it is applied, bubble effect will be there. It is very thick material. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Please felicitate me, sir.
Please come. You're giving a very good lecture. Why don't you
Yes, sir.
token of appreciation from our
Thank you. उल्टा है सर. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
अभी 2 presentations है ना? हाँ. इनमें से एक का यहाँ presentation है and then वहाँ पे they go to show. कुलकर्णी को
Thank you, sir, for nice introduction. मजा आया सर.
May I request Mr. Kulkarni to come and show his presentation first and then we can proceed for demonstration?
हटा दो.
Sir.
हटा दो इसको. उसको बुला दो.
Mr. Kulkarni, Amol Kulkarni, you're from? Actually, I should not ask. But please introduce yourself.
कोई बात नहीं. मैं कह रहा था ना, वो लड़का कहाँ है? वो लड़का जो है ना, वो आईटी का लड़का कहाँ गया? उनको बताने के लिए.
या आईसीटी का आदमी कहाँ पे? उसका प्रेजेंटेशन है.
हाँ. सॉरी, मैं लेके आ गया.
प्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ पे? नहीं वो आईसीटी का अगरवाल अरे आराम से नहीं हाँ दिले ना एक मिनट बघतो नाही दिसत हो हो जरा आता उशीर झालेला आहे. नमस्कार सगळ्यांना. मराठी जरा करतोय. हां हां मी अरुण पेन इंडस्ट्रीजकडून आलो आहे. आमचं 1987 साली फॅक्टरी चालू झालेली आहे आणि मी आता प्रेझेंटेशन असं करणार आहे. एक 5 ते 10 मिनटात तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना रिलीज करतो कारण का फार उशीर झालेला आहे. आणि बेसिकली आपण एक जरा फिरून येऊया थोडंसं. आपण एक सांगली एरियात जाऊन येतो आहे. तर ही आपली इंडस्ट्रीज आहे. हा एंट्रन्स मेन गेट आहे आणि ही फॅक्टरीचं हे आहे. आणि अरुण कुलकर्णी हे आपले फाउंडर मेंबर आहेत आमच्या कंपनीचे. नाही ओके थँक्यू. हे अरुण इथलं हे काय ते काय हां बरोबर ना ओके. तर अरुण पेंट इंडस्ट्रीज म्हणून आहे सांगलीमध्ये. आम्ही आत्ता पेंट बनवतो आहे. 1987 पासून कंपनी स्टार्ट झालेली आहे आणि हा मेन एंट्रन्स आहे. आणि फॅक्टरी आउटलेट म्हणजे फॅक्टरीचं सगळं तुम्हाला हे दाखवतो आहे. अरुण कुलकर्णी हे फाउंडर मेंबर आहेत आमच्या कंपनीचे. आनंद कुलकर्णी हे MD आहेत आणि मी टेक्निकल तिथं बघतो आहे आत्ता. आणि आमचे हे प्रॉडक्ट आहेत. आम्ही ड्राय डिस्टेम्पर, सिमेंट पेंट, ॲक्रेलिक डिस्टेम्पर, आनंद डिस्टेम्पर, सिमेंट पेंट, वॉल पुट्टी, एक्सटिरियर प्रायमर्स, इंटिरियर इमल्शन, हाय ग्लॉस एक्सटिरियर इमल्शन, सुपरशाईन एक्सटिरियर इमल्शन, डॅम्प्रूफ लॉक असे प्रॉडक्ट बनवतो आहे. हां आम्ही हे टेस्टिंग्स करतो. ह्या आमच्याकडे टेंटिंग मशीन्स आहेत, विस्कॉसिटी मीटर आहे, फिल्म ॲप्लिकेटर आहे, डेन्सिटी कप आहे, pH मीटर आहे, हेगमन गेज आहे, मॉइश्चर मीटर आहे, ड्रोड ऑन पेपर, TDS मीटर हे सगळं आम्ही चेक करतो आहे. आता हे आमचं ट्विन शाफ्ट डिस्पेन्सर आहे. आणि आमच्या इथं सांगायचं असं की आमच्याकडे संपूर्ण लेडीज स्टाफ काम करतं बेसिकली. आणि रोजचे आम्ही 5 टन प्रोडक्शन करतो म्हणजे OBD प्रायमर्स असू दे. तर हे व्हेरिएबल स्टरर आहे. फिलिंग मशीन एक डेव्हलप म्हणजे आमचं इनोव्हेशन स्वतःच आहे. हे फिलिंग मशीन स्वतः बनवलेलं आहे. ते केमिकल मिक्सिंग आहे. आता सगळ्यांनी आता केमिकलचं सगळ्यांनी सांगितलं. ॲडिटिव्ज ॲक्च्युली खाली सेटल लावून होतात. त्यामुळं काय होतं, काय लेबर काय करतो, वरचा माल घेतो आणि खाली म्हणजे मशीनमध्ये टाकतो. त्यावेळी येतं तुम्हाला आणि हा एक एक्सपेरिमेंट आहे आपलं. हे आता आपल्या मशीन्स आहेत. मी तुम्हाला एक हे बघा, हे आम्ही एक एक्सपेरिमेंट हे केलं आहे. जे मशीन आपण ॲडिटिव्ह असतात ना, स्मॉल स्केलसाठी हा विषय आमचा. बेसिकली काय करतात स्मॉल स्केलवाले, लेबरवर संपूर्ण काम असतं, त्यावेळी तो ॲडिटिव्ज डायरेक्टली टाकतो आणि त्यामुळे काय होतं, जे जायचं केमिकल्स ते जातच नाही. मग त्यासाठी आम्ही एक छोटंसं हे करून बघा. हे बघा, मिक्सिंगसाठी केलं आहे, म्हणजे कॉस्ट रिडक्शन पण आहे आणि युटिलायझेशन पण आहे त्या प्रोडक्ट. आणि हे आता एक नवीन आता
नमस्कार, अरुण पेन इंडस्ट्रीज.
एक मिनटं.
इथे संपूर्ण लेडीज स्टाफ काम करत आहे
मॅडम.
आणि त्यांच्यासाठी कंपनीने केलेल्या सोयी हे बघा. सावकाश करा, आरती सावकाश असू दे.
ते पोतं सुद्धा खराब होत नाही. ते पोतं सुद्धा उलटं करून घेतलेलं आहे, त्याचं पोतं पण युटिलायझेशन केलं आहे. ह्यात बघण्याचं काय म्हणजे त्या लेडीजला कुठलाही त्रास नाही आहे. आता वॉटर रिप्लेन्सी बाबतीत आपल्याला बोलायचं झालं तर आम्ही नॅचरली जे एक्झाम्पल्स घेतलेत. वॉटर रिप्लेन्सीमध्ये आपण जसं झाडावर फळ असतं ते पाणी जरी पडलं तरी ते खराब होत नाही. म्हणजे वॉटर रिप्लेन्सीचा हा एक विचार आहे. ज्यावेळी आपण फळ तोडतोय त्यानंतर आपण जर टेबलावर ठेवलं तर ते काही दिवसांनी वॉटर रेझिस्टंट होतं, म्हणजे ते फळ खराब होऊन जातं. तसं आम्ही नंतर एक वॉटरप्रूफिंगसारखं, म्हणजे वॉटरप्रूफिंगमध्ये काय पाणी आणि हवा दोन्ही आत जात नाही. आणि वॉटर रिप्लेन्सीमध्ये पाणी आत जाऊ शकत नाही पण हवा जाऊ शकते. खरं वॉटर रेझिस्टंट एक लिमिटपर्यंत असतं की वॉटर रिप्लेन्सी मटेरियल खराब होऊ शकतं नंतर, म्हणून ते आपल्याला फळांचं मी ते हे दाखवलं आहे. आता बऱ्यापैकी मी तुम्हाला आजकाल उशीर होतो आहे आणि सगळ्यांना हे करायचं आहे, हे दाखवायचं आहे, सॅम्पल्स दाखवायचे. आपण तिकडं बघूया सॅम्पल्स. ओके, थँक्यू. ओके 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 ओके, थँक्यू.
We are very much delighted with your speech, but here, we have come from all the places. Yeah. But if you speak only in Marathi, how do you expect us to understand? But the core of the subject we could understand.
Okay.
But anyway, but next time try to give. We appreciate the regional feeling. Yeah. But at the same time, Surface Coating Society is a mixture of everybody.
Yeah. ज्ञान का उत्सव है ना ये.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Next time he will put it in English.
Yeah.
You will listen Marathi.
Marathi, yeah. आणि
English will be in Marathi.
Thank you, sir. चलो.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we proceed to the hall where we would see the demonstration, I would call upon Dr. A.J. Singh.
One more special announcement. Mr. Sanjay Garg, he is our technology partner. Kindly come on the dais. Sharma ji.
Yes. Dr. Singh, please be here. I would call upon Dr. Singh to conclude this technical session and propose a vote of thanks. But this will not be the end. We will shift from here to that hall to see 2 demonstrations.
Yeah, good evening. No, it's quite, of course, coming late and late and late. But it's my duty now to summarize. You have gone through quite a number of lectures, presentation, etc. So let me have whatever I remember. I try to recollect. In the morning we had inauguration session in which Mr. Ravi Kulkarni from LK Silicons, and he was and Dr. Sunil Bhagwat, director of the institute. They were also there. And after that, in the technical sessions, we had technical programs from Mr. Satya Prakash, Tipco Engineering. That was really a good lecture, depending upon the, what he was telling about the instrumentation and the equipment. In the pamphlet, we had written coating technology, but actually it was manufacturing technology. But the lecture was really quite expensive and in details. Then we had a lecture from Dr. Rahul Kulkarni from LK Silicons. LK Silicons, silicon technology itself is sometimes very difficult to understand, even for me also. But I think he was able to explain it quite easy ways. Because silicons have been really imported technology. Until today also we are getting a lot of materials from imports. LK Silicons have been the really pioneer in this, in the local market. And a quite old company. I think it's 26 years back also I was visiting their company in Pimpri. And they have really made good products. We are using it now in Jopasu car care products. It's a good products. So they are doing well now. They have opened 2 more factories. So overall, he has been able to express a lot of technology in this case. And then Mr. Amol Mulachkar from Saujanya. Most of people know about Saujanya. And as I said, Amol was my student also. I was really proud to have such people, and they are really good in the industry. And he was quite experimenting a lot of things in the color, what is happening in the color technology, etc. And Priya Bhumkar also, the owner of the company now, she was, of course, in a different way, she has spoke. And she is quite helpful and very good, cooperative and coordinating. And you know that when she was talking about the introducing to our other guests, she is very good in meeting the people, coordinating with the people, very cooperative and helpful. That session was really good from Mr. Mulachkar. After that, we had one section from Mr. Kunte. I have worked with him for almost 12 years after my retirement. I was working as a quality manager with him because it's NABL recognized laboratory. So they require NABL approved quality managers also. So it is my privilege to have him here so that he could explain how construction materials can help and can be evaluated. Because evaluation in this technology is very difficult. Today you are putting chemicals and the whole building is running, and after you find the whole thing is gone. And sometimes during building itself is coming down. So unless you are very sure about the products, and you can't make out, at least when you are putting something in the paint, any paint will come on, maybe a little defect here and there, and you can modify, you can improve, or whatever you can do. But in building, construction chemicals, everything is very, very unpredictable sometimes. So unless it is really tested, evaluated by the people. So his lecture was really explanatory. Of course, I couldn't go that side, how much he has explained in the demonstration of that. So people can take advantage of such things. And these NABL laboratories are now everywhere available in most of the cities. Then Dr. Pathare, if you have met him in earlier seminars, etc., he is very, very versatile person. Those who have heard him, it is really very, very interesting. He has worked with all our different technology, different people, different situations, and especially when he was working with Dr. Abdul Kalam, That is really interesting. He has worked in very different technologies, and especially PG technology. That was very good. And his talk, his way of talking, his way of explaining, fantastic. Then we had one lecture from SV Group of Industries that cleaning and drying. Drying, of course, is very difficult techniques today also. They leave a lot of stains on the product. And it's very important in auto industries. But somehow, Mr. Vikas Dangat, he was busy in Hyderabad. He was supposed to come yesterday, but he couldn't make it up. But other things were demonstrated over here. I think maybe many of you must have seen it. He is developing a lot of machines for coating industries in India. He has got a factory here only, and he is making quite a good business in that also. Then afternoon we had Dr. Srivastava. Many of you must have heard him number of times. And he is really a very good orator, mixing up our philosophy and technology together. Very good. I mean, it's very difficult to explain what he is saying. You can continue to talk to him, I mean, listen to him for hours and hours and hours. Uske liye. You can, and you know, the way he behaves or in talks, the way he delivers talks, is something really out of world. Anyway, I'm sure you must have enjoyed. And about the lecture also, of technical things, he's a master in additive technology. And a lot of people are using him also, his products. Then we had other lectures from Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, that is construction chemicals, and special product that is introduced recent Redispersible powder. It's mainly for the cement industry, ready mix powders, making a good product, and quite stable product it is there in the market. In Pune also we are in many places. Of course, I am associated with a lot of construction product materials manufacturers. So I find a lot of people are using it, and quite good product. And comfortably very cheap in comparison to imported products. His was really talking in a very, very simple way, conveying a very simple technology and open up. You ask him anything, formulations, applications, everything. He's very open up in this case. And he's always supporting us. Whenever Dr. Agarwal calls him, he is there. He's ready to be there. I can talk to him any time of the day. He is ready. You know, something like, he's a very nice person. And he has made a good presentation of this. Then after that we had, where I was, Yogesh Shingal from Chameleon Specialties. The person who was there from the additive technologies and this thing, fantastic, good things, and this is there in the market. Then we had a talk from Mr. Rajiv Mehrotra from Sunshield in the same field. I can really, difficult to understand for me also, even after spending so many years in the industry of coating technology, I think it is the most difficult technology to understand. But after that, kaun the sahab? Bijoy Misra. He made things so simple. So it's very difficult to understand now whom to behave, or whom to believe. But something really, the things are very clear now in the mind, how the things are working. So we believe on the supplier. We say, okay, what to use? He says K-Tech number so and so. He says so and so. Other fellow says number so and so. They have got numbers and products something. But our ultimately, same product is modified in a different way and given different name. That is very important. And that is what we learned from Mr. Misra. I think his lecture, his talk was really quite impressive. Then Mr. Patil from Vega Chemicals, it was a sales talk anyway. Where is Mr. Patil? He's there. But it's good to know the industry or the manufacturers. Iron oxide pigment have been in our life from years and years and years, 20,000 years ago. And today also they are with us and continue to be there. Nobody can replace it. And I find even small manufacturers are making it now. And after they are coming, yes. A lot of people in the small industries, big industries also, they even scrap, lead oxide and all these things. They're coming on making products. Only thing is they have to maintain quality, or they have to make a good quality. After that, we had Mr. Prakash from Prashant from Anuvi Chemicals. Anuvi Chemicals had Dr. Saxena. He was our quite good friend from HPTI, old friend. He expired a few years back, and his wife is taking care of the factory. But as a management, and Dr. Prashant, he's heading the technical section. He's quite good product, and anyway, it's one of the product in the market. But they are making good business. After that, emulsions and additives of coatings, and then we had Mr. Joshi, a well-known Asian expert from this thing, resin technologist. He has a lot of students, number of students. He is teaching all over the country with especially IISER and IISER, TIP technology in Pune, and Agarwal Institute in Bombay. Quite moving person, and very, anyway, he knows better. So, Mr. Mold Konding, I am really surprised. I know him for many years, but I never knew that he is so innovative. The last person, very innovative, really. And we should really appreciate and encourage such people. Mr. Srivastava, Anil Kumarji, he is our old colleague. We all a lot of things talking on the phone. And as he said, he is working for so many people as a consultant, of course. He's a versatile family of our fraternity of chemical technologists and paint technologists all over the country. It's very difficult to find out how many industries are there, industrial units are there manufacturing paints. I have tried so many times, but 3,000 to 5,000. Nobody knows the number. Even the director of industry will not be able to find out how many industries are there. And he may be having 100 units, he has got something very surprising. 180. So this is really good and a good experience. And the texture coating, as you said, it's a wonderful product anyway. And it's becoming up in the market very good. There is a Agarwal in the Pune also. They are making almost 25 tons a day. I don't know where they're selling. Anyway, there are a lot of new things which I had learned, at least I've been learning for the last 50 years in the same industry. Even these 2 days also I have learned a lot of things from the people, at least from many small industries also we have to learn. And we have really learned a lot from these people. And I hope you have enjoyed the 2 sessions. Of course, good food also. I didn't expect a good food with this type of institutions, but really it turned to be good. And we had nice time. And I thank you, all of you, for being here, waiting till evening, late evening. And thank you very much, every one of you. Thank you. We'll meet sometime again.
Thank you.
Friends, whenever we are organizing some conference or some seminar, lot of efforts are to be taken. And basically in this conference, Mr. P.V. Deshmukh, our convener, he has done lot of work. Whenever I called, whichever place I called him, he has come. And he has associated with me in all type of work. So this many times he has also come. And he has supported, he has given assurance you will get 100% success, you do the conference here in Pune. So we have conducted this conference in Pune. Now, all of you are requested to please just visit that hall. Yeah. Just 1 or 2.